Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea. It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Clock pulls it. Cross-eyed pass. Draisaitl flips the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers tie the series 2 games apiece.
Leon Draisaitl, the hero, in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Good morning. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He's Sam Panayotovich. I am Kate Constable in for Joe. We're live 9 to noon Eastern, and it is Friday, so we're going to have a little fun here on the show today. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final delivered last night, Sam. 3 of the 4 games in this series have gone into overtime. That was the case again last night. We'll dive into all sorts of angles from that one. Plus, we've got Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Can the Pacers take a 3-1 series lead? That would be kind of wild, especially since everyone was on the Thunder going into this series. So plenty of angles coming your way in the NBA. Plus, U.S. Open continues. We're tracking live updates. Scottie Scheffler already 1 under on the day, but has quite a bit of ground to make up after a poor outing yesterday. Coming up 10:20 a.m. Eastern, Chris Meany of NHL Fantasy and NHL.com is going to join us. We'll talk Game 4, heading back to Edmonton of the Stanley Cup Final. And then at 11:20 Eastern, Matt Grissom is hopping on to talk College World Series. That resumes today. So, Sam, a lot to get into today. I think we have to start with what we saw last night. Stanley Cup Final, Game 4, goes into overtime. I mean, that was a thriller of a game because it was just a roller coaster the entire time.
I was following the live number throughout the game. I actually was doing a live show. The Ice Guys, friends of ours, do a live show during every Stanley Cup Final game for the most part. And when Florida's up 3-0, you know, the mood in that live show is, well, this is over. And naturally so. I mean, it's 3-0. Yeah. The Panthers are at home. Skinner might be benched, which I think you brought up the other day, the possibility of that going to Calvin Pickard. And then bang, bang, bang. At the time of the start of the second period, Florida was as high as minus 1,400 to win the game. And you saw a lot of appetite for Edmonton, believe it or not. They were betting the 9-1, the 8-1, the 7-1. And all of a sudden, it's tied. And then Edmonton takes the lead, at which point Edmonton goes out to about minus 2,000 with 90 seconds to 2 minutes left. And then Florida's 8-1, and Florida ties the game. So if you were a live bettor picking your proper spot, you could have had, at the high side, you could have had Florida at, 8-1 with a minute to go. And you could have had Edmonton as high as 11 or 12-1 when they're down 3-0. So it was a chaotic live betting roller coaster, only to be finished off by, finally, somebody with heavy hitting power on Edmonton scoring a goal after all the ancillary guys. It's Draisaitl, not McDavid. It's Draisaitl, which I believe, I saw the stat last night on TV, the 4th overtime goal by Draisaitl this postseason, a new NHL single postseason record. That game had everything. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, you laid it out. Quite the thriller, and for Draisaitl to get that goal, I mean, he's been in need of one. He's been great. Scored last game too, but like the big guys for Edmonton, it was time for them to show up, and they did that. The Skinner situation, pulling him, Pickard comes in, 22 saves on 23 shots. Not bad. I mean, especially with early on in the game, Oilers allowed 17 shots in that first period. After that, they kind of figured things out. Only 23 for the entire game, or the rest of the game after that first period. And so you would imagine, Sam, like Pickard's probably starting game, what are we at? Game 5 back in Edmonton. I don't know how you bring Skinner back in after being pulled in 2 straight games.
I feel like they sort of ruined that possibility. Now, yeah. It worked. Coach
it was necessary at the time.
100%. But as they were also discussing last night, how do you go back to Skinner? How? Yeah. Didn't have a great game 3 and gets pulled in game 4 after 20 minutes. Ideally, you ride the hot hand. I think a lot of people were questioning, wow, how can you take Skinner up? Because Skinner, over the years, has been very good in games 4 through 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, he's been a monster. But give that coaching staff credit for making the proper change. And look, Pickard did his job. I would imagine that's the move. We'll all find out together. I don't think that's going to be announced until we get much closer to game time tomorrow. If it is, fine. I'll be surprised. But I think they're going to keep this one close to the vest. Also, series price-wise, flip it. Flip a coin. That's where we're at now. Minus 115, Edmonton. Oilers have home ice. They have game 5 and game 7. But you're thinking about where this could have been if Florida would have just finished the job with, an 80% chance to win or whatever, maybe even higher, 3-0 lead at home. If the Panthers take that 3-1 series lead, we're talking minus 600 going back to Edmonton, because now the Oil have to win 3 in a row. They find a way. The resiliency shines through. And now Edmonton, which could have been a $4 dog, is a minus 120 favorite just because they scored in overtime and evened it up.
If the Panthers had won the game, the series is over. Like, there's no, I don't think it would be smart to bet Edmonton to come back down 3-1, having to win 3 straight games against this Panthers team. Like, that would not have made my card at all. I guess the play going forward, Sam, like, we're just bet the over. How many goals are we going to get in this series? We had 9 last night. Over 6.5, and we were both leaning to the under. Neither of us bet it, but that was our conversation on the show yesterday, is like, at some point, defenses are going to tighten up a little bit. Like, the goalies are going to show up, or at least we thought Skinner was a little bit more. But, I mean, these games are absolutely flying over the total. And, Sam, the room yesterday, what was it? Goal in the first 10 minutes, minus 180. And that one... There was a goal just barely missed. First goal was 10:38. Nope, that was a sticking. High sticking. I'm looking at the play-by-play here right now. So that one didn't win, actually.
No, they did not get a goal in the first 10. I know you were too busy.
Yeah, 11:40 mark.
You were too busy winning every bet at Wrigley to pay attention.
I was.
To hockey,
I had a phenomenal night at Wrigley.
I definitely want to get to
in a second.
very quickly. But the room came out of the woodwork after betting no goal first 10 in game 1 and game 2. The room came out and bet, yes, there will be a goal at minus 180. And there was not. Anybody who had the under probably felt really good, under 6.5. And it was 1-0. There was like 6 minutes to go in the first period. And then Florida went pow, pow. Yeah. So 3-0. And then the game goes over. First period over is 4-0. Full game over is 4-0. I'm just so happy that I haven't made a single bet on the Stanley Cup final. Imagine me like throwing darts and having 3 of the 4 games go to overtime. I'd be a nervous wreck. There's this guy on X, by the way, that I wanted to shout out. I just followed him last night. His name is the Juice Man, and he's an Oilers fan. Apparently, he's been eating rally baked beans when the Oil go down. And he posted a picture. He had a huge bowl of baked beans, I believe, when Edmonton was down 3-0, and then Edmonton ties it up 3-3. And he had tweeted, "Thank God I've had enough whiskeys to shove 2 more pounds of beans down my throat." He's sitting on social eating rally beans, and I don't know how many he had, but it was enough to get the Oilers the win. I was cracking up. Really funny follow. The handle is at YoungBooze69. This guy is just going to town.
Nice.
Going to town on baked beans. Rally baked beans.
Young Booze 69. What a handle. I mean, that's disgusting, but if that's your thing and your team's winning when you're eating baked beans, hey, I guess don't stop. I don't like baked beans. I think they're repulsive, actually. So this like especially grosses me out. But if we were trying to bet this series, Sam, so far we've been wrong on a lot of things, but also when the public zigs, we typically try and zag. And in terms of the totals in this game and who people think are going to like moneyline bets, we would have been wrong on a lot of those things. Trying to fade the public.
Yeah, the public's been very good on the overs for sure. And I tried to be very clear last night. Look, I lean to the under. I wouldn't bet it. I'm not going to bet it. Lightning bets was interesting yesterday, especially graphically, because they had you on the Suzuki under total bases and you quite literally bet the over. Things happen. I'm looking quickly before we talk about you picking off every bet you made at the Cubs game. Conn Smythe market, Sam Bennett, favored, but slightly, plus 150. Then Leon Draisaitl has went all the way up to 5-2. So him and McDavid are co-second favorites at plus 250. Then Marchand 12-1, Kachuk 13, Barkov 50, it probably ends there. I don't think your guy GRP is going to win his Stuart Skinner 500-1 Conn Smythe bet that he made.
The dumbest bet ever.
I don't think that's going to happen, but you win a game like that off your stick. And granted, it wasn't necessarily this like snipe shot. He threw it on net. It hit off a Panther skate and went in.
Yeah.
Sometimes puck go in when puck go to net. As our friend Barry Roser always says, shoot puck at net. Sometimes puck go in. That's exactly what happened. So Draisaitl and McDavid now both plus 250 BetMGM.
Had Sam Bennett made that shot in overtime, that Pickard had that save and then it hit off the crossbar, the series would have been basically over. Panthers take 3-1 lead, but I feel like that would have wrapped up Conn Smythe for Bennett. You have the game winner in a pivotal game 4 to go up 3-1. Bennett likely would have run away with that Conn Smythe. But let's go over to some baseball, Sam, and I'm going to do a little victory lap. Well, you deserve a victory lap too. I only bet Suzuki because you told me to. And Suzuki hits a home run, so we go over 1.5 total bases easily there. And Pete Crow Armstrong also goes yard. And I ended up betting the home run because I knew, like, I liked what you said yesterday about, like, PCA against lefties. Like, let's be realistic about, like, his spot in the lineup, what he's done against lefties. But I'm like, I'm going to hate myself if I don't. And I ended up not hating myself because I also got a little boost with that one. So, I mean, we made $10 to win 100. That's not bad.
You made 10 units last night? Look at you just cleaning up at Wrigley. Look at you. No, I'm kidding. The reality is you have to go with your gut. And a lot of people will tell me at times, don't bet that. I remember a couple years ago, you can't bet John Rahm to win this major. He's 9-1. You can't bet 9-1. And then he wins the major. And the guy who says can't bet 9-1 is the guy betting somebody at 50-1 who misses the cut. So kudos to you. It's very difficult sometimes when some brainiac like me, a wannabe brainiac, says, you can't bet that. I didn't think I said you can't. I just said I wouldn't.
No, you didn't.
You stayed strong, stayed true, hit that.
Sam.
And then I wish we had GoPro footage of you at Wrigley when Seiya hit that ball because you knew off the bat it was gone.
Yeah.
You knew, everybody knew it. I'm watching it like, damn, he just smoked that ball. And it was late, like 6th, 7th inning. Probably one of his.
It was a little later in the game.
Yeah, later at bats.
Yeah.
But they left the lefty in, and Heaney was looking tired. And he grooved one. Suzuki did not miss it. So you had PCA home run. You had Suzuki total bases over. Anything else you hit last night?
Bet Suzuki. No, those were my 2.
Okay.
Imagine if we had bet Suzuki home run too.
5-1.
Brought it up. Night.
Brought it up. I kind of landed on total bases, but we had a couple listeners that were tweeting Suzuki. So I don't know if they went over on bases or they hit the home run, but either way, I thought it was the right handicap. He's just been crushing left-handed pitching, and a pretty decent game. I thought overall, down to the wire between the Cubbies and the Pirates. Baseball is a very humbling sport, as we've alluded to all week. Even the worst teams, Kate, even the blind squirrels eventually find one. The Colorado Rockies score 2 runs in the 7th and 3 runs in the 9th to beat the Giants 8-7. Giants have 40 wins. The Rockies had 12. And even the worst team sometimes can find a way to win. If I had Giants, like if I laid money line there, which I wouldn't do, I wouldn't lay minus 210. I'd wheel it with something else.
Remember we talked about parlaying that with the Thunder to win the series.
Yeah, we did. And you were up 7-2 with the Giants and lost 8-7. That's baseball, though. I don't know how people bet the sport every day and don't have gray hair or no hair. It's unbelievable.
Well, you just bet winners, Sam. Just bet home run hitters. Like, that's all you have to do when you bet baseball. It's not that hard. JJ Spawn hasn't gone off yet, but he still sits atop the U.S. Open standings at 4 under 4 today. He goes off at 11:52 a.m. We will talk Game 4 of the NBA Finals on the other side. This is Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Sammy P, Kate Constable here with you on this Friday. Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM network. We have game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Sam, it feels kind of like we should be in game 5. Like I have to keep checking myself to be like, are we really just in game 4? It feels like this finals has already been going on forever. And if it goes a full 7 games, we'll have 18 days, over 2 weeks of the NBA Finals.
I heard the commissioner, Adam Silver, I believe it was in the pregame or the halftime of the last game, and he was addressing a lot of these concerns and about the space between the games and the ratings on television. He also broke down why they don't do the logo anymore, which he said that it hasn't happened in about a decade, which I don't know that that's
I kind of want to
accurate.
fact check him on that.
He said it's been a decade. Okay, I guess. I mean, time flies when you're having fun, I guess. But he was telling Kendrick Perkins that people were slipping on the logo, on the trophy. And Perk said, yep. So, I mean, Perk did play in the finals in 2008 when the Celtics won. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Was he on that Thunder team that went? He may have been, that lost lost to LeBron. So he played. Yeah, he was on Oklahoma City 2011 to 2015. So won a championship in 08. And then that young Thunder team with Durant, Harden, Westbrook, Ibaka, Perk, they lost in the 2012 finals. So he was sort of leaning on Perk, and Perk was like, yep. So I guess that's why they don't do the trophy anymore, the big, graphic decal of the trophy, which I loved. So that's why they're digitally enhancing trophies. But you're right. This feels like it's a long series in terms of when these games are. Luckily, you have game 4 tonight. And then, oh, no, never mind. Game 5 is on Monday. I thought it was going to be.
Oh, we don't even get a weekend game.
No. How about this? Game 5 is Monday. Game 6 is Thursday. And then Game 7 would be Sunday at 8 o'clock at night. Now that you have the schedule and you're prepared, let's talk about this game. So OKC still about a 6-point favorite on the road. I saw Ben Fox, who writes for Yahoo, talk about how big of a number this is. It's one of the largest road favorites in some time. So at BFox22, the Oklahoma City are currently 6.5-point road favorites in game 4 at BetMGM. If the line holds, they would be the biggest road favorite in a finals game since 1991. Okay, that's pretty crazy. And if we want to follow it up with your stat, what are the Thunder on the road in the playoffs, ATS?
They are 0-8 against the spread in the playoffs on the road. Not covering games.
So if it's as simple as just betting the first period over and full game over in hockey, maybe it's as simple as just betting the home team here, Indiana. Indiana's been very good. We mentioned, the other day how many times they've won at these big numbers on the money line. OKC doesn't cover on the road or hasn't covered. Is it as simple as just saying, oh, take the points? I don't know. I'm not probably going to touch the side. I think the Thunder win the game. I'm not laying the 6.5. But given that it's the largest road favorite since 91 when the Bulls played the Lakers, Jordan and Magic, and the Thunder can't cover on the road, are we overthinking it or no?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
I think we're overthinking it a little bit. But also, I'm tempted to say this is either a blowout spot for the Thunder, meaning they blow out the Pacers, or the Pacers win outright. I don't think the Thunder can win a close game. We haven't seen that throughout the playoffs a whole lot. And they're such a young team that you're on the road in a hostile environment, which Indy is crazy. These fans have been starved for a championship for years, haven't been in the finals in 25 years. I mean, I'm not sure the Thunder have what it takes to win close games. And so I would either bet Pacers money line or take some alt lines on the Thunder. And that's a scary proposition because of the stat of they don't cover on the road and haven't been winning on the road. at least, one game in this series. So I'm not going to touch the side either. I could make it. I mean, clearly I could make a case for both sides, and an equally strong one. So that's why I'm just going to stay away from that. The total has ticked up a point, 225.5. Now 226. We had Nick Friedel on yesterday. He said he's leaning towards an over, despite everyone else kind of looking at an under in this game. I kind of lean towards an over too, Sam.
It's come down quite a bit. This will be the lowest total, ideally, in the series. I mean, collectively, if you combine all the games. So
right.
The last game opened at about 228.5, 229. This one opened 225.5, and it's been bet up. But in terms of where the numbers open, this is the lowest opener of the 4 games, but the market has pushed it up. The market, I think, is also listening to BetSweats or Beat the Books, because Isaiah Hartenstein this morning, 6.5 on the point prop. I got a text yesterday. I had a buddy who was driving around listening to the score in Chicago, and he goes, "Bro, are you really betting Hartenstein over 5.5 points, you sicko?" And I said, yeah. It's so wild. Like, if I give somebody SGA over, it's cool. Everything's fine. Yeah, okay. I give you Hartenstein over 5.5. Guy's got a problem. But look at the market. Look at the market today. So if you want to go over 5.5 now, minus 130, minus 138, and MGM, along with a couple other books, are now 6.5. And I know it might not sound like a lot, but if this guy makes 3 dunks and never sees the floor again, he's going to land on 6. And if you went over 5.5, you're going to win. If you go over 6.5, he's going to lose. And I don't think he's going to fly over. I don't think he's going to have 12 points. I think it's going to be close, but I make it 3 shots. I think he's going to make 3 shots, whether it be floaters or dunks or layups or whatever. 3 is enough. But if you're 6.5, now you need 4. And that's a game changer in this racket. 3 baskets is 6, but now if you're 6.5, you need a little bit more. And I don't, as crazy as that might sound to say out loud, I loved 5.5. I don't necessarily love 6.5, if that makes any sense.
Well, maybe you'll love this, because I have the props for this game. Most bet props. Obi Toppin under 4.5 rebounds is even money. The second most bet, the room is loving Isaiah Hartenstein under 15.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh,
I mean, his rebounds.
20. He scored 20 tonight.
Yeah, the guy's going off, right? Minus 130 for his under. 9 rebounds in game 1, 8 in game 2. Yeah, he only had 3 in game 3, but he didn't see the floor all that much. This is a Hartenstein game. I think you're onto something.
We have talked mostly about Halliburton props this series, and I have not bet any Hartenstein. I just remember against, the Nuggets and against the Wolves, he's out there playing huge minutes. I'm looking right now at the game log. So against Denver in the semis, he played 29 minutes, 31, 33, 33. He's up there. And the point numbers, 12, 14, 10, 15, 10. So he scored a lot because he played more. In the round against Minnesota conference finals, the minutes started to come down. 20, 27, 19, 16, 17. And the points came down. 12, 6, 6, 2, 8. But still a lot of 6 or higher. In this series, it's been 17 minutes, 22 minutes, 18 minutes, 9, 3, 4 points. I'm just reading you what he's done. But the issue when he doesn't play a lot and doesn't score a lot, the books crash the number, and then the public studies the box scores from the last couple games. Right. So I'm fully aware that he hasn't played enough, but he hasn't played enough, and they're down 2-1. So what does that insinuate? I would think that OKC staff is going to give him more run and just see if he can get going early. And maybe go from there. They've been starting Kayson Wallace, and you can still start Wallace. That's fine. But I think you have to give this kid a chance to get out there and get going, because they need that presence around the paint. Chet was not good in the fourth quarter.
No.
As we talked about the other day. Just wasn't good. So I don't know that you have to finish with Hartenstein, but I would just get him out there as early as possible and see what he's got. Because his ass will be motivated. right? He hasn't played. So you think he's going to be out there standing there like a scarecrow or a statue? No, he's going to give you effort tonight because his minutes have been reduced. And this is not a big number. If you listened yesterday and you bet over 5.5, you have a pretty good bet considering where the market's at. I'll probably, just for the sake of the show, I'll probably play over 6.5 because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be, cut it at 6. Hearing the room, though, is fading Isaiah Hartenstein makes me giddy on the inside.
The room is also Case and Wallace under 2.5 rebounds, third most. Lou Dort under 8.5 points, and Benedict Mathurin under 10.5 points. Mathurin had a monster game in game 3. Played 22 minutes, 27 points. I'm not sure that happens again in terms of that big of a scoring, but I don't think you necessarily just go fade Mathurin just because he had a massive game and you think, okay, that's not going to happen again. I mean, with how well he played, maybe he gets an extended run, a couple more minutes. If I had to play anyone, and I think I'm going to play this, is Pascal Siakam over his points prop. So much attention on Halliburton, as it should be, but you saw it in game 3, the Pacers from the jump made a point to get Siakam going. I mean, he scored their first 6 points. The offense was catered towards him early on in that first quarter. And so getting him in rhythm, in the flow of the game early on has been important for this Pacers team. And when he does that, he scores a lot. And he's one of the focal points of that offense. So I like Siakam over his points prop. That's sitting at 19.5 over at BetMGM right now.
Okay. I was looking at the market for how many games will the series end in. And no surprise, game 6, game 7, essentially co-favorites. Game 6, even money. Game 7, plus 110. If it ends in 5, 10-1. That'd be something if Indiana won game 4 and game 5. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not going to bet it, but the market is telling us that OKC is still not only the team to beat, but probably going to win this series. And here we go, minus 200, minus 220, minus 230. Even though they've dropped 2 of the first 3, money still believes. The power ratings still believe in OKC. But as we've learned all along, all postseason, the power ratings are not right on Indiana. They keep finding ways to not only cover, but to win as massive dogs in several spots now. I mean, it's happened all postseason. Think about it. Against Cleveland, against the Knicks, against Oklahoma City. They won the first game as about a 10.5-point dog. Now they're a 6-point dog in game number 4 after just winning as a 6-point dog in game 3. So the respect is still not there from a power rating standpoint. And as you know, some people will tell you, games are not played on calculators. Games are not played on spreadsheets. I can't wait to see what we get from Halliburton tonight. And the constant conversation. After a win, he's a top 10 player. After a loss, top 30. It's ridiculous. Like every show you watch, oh, he's not a top 10 guy. Oh, he's a top 10 guy. Oh, he's not top 10. Oh, now he's top 10 again. I'm getting tired of it, to be honest.
It's back and forth. Yeah. The Pacers, which I think this is part of like them not being power rated correctly by the market, is they just have so much depth. So you look at a player like Ben Shepherd and you're like, what is Ben Shepherd going to do in this series? Like when those are your bench players, Benedict Mathurin, who's a young player. I mean, they had 9 guys play double-digit minutes. Like they can just go. And that's what wears teams out because their bench is so deep and they can rest guys. I mean, you had, Aaron Nesmith didn't play all that well, but so 22 minutes, but Siakam 32 minutes. Like these guys are not playing north of 40 minutes in this series where you do have SGA playing 42 and he looked exhausted towards the end of that game 3. Sam, interesting note here. Would you is there anyone on the Pacers that could win MVP outside of Halliburton? Because you can get the Pacers to win the series right now at 2-1. You can get Halliburton MVP at plus 275. So if you think the Pacers are winning this series, I'm not sure I see anyone outside of Halliburton taking home MVP. So you would be better off taking plus 275.
I still think there's an outside chance for Siakam, ironically enough, a guy that you like tonight.
Yeah, that's true.
He just knows how to finish these games off, and he's got that pedigree. You know, he knows what it takes to win a championship, and he kind of came out of nowhere down the stretch. Everybody thought Halliburton was going to win the Eastern Conference MVP. Siakam got it done. So if they win, if Siakam goes off for 30 tonight, we have a different conversation.
I think Tyrese Halliburton also thought he was winning Eastern Conference Finals MVP. That was a fun little clip to go viral. All right, U.S. Open updates on the other side. We'll check in on Scottie Scheffler and others. That's next here on BetSweat.
You're listening to BetSweats on the BetMGM network.
That's what's here on the BetMGM network. Got to check in on a little U.S. Open action, see what's going on over at Oakmont. So far, Scotty Scheffler, not the best first round. 1 under on the day. We'll talk a little bit more about that, how we can jump in, possibly live bet some of these guys. But Sam, you got an interesting little tidbit for us. You got mom calling multiple times this morning.
Oh, yeah. Dad had back surgery yesterday. Everything's fine. But my parents are usually pretty good about the show window. You know, they know it's 9 to noon. But that goes to the wayside when Dad's having surgery. So she called at 9:16 and then again at 9:32. And like, okay, this is either nothing or something massive.
That's always a scary thing when family calls multiple times in a row. Like, I hate that. My heart always drops every time.
Well, Dad gets nervous when he has to go under and be put, to sleep because he's had heart issues and he gets all worked up and he's about to be 80. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. They're fine. I'm fine. But there is that jolt or that, feeling you have for a second when you see the second call. You look down, Kate's talking about Pascal Siakam, and I see mom's calling again. But everything's fine. And I called during the break, and of course her phone went to voicemail. But I heard her voicemail. It just reminds me of the times that I travel. It's not a similar situation, but it does remind me of when I fly during college football season. And sometimes I'm flying into Chicago to do the show from the Score, or I'm flying home from Vegas or whatever. Wherever I'm going or coming to on a Saturday, I'll fly at, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I'll land at 5, 6, 7, whatever, depending on the time zone. And if I'm on a plane with no Wi-Fi, you have no idea what's going on. And it's not the worst thing ever, Kate, to disconnect from the phone for a flight.
Sometimes it's very nice. Yeah.
It's not a bad thing to disconnect sometimes. But if it's a Saturday and I've got 3 or 4 bets out there and we've talked about them on the show or I put them in contests or whatever, I will land. This happened to me 3 times last year. I either hit a bet in crazy fashion or somebody's dead. And I don't know because you land and then the phone starts
3 or 4
populating.
times someone was dead last year?
No, nobody died, luckily. But you land and turn the phone on and I have 3 voicemails and 62 text messages. And the anxiety starts to hit like, uh-oh. Something's either really good or really bad. And then it's just all my friends saying, Vanderbilt did it. They came back. You're like, thank God, because it could have been so much worse. But that's life when you're in this space, right? When you get a bunch of texts at one time, it's either something really good or really bad. And if you want to take it to a dark place, you sometimes can. But everything is good. Deep breath.
Whew. Good. There's always panic anytime. I mean, I don't get a whole lot of text messages. Like, I am not someone, I don't enjoy necessarily like having conversations over text. Like when someone's like, how have you been? No, call me if you want to actually like catch up. Let's not do it over text. So whenever I do get a bunch of text messages in a row, something like getting off a plane, I just panic regardless. Yep. There's just always panic. It's awful. I'm also concerned. Why are you flying on college football Saturdays, Sam? I understand if you're going for work, but otherwise, like, what are we doing? Let's plan better.
If it were up to me, I would be here in this room and I wouldn't leave. I would wake up. I would be on the couch at 10 o'clock, have a little breakfast, watch the first round of games, have something on the grill, buddies over, drinking all day. That's what I want to do. The problem is, Kate, I still have friends that do weddings on Saturday in the fall, which is a different story for a different day. I have watched so many football games in church. It's embarrassing to admit this, but Kansas needs the cover. I know they're about to walk down the aisle, but Kansas is down 3 with 4 minutes to go, and I got the money line. It is what it is. That's the way it goes. But I have a wedding. I have a wedding this October 5th, which is October 4th. Saturday, October 4th.
Deep enough into the college football season where there's going to be some good conference matchups at that point that you are going to have to once again watch from the pews.
Oh, woof. Wait a minute. I have a wedding on Saturday, October 4th and Saturday, October 11th.
Oh, back to back. That's brutal.
Yeah,
you're going to be watching on your phone. And I'm sure most people listening to the show have watched a sporting event on their phone, whether it's in church or at a wedding, maybe a funeral. Who knows?
Funeral is wild. Are you speaking from experience?
Now that I said that out loud, I think maybe we could put the phone away for a funeral.
Okay.
That might have been. I didn't think that one through. That was a worse.
No. I mean, look, I've been there before. I've been betting a long time, so I assure you, I've stepped out of a funeral mass before. Anyways, let's seg into how I had to figure out where the golf was today. I took probably 5 or 10 minutes yesterday to find USA, and so I was content. I was locked in. This morning, went to turn on USA, no golf. And it's on NBC Sports or Peacock. Okay? So now I'm on Peacock watching Brooks Koepka charge toward the lead, only one shot back. It is ridiculous, though, the amount of platforms you have to watch sports these days. I mean, to watch the NFL, I'm just thinking about all the things in this house. Xfinity, Sunday Ticket. You have to have Amazon Prime. You have to have Peacock to watch some of these like holiday games. Last year, Christmas Day NFL was on Peacock, right? You have all these different, now you need Peacock Premium to watch Purdue play Illinois in February. You need so many different avenues. And now they're talking about, you need Netflix now too, right? To watch the NFL sometimes. Right. So that's 6 different platforms to watch one sport. And eventually you're going to see other, platforms have these football games, and, college basketball, you need this package and that package, and it's getting insane. So USA on Thursday, Peacock on Friday. I'm guessing they go to the big network on Saturday and Sunday. I would hope, but this is not for the faint of heart to try and just find the U.S. Open of all of it. The U.S. Open is on Peacock. You got to have Peacock to watch the U.S. Open? Give me a break.
I just realized that I'm apparently still paying for Peacock because I flipped up the app on my TV thinking there's no way I'm going to be able to watch this. I canceled my Peacock after football season, whatever. I don't know. No, I'm still paying for it apparently because I can watch the U.S. Open on Peacock, so that's fabulous. You just lose track of everything that you have because of all those you just laid out. Chiefs Chargers Week 1 this season, Friday night, YouTube TV. I'm gonna have to buy YouTube TV now. Like it's crazy. But let's talk about what's going on at the U.S. Open today. So Brooks is 1 under through 8. He is 1 off the lead. JJ Spawn still sitting at 4 under. He has not gone off today. He tees off at 11:52 a.m. Scotty Scheffler was 1 under. He just bogeyed 15. A lot of guys, it feels like, have been bogeying 15. That is a tough hole that's been getting a ton of people. And over at BetMGM right now, so Scotty Scheffler, despite being way off the lead, he's tied for 47th right now. His odds to win the U.S. Open, still 3rd shortest behind Jon Rahm, who's the leader at 6-1, and then Brooks Koepka at plus 750. Scheffler sitting at 8-1. I'm not buying into Scheffler right now at 8-1 when he is how many strokes off the lead. I'm not. I know. Scheffler was my guy yesterday, but I don't.
I'm laughing because yesterday he hadn't even teed off yet, and he was 3-1.
And I was already victory lapping.
See, yeah, told you.
Funny how that happens.
This course is no joke, and you see some of the best golfers in the world put it in the rough and can't get out of it. I just saw Hovland. Hovland just had a great shot right to the green. It hit about 5 feet from the pin and then bounces into the rough. You have to be so controlled, and the spin has to be, as good as you can make it. As Jon Rahm tees off, puts one in the bunker nearly. You just have the best golfers on planet Earth struggling because this course is is nothing easy. And shout out to Spawn, Koepka, Lawrence, and Kim, Siwoo Kim. Those are your 4 leaders right now. Jon Rahm is your favorite at plus 650. Long way to go. Koepka 8-1. Kate mentioned Scheffler 8-1. Hovland 11. Spawn is 12 with the lead, and Morikawa 14. My guy DeChambeau, who I just need to be top 10, is 20-1. But this is the tax you pay on these guys. I mean, Scheffler is 3 over right now. He's 7 shots back, and he's 8-1. That doesn't happen. Now he's 7-1. So something good must have happened. He must have had a nice shot. It moves in real time, as we know. But I told you there was a tournament a couple of weeks ago when Scotty was 10 shots back and he was 30-1. An average golfer that's 10 shots back is 100-1, 200-1. You can really make it whatever you want. But that's the power of these guys, the Schefflers and the DeChambeaus. Even when they look like they're struggling, the market has to account for people betting them. You can't possibly put Scotty Scheffler right now at 20-1 because people would just pound it.
No.
They just bet it. And then you're liable at 20 and 15 and 10. You might as well just hang a 7. And if people want to bet a 7, which probably isn't a good bet right now, come on in. We'll let you bet it. But Jon Rahm is favored right now, early on a Friday morning, plus 650 at BetMGM. I did want to bring this up from Kenny in the chat here. He got off a plane one time and hit a $4,000 parlay. That's a pretty good feeling. When he landed, he turned the phone on and got 4 racks on a parlay. That's how you fly. That's how you fly.
Kenny's flying first class on the way back after hitting a 4K parlay. That's pretty good, Kenny. I like it. Jon Rahm, also one of the multiple players, but one of the big names that we did not bet when we did our little snake draft earlier this week as players that we wanted to look at. Jon Rahm was not on anyone's list. Well, he's sitting pretty nice right now. All right, today's MLB card. Who are we betting to hit home runs? I'll give you some winners coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. About 10 minutes from now, we have Chris Meany joining us. He will talk a little NHL Stanley Cup Final, Game 5, going back to Edmonton. Keep getting all these series. Game 4 in the NBA we have tonight. Game 5 in the Stanley Cup Final tonight. U.S. Open going on right now. Just talked a little bit about that. Scotty Scheffler, even on the day, he birdied his first hole, went off on the back nine, birdied 10, bogeyed 15. Brooks Koepka right now, one off the lead. He just bogeyed. So now he's back to 2 under and 2 off the lead. JJ Spawn going off here pretty soon. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the Diamond today. First, I know Jake Hassan is not on the show today. He's hosting You Better You Bet, I believe, this afternoon. But we got to give Jake a little credit. His guy, the rookie, Brewers rookie, threw 100 on his very first pitch. I'm blanking on his, and Jake cashed that bet. How do we say his name?
I don't remember. Is that it? Yeah, Mizorowski.
Triple
Jacob
digits 14
Mizorowski.
times. 5+ no-hit innings. He had to leave the game because he twisted his ankle on the mound, just walking back to the top of the mound. So I had to leave the game because of that. Not because, I think he was pitch count wise was going to get pulled pretty soon either way, but to have a great start and then an end like that in your rookie debut, it's terrible.
I have something else I'd like to talk to
Jake
about when he gets back on Monday. He sent a video last night. I think they were at Lottie's in Chicago, and they played kickball. As we know, he talked about the kickball game yesterday.
Forgot
he sent a video. He's standing outside with, I don't know if his arms were out like this, extended, or to his side. It was basically like, do what you want. That was the vibe. And then you see one of the bartenders or servers, this woman at Lottie's, come outside, and she has a cup of water in her hand. And you can tell what's about to happen. She takes the water and throws it in Jake's face. And then slaps him like really hard in the face. And then he takes a shot. And everybody's laughing, and I'm thinking, I would never do it. I would never let anybody do that to me, ever. That would never happen.
No, I wouldn't either. Apparently, it's a last call shot. I've never heard of that. I don't know if that's just a Lottie's thing. That's what Amir is telling us in the chat. No, I would not. Most sane people would not allow you to do that, Sam. Jake Hassan is built different. He might just enjoy those types of things.
I think he enjoys it. Yeah, I wouldn't say built different. I think he just needs it. It's also wild that Amir knew exactly what that was called. Is Amir one done?
I can hop in here really quick. I learned about this like probably a month and a half ago. Just you just scroll social media, TikTok, and I was like, what? I saw of a guy doing it. Most of them I've seen women, and it looked almost more like a punch than a slap. So then I had to go to the comments, and I was like, yeah, apparently it's not just a Chicago thing, but I guess a couple places, I don't know how old it is, that is a thing that people will pay for as an experience, to get slapped in the face as part of your shot by a bartender.
Nope, not for me. Not for me. No interest, Kate.
To get water thrown in the face too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is part of it. It's a splash followed by the slap.
I suppose it's probably more fun at 2 a.m. when you're 17 drinks in than it sounds at 9:04 Central on a Friday morning.
I'll tell you exactly when it was. Okay, so it was 11:41 my time, so 10:41 Central time. But I don't think Lottie's would close down that early on a Thursday. It looks busy. They're outside too.
Like Jake's last call.
Yeah, Jake liked it. He looks very. Oh, his arms are okay. I have the video here. His arms are actually behind his back. I played the video. Sorry. He's got the arms behind his back, and then he takes the water, and we'll talk about it Monday because you're here Monday. Jake's back Monday.
Yep.
I don't know how I feel about all that. You saw Livy Dunn yesterday, or your husband saw Livy Dunn yesterday. Paul Skeens is pitching today. This is my favorite time to go to Wrigley. It's nice out. It's the middle of June, July. You got Skeens and Cade Horton. Low total of 7. So definitely you pay the Skeens tax when he's on the hill. Coin flip game, Kate. Horton minus 110, MGM minus 115. The total 7. I'm inclined to go under 7. And expect Skeens to go 7 or 8 innings, give up 2 runs, and not get the win. That's sort of how I'm programmed these days because he's been unbelievable. Last 7 starts, the ERA right around 1, and the guy has 1 victory, 1 dub, which is becoming a more overrated stat as we get longer in the tooth here because guys on good teams get wins, guys on bad teams don't. Not to mention all the bullpen theatrics. Guys are going into the bullpen 6th, 7th inning. So the win's been a very warped stat last 10 years or so. But I lean under Pittsburgh, Chicago. You were at the game last night. Obviously a night game, a little different. But there wasn't a lot of offense last night. It was It was 2-0 in the 6th inning. And then Suzuki hits a home run. But I would think that Skeens is going to be just fine today. And I think this has all the makings of a 3-2 final, Pittsburgh and Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way I think you could look at it. Maybe if you wanted to play a first 5, if you're concerned about the Pirates bullpen at all. I mean, if you get minus 115 on the Cubs at home, I think that's where I go. Skeens has been phenomenal. Like he's been great, giving up 2 runs or less in each of his last 7 starts. So he's not going to give up a whole lot, which I do agree with your under on this game as well. But I think just because of all the issues that the Pirates have had when Skeens exits the game, Chicago's offense can take advantage of that, being at home. Weather isn't great today. I think it is going to rain a little bit later, but I'm not sure the wind is all that big of a factor. So
no, it's not.
I agree with you on the under, and I would look at the Cubs money line if you wanted to play this game. I think that's the way to go here.
I guess I should have looked at the weather before I talked about how nice it was. Yeah, 62 degrees, 1 mile an hour wind. So wind not a factor and a nice chance of rain. But I just remember over the years as a reporter going into that game on Friday, and you'd get there early. You'd get there at 10. You'd do all the interviews. The game would start at 1:20, and then I didn't have to get post-game tape. So, yeah, it was a party on a nice 80-degree day. Middle of July.
Usually the weather this time is great.
Yes, I should have known better because I'm not in Chicago anymore. But I just assumed, hey, it's June 13th. It'll be nice. So that plays into it as well. If it's not 90 degrees and the wind isn't blowing out, it's not exactly the most ideal hitting weather. But anytime Skeens takes the ball, you got to look under. Really good pitching matchup tonight in Los Angeles. Yamamoto and Logan Webb. And Yamamoto just got blitzed overnight. Opened $1.65, and now the Dodgers are minus 190 at BetMGM. How much of that Dodger money is coming on the heels of them losing a game to the Rockies? I wonder about that.
A lot.
I do wonder. Yeah, probably a decent amount, but Yamamoto definitely getting the support. I'm not laying $1.90, but that is a 25-cent move against the Giants at home here against the Dodgers. I do like the under in the Pirates Cubs game. You were teasing though, you got home run bets because you're playing with house money now because you had Pete Crow Armstrong yesterday to homer. You had Suzuki over 1.5 total bases. You got cash now. You're flush. What are you betting with all your baseball money?
Yeah, I was with 2 other friends yesterday, and they go and get beers and hot dogs for us. I had to hold down the seats in the bleachers right as PCA hits that home run. So I'm like losing my mind, jumping up and down solo in the bleachers. Probably just look like an idiot. I mean, I'm not going back to, I feel like I got to quit while I'm ahead, Sam. Like I made some good money yesterday. Let's not force things and just fire on random home runs. If you look at the Cubs players that have had success against Skeens, and it's a limited number. Dansby Swanson, someone who's slugging really good against Skeens. He's hitting 400. Granted, he's only had 5 at-bats. Suzuki, not going back there. PCA, not going back there. So, I mean, instead of going home run, I would maybe go Swanson over his total bases, something like that, to get a hit. But I don't have a strong take on any home run bets today, Sam. At least in the Cubs Pirates. I know.
Okay, well, by
Disappointing
the
to
end of the
people.
show, I would like you, because I gave you Suzuki last night. You were going to the
Okay.
Cub game. I'm going to Red Sox Yankees tonight. Crochet's pitching
Ooh,
for the Red Sox. Yeah, my guy. I mean,
All right.
I loved Crochet when he was a White Sox. Not anymore, though. He's just joined a long list of guys that are thriving in other places. Chris Sale, Dylan Cease, Carlos Rodon, Garrett Crochet. Eventually,
basically everyone who leaves the White Sox and goes elsewhere.
Yeah.
Wonder what that says about the White Sox.
The next big prospect is a kid named Hagen Smith, who's a lefty that pitched at Arkansas. And I can't wait until he's pitching for the Dodgers in 2030. It's going to be awesome, because that will happen. He will probably not be on the White Sox, because that's the pattern. I mean, good grief. I just rattled off 4 guys that are really, really good. Sale, Cease, Rodon, Crochet, all former White Sox guys. But I'm going to that game because I want to see Crochet. I got a buddy in town who just got here. So Red Sox Yankees, I want you to give me a bet. I'm not going to put you on the spot. We got about 2 hours left to go. At some point in the show, I need the Kate Constable Yankee Red Sox player prop bet.
All right.
I want you to pay it forward, Kate.
I will. I'm looking at it right now. I've got some thoughts. I need to check out a couple more things in the next break, and I will have a home run hitter for you tonight in that game.
Good. Get in the lab.
How do you play that game outside of me giving you a home run winner? Like Crochet's been so good, you just.
Yeah, Yarbrough's been very, very hit or miss, and he, he's not somebody that I really feel like I want to go to war with in terms of like betting an under. ERA's not bad, but I just watched him, and I hate to fall into this pocket, but I just watched him on Saturday go 4 innings against this Red Sox lineup, give up 9 hits, 8 earned runs. Can he be decidedly better? Maybe. Anytime these aces pitch, you're inclined to think less offense, and that's what you think with Crochet. But Yarbrough makes it interesting calculus. So, against the Dodgers, he goes 6 innings, gives up 1 run on June 1st. On June 7th, he goes 4 innings, gives up 8 runs. So he's been pretty good the last 6 starts. 1 earned run, 1 earned run, 1 earned run, 2 earned runs, 1 earned run. But then you look at the very last start, and it's 8 earned runs. I lean under 8.5. I don't love it because of what I just saw, but it's very difficult. You can't be a prisoner of one result. You can't be a prisoner of the recency bias. He's last 6 starts. I just gave you the numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2 earned runs. But the last start is messing with me because he gave up 8 against this very team on Saturday. So I'm in a glass case of emotion right now on Yarbrough. I want to bet the under, but if he goes out and gives up 7 runs again, I'm going to be upset.
Well, and if I'm giving you a home run bet, Sam, I'm probably going to give you a home run bet on the Red Sox, being you're in Boston. Like, that's who you're cheering for. Someone, hits a 2-3 run homer, you're halfway there. Well, you're a quarter
I'm
of the
going to
way
write
there.
down. I'm going to write down the player that you're going to give me. I'm going to go O's the mentalist here, and I'm going to write him down. And then when you tell me who I should bet to homer later in the show, I'm only going to write it once. I don't play that stuff. I don't do this 8 pieces of paper. I got one guy.
I trust you.
Got one guy right here. And I think there's a good chance you might pick him, but we'll see. We'll see if we're on the same page here.
Speaking of Oz the mentalist, if he's so good, why isn't he better at sports betting, or why doesn't he sports bet? Like, if he can predict the future, don't you think he should be like raking in the cash?
I saw a video the other day. It was one of the guys at Barstool was walking down the street, and he's like, we got to talk about this mentalist guy.
Yeah.
What is going on? Like, how is this a thing? How is he getting Joe Rogan's PIN number? How is he getting these things that are impossible to draw from people. He goes, I don't know if we should celebrate him or burn him at the stake. It's a very, very funny video. But I mean, this stuff it's insane. And I know you've seen some of the NFL videos where he goes in there and he asked Joe Burrow to throw a pass to any teammate. It's a room of 50 people, 50. And the mentalist guy wrote the exact player, and Burrow threw it to him, and the guy turns and goes, "Yep, is this him?" And it's absurd. It's absurd.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't think we'll ever know how he does it, but it is absolutely just wild. All right, Chris Meany of NHL Fantasy, NHL.com joins us next to talk Stanley Cup Finals, Game 5. That's next here on BetSweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Quick little update on the U.S. Open. Victor Hovland 4 under on the day, having himself a nice start to the morning, afternoon over at Oakmont. We have Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final coming up here this weekend. So to talk about that and figure out how in the world, Sam, we bet on that game going forward. Overs, unders, what are we going to do? Who's going to win? Is it going to go into overtime? All those good things. To do so, we welcome in Chris Meany of NHL Fantasy and NHL.com. Chris, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on and join us today here on Bet Sweats. Before we get into like any bets, any plays, like what's going on in this series? We've had 4 games. 3 of them have gone into overtime. Like, is this one of the more fun Stanley Cup Final series that you have witnessed in recent years?
It's been remarkable. Yeah, it's been fantastic. If you like offense and you like drama, you're on the edge of your seat every single night watching the rematch here. I mean, we saw Reinhart last night with the second latest game-tying goal in Stanley Cup Final history, 20 seconds. How about the latest? Well, that happened in Game 2 of the series when Corey Perry tied it up with 18 seconds left. And last night, the Edmonton Oilers, with their 8th come-from-behind victory in the Stanley Cup playoffs, just 2 away from the NHL record. And Calvin Pickard, who's been a journeyman backup throughout his NHL career, the first goalie to win a Stanley Cup Final game in relief since Andrei Vasilevsky in 2015, and just the 3rd goalie since 1991. So he came in last night. He was fantastic, stopped 22 of 23. There was a moment in the game, I thought, where the Panthers were up 3-1. Anton Lundell had a partial breakaway. Pickard made a big save. And then in overtime against Sam Bennett, the hottest player on the planet, leading the playoffs in goals, he made a glove save and it went off the bar. So it's been electric. Pickard is now 7-0 in these playoffs, first Oilers goalie since Grant Fuhr. It's been a whole lot of fun to watch. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime goal in these playoffs. That's an NHL record, just the 5th player to have multiple overtime goals in the Stanley Cup Final. So far we've had absolutely everything, and hopefully we get 3 more games of this.
I thought it was over. 3-0. I'm not going to lie.
You're not alone.
People smarter than me
alone.
thought it was over. Right. So you're already mapping out where this is going to go price-wise. I was thinking Florida minus 600, something like that, maybe with a 3-1 lead. And now you look at the price and, oh, it's a coin flip. So, I mean, that's probably the best price to throw up there if you're an odds maker and you're booking bets. These games have all been, aside from Game 3, they've all been coin flips. We've had 3 overtime results. So here we are. Edmonton, a very small favorite, minus 15, minus 120. I'm amazed that they erased that deficit and then took the lead in regulation, take a 4-3 lead after being down 3-0.
Right.
Just the resiliency is unbelievable. And you know what's crazy? Here they are, 2-2. McDavid hasn't even scored a goal yet.
Well, that's just the thing, right? I mean, it's been talked about a lot through the playoffs, the Edmonton Oilers' depth. And you could say the same thing on the other side for the Florida Panthers. I mean, Alexander Barkov was scoreless in the first 3 games. Sam Reinhart, who plays in all situations on the top line with Barkov, was scoreless in the first 2 games. Usually when you don't get offense from your top players, you struggle to score goals. Yet we've seen the overhit in those 4 games so far. And I mentioned the 8th comeback with the record being 10. And last night, you weren't alone. I was thinking the same thing. I already start thinking the wheels are turning like, oh, dynasty, where does this Panthers team rack up with some of these other teams in NHL history? And then we see the Oilers, the first team in Stanley Cup Final history to win a game while trailing 3-0 after the first period. Teams were 37-0 before last night. So, yeah, the resiliency from the Oilers, Leon Draisaitl, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who is not 100%. You can make the case a lot of players are not 100% at this time of the season, especially on the Florida side, playing deep again. But I thought he was great last night up in the top line with McDavid, got the power play goal, got them going. And then again, Pickard comes in for relief as a backup goalie, and to be 7-0 throughout the playoffs so far, it certainly is remarkable. So yeah, you can't count out Edmonton, and on the same side of things, you can't count out Florida, right? They've had moments in this series where they've come from behind as well. I think after the first period, Edmonton was 12-1 to come back and win that game. And as you mentioned, Florida was a massive favorite. So now the series shifts to Edmonton. I think that certainly if you want to look at momentum, the Oilers do have it at the moment. You know, a 2 out of 3, 2 of the 3 games, potentially if we do see 7, which is something I thought we would see before the series started. those games being at home, 2 of the 3 is certainly beneficial for Edmonton, where last year they had to play that 7th game on the road. But if you look at last year's final, 7 games, I know Florida went up 3-0. It was dead even. I think the Panthers maybe had one more shot. The goals were even at 5-5. Seen much of the same thing here throughout this series. Just 2 even hockey teams.
Chris, it's safe to assume that Pickard is starting in goal for Edmonton in Game 5, right? I'm looking over at BetMGM right now, and they have numbers up for Bobrovsky and Pickard. So we're not seeing Skinner the rest of this series.
No, this is Pickard's series now. There's no question about it. Even if he struggled a little bit in that game, I would still say that Knobloch and company would probably go back to Pickard, but Stuart Skinner's been pulled now in back-to-back games. There needed to be a spark. And listen, I thought he played good in the first period despite allowing 3 goals. He made some remarkable saves. It could have easily been 5 or 6-0 for the Florida Panthers after the first. He faced 8 high-danger shots in the first period alone, 20 minutes. Pickard 6 the rest of the way in just over 50 minutes. Now, Pickard made remarkable saves as well, but I thought Edmonton played a sound brand of hockey in front of Pickard. And sometimes that happens. The team, when the backup goalie, there's a little bit of desperation to come back in that game, but I thought they cleaned things up. So, yeah, I think you're spot on. It's Pickard, and I see him now on the odds board to win the Conn Smythe. That is an extreme long shot. He would probably need to rattle off a shutout, clean sweep. Oilers would need to win in 6, but no, it's Pickard's series now. There's no question about it.
Yeah, 200-1 at BetMGM. I would not be betting that. I think to your point, though, and Kate brought this up earlier, you can't keep switching this late in the series. I remember in Chicago, there was a series many years ago against Nashville, and Corey Crawford was bad early. And Q went to Scott Darling, I think in game 1 or game 2. Then he went back to Crawford in game 4 or 5. You can do it early, but you can't be eeny, meeny, miny, mo in game 5, 6, and 7. You got to pick one guy. So I agree that it should be his net until further notice. And if they go back to Skinner, you've already benched Skinner. So it's a wild, conundrum they found themselves in. You've been betting, you mentioned before we started, you've been betting Bouchard shots on goal. That's been pretty profitable, no?
Yeah, it has. And we give some picks over at NHL.com/fantasy. We'll have some up here moments after I'm done here with you guys for Game 5 tomorrow in Edmonton. But Evan Bouchard, he was actually 33-1 to lead the Stanley Cup Final in shots. It's something that he was tied with McDavid last year in the Stanley Cup Final with 20, but he did lead all players in shot attempts last year in the final. He's been remarkable. Game 1, 14 attempts and 7 shots. Game 2, 14 attempts and 8 shots. Game 3, 13 attempts and 9 shots. Now, I know we had overtime in the first 2 games and then last night as well, but still 8 attempts and 3 shots on goal from a defenseman who leads all players in the series in ice time. He leads all players in shot attempts and shots as well. So for those that have, sprinkled a little bit on the shots to lead the series in shots, maybe you'll be able to get that, because I don't think this is going to change, right? This is a healthy trend. You can go back to last year as well and look through all the shot attempts. Game 7 last year in the final, 17 shot attempts and 5 shots. So he loves to put the puck towards the goal. There's been a lot of penalties in the playoffs. Maybe the refs put the whistles away when we get deeper, game 6, 7. That's possible. But so far, we've seen a lot of penalties. We've seen a lot of offense. And Evan Bouchard, if you want to ladder him up and have some fun with it, 4, 5, 6, 7 shots. I mean, it's not something that you can bank on every single night, but it's something that's happened in 3 of the 4 games. So I would take a look at him. And on the other side, Brad Marchand. There's been a mismatch on the Florida side in terms of Florida's third line. When you get roughly 50 points in 20 games or so from your third line, there's that's a healthy track record. We're talking mismatch in round 1, 2, 3, and here in the Stanley Cup Final. So Brad Marchand had 5 shots last night. He's right there with Sam Reinhart in terms of attempts for the Panthers. So those are 2 players if you're looking for shot props. But I'll go back to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. If you're looking for a prop tomorrow, having him up on that line with Connor McDavid, who's been fairly quiet. He's yet to score a goal in the finals, but he's been productive dishing the puck. So take a look at Ryan Nugent-Hopkins maybe for a point tomorrow night.
We're talking with Chris Meany of NHL Fantasy, NHL.com. Chris, the total has been all overs. It's still sitting at 6.5 for game 5. It's juiced to the under -120, but so far it's been just goals, goals, goals. Like that. Is it as simple as that trend just continues? Especially hearing you say all the names you just rattled off for potentially having a point or to score in this game 5.
Yeah, I think so. Last year we did see some overs, but I think once it gets to 7, and this was a prediction I had, this series going 7 again. And last year when we saw game 7, it was a 2-1 affair. Typically, not even talking about a Stanley Cup final, typically when you get into a game 7, it's a little tighter checking. Teams they don't want to make any mistakes. Sometimes the refs put the whistles away. They're not going to want to decide the game from a penalty late in the third period. Tight checking, no pinching, things like that. So if we do get to 7, I would consider the under, but this is a trend that I think will continue. And when you look at these two teams as well, so this game is now going to be in Edmonton, game 5. The Oilers are 7-2 at home. They scored 4.56 goals per game at home. That's the second most. Their power play is operating at 42%, which is remarkable. How about the Panthers on the road? Well, they're 9-3. That's the best road record in the playoffs. They're scoring 4.67 goals per game on the road. That's the best mark, and a 41% power play, and that is the best mark. So both teams are having a power play over 40%. They're both scoring over 4 goals. As good as Pickard has been coming in, perfect, 7-0. Last night, great as well. And on the other side, Bobrovsky, he's made some remarkable saves so far in this series, especially, I thought, late in that game when the Oilers were really pushing. Goals are continuing to happen. So it is a trend that I think will continue. We'll talk game 7 if that's the case. I would lean with the under there, but I expect offense in a lot of it.
I do think it's funny when you look at the construction of this Florida roster. There's a lot of cast-offs that are doing big things. I mean, what are the guys in Calgary thinking without Bennett and without Tkachuk? Reinhart was in Buffalo forever, Marchand in Boston, and it's like to see those guys all playing well together, it's got to be maddening to be a Flames fan or a Sabres fan. And I know the Bruins are not happy to see Marchand doing it in another sweater, but just that team, how do you explain a team that is somehow in its 3rd Stanley Cup final and playing better and not facing that fatigue? I mean, I don't know how you put that into words. They go to a cup final 2 years ago and lose in 7 or lose. Then they win last year, and now they're back, and they somehow look better than they've ever been. And most teams can't do that 3 years in a row, man. Like, how do you put it into words?
I know it's crazy. And again, thinking about it last night when they were up 3-0, I started thinking about dynasty talk and where they stack up against other teams and the runs that they've been on and a little bit of changeover here and there. You mentioned some of these players like Sam Reinhart not working out in Buffalo, and he's been one of the better goal scorers at all situations over the last few years. Brad Marchand. How about the Bruins trading him to Florida, a team that knocked out the Boston Bruins in each of the last 2 seasons? That historic season that the Bruins had that year where they rattled off all of those wins and they were up 3-1 in the series in the opening round, and Florida came back and won 3 straight. It starts up at the top, with the organization and the GM making the move. Andrew Brunette was a head coach at the time for the Panthers, and they had some really good teams. They made a coaching change to bring in Paul Maurice. They made a big trade. You mentioned Matthew Tkachuk. They traded 2 good players away in Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar for Matthew Tkachuk. That really shocked the NHL world. And I thought it was just a remarkable move from them to get that sandpaper grit type of player who could do a little bit of everything. With no disrespect to Huberdeau, Matthew Tkachuk is exactly what the Florida Panthers needed. Alexander Barkov is, a Lady Byng winner. He's one of the better, or Selke winners, one of the better 2-way players in the NHL. You have Bobrovsky, who's won multiple Vezinas. They acquire Seth Jones, right, who was kind of buried in Chicago, not playing great hockey with the Blackhawks. Now he's a guy that's logging a lot of minutes, playing on the top power play. And then, I'll go back to that third line with Marchand, Anton Lundell, and Luosterainen. When you get 50 points combined from a third line, and Marchand among the leaders in road points and even strength points, he's got 4 goals in this series. He has an overtime winner. He's got a couple overtime winners here throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. You have to have a deep squad, clearly, to go on a run like this. You need a lot of luck. You need some, bodies to stay healthy. They've had that for the majority of these 3 years. It really is special. And, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if they're able to keep Sam Bennett or they find a way to keep Marchand for cheap, this is the team that I'm going to back again this time next year.
Chris, 10 seconds. Who's winning game 5?
I'll say the Oilers win game 5. Florida wins game 6. Edmonton will take in game 7.
No.
Ooh.
Another
I
game
like
7. Woo.
I think we'll have
Doesn't
to
get
see
much
it.
better
It's
than
just
that.
offense. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't. And hopefully we see it because it's been electric so far.
It's been very fun. Chris, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on. Enjoy the game on Saturday. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks for having me. Have a good show.
That is Chris Meany of NHL Fantasy, NHL.com. We have a little WNBA talk coming up next. Plus, Kenny won $4,000 on a NFL parlay that we need to figure out a little bit more details on. That's coming your way here on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. If you are listening and want to watch, you can do so over on YouTube or Twitch. Just search BetMGM network. Sam, before we hear from Kenny, we were talking with Chris Meany, who we just had on in this last segment from NHL.com in the break before he exited. He gave us an interesting stat that I want you to read.
So if Sam Bennett gets 5 more hits, he will be the first player in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs to lead the playoffs in goals and hits. It's never been done before. And Zach Hyman is your current hit leader, but he's not going to play. He's out. He has knocked himself out of the series. So 5 more hits from Bennett. Ideally, you play at least 2 more games. If you stay on the ice, rather. Hope he stays healthy. 5 hits away from being the postseason leader in goals and hits. It's never been done before. Never.
That's wild. Sam, what? And he's the leader for Conn Smythe right now too. Like, makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he should win if they win. I mean, he should be the guy. I would hate to see the Panthers win again and then give it to an Oiler again. Give it to the home team.
What if
give it to
the
team
Oilers win and they give it to a Panther?
Oh,
any shot of
zigzag. Oh, of course there is. I mean, Bennett's been unbelievable.
Yeah,
and it is sort of interesting how social media, not that social media is the end all be all, but the way that people are talking about McDavid, you know what that is. People are betting on him to score a goal, and he hasn't done that yet in the Stanley Cup final, but he's still been efficient. I mean, he's got 6 apples in 4 games. He's been diamond teammates up with great looks. It's not like he hasn't been effective. In fact, he took the puck last night. He went from goal to goal in about, 4.5 seconds and almost put one past Bob. And there's maybe 1 or 2 other players in the world that can do that. The skill and the finagling through the traffic and all that. He's unbelievable. But bettors are oftentimes very emotional and very emotionally driven by their bets. And you said yesterday, here we go again, number 1 prop, BetMGM, Connor McDavid to score. And he doesn't score, and what's the reaction? He sucks. He's overrated. Because he didn't hit your bet. He didn't score a goal. But he is the most talented player in hockey. And I guess we'll know in a couple days. Game 5, is on Saturday. Game 6 is on Tuesday. Game 7, if necessary, on Friday. We will know if he can rise his ability and get these clutch goals, because that's what he's going to be gauged by. What does he do when the temperature is hot? When it's put up or shut up? You've won 2, they've won 2, but your best players have to be your best players in 5, 6, and 7, and he will face that flack from legit media people if he doesn't execute down the stretch. That will happen. He does have to eventually crack that and get a goal, because then you'll have the writers and the analysts talking about that. It's one thing to see it on X and Instagram and TikTok, but the media will rightfully get into him if he doesn't score a goal the rest of the way.
He's plus 140 for an anytime goal. It's the second shortest odds. They still have faith in him, right? And maybe they,
100%.
Do you think there's any science is not the right term, but like him having this sort of odds is like, he hasn't scored yet. It's gonna happen eventually. So the books are not setting this any higher because they know he is Connor McDavid. Eventually something's going to happen.
Yeah, you can't give McDavid away. You can't put him $180, $2, because then you're just liable at those numbers. So they know you're going to bet it. It's very similar to Scheffler, who just teed off, by the way, at the U.S. Open, 5 over par. Scotty Scheffler, 9 shots back at the U.S. Open. And I didn't check until just now. Scheffler is to win 20-1. You pay that tax on the great players. If we had prop bets when Michael Jordan played, that playoff point number would never be 29.5. It would always be in the 30s. You just have to put it there. So you're always going to pay the premium on the great ones. You're seeing it on Scheffler here. Down 9 shots at a major. He's 20-1. That's insane. Connor McDavid hasn't scored yet. He's still one of the favorites to score a goal. I wonder what breaks first. We get an under, or McDavid scores a goal. I do wonder. I think that's a very even teeter-totter.
I'm going to say McDavid scores a goal back at home in Edmonton. Momentum's on their side. I think it's McDavid's time. Kenny, come on in here. Kenny told us earlier that Kenny hit I don't know how many legs, we'll find out talking to him in a second, but a NFL parlay during the season for 4K. So, Kenny, just give us more detail. How many legs was this?
Yes, Sammy was talking about being on a plane and betting, and it made me. This was actually back in 2022 NFL season, so this was a few years back. I'm not nearly as good at betting as I was back then, but it was emergency parlay actually. So I was in California. Betting obviously it's not even legal yet, I don't think, and it obviously wasn't at the time. So I was doing a lot of my betting through a friend, and I actually had to send him money to put this parlay in because I was down on the books a bunch of money. And so it was actually a four teams to win, and then an anytime touchdown, Kenneth Walker. So it was 5 legs actually total. $100 win 4K. Chargers money line, Raiders money line, Chiefs money line, 49ers, and like I said, Kenneth Walker touchdown. So I was on the plane. You guys are going to laugh when I got off the plane how I found out. Of course, I get off the plane, and I put my phone on Do Not Disturb because I knew my friend was going to text me of like what was going on because I didn't know what was going on during the whole flight. And I landed around the time of Sunday Night Football. And the way I checked is I looked on Instagram of all the teams because I already knew Kenneth Walker scored because actually as I was boarding, he scored the first touchdown of that game because I was boarding the late times as they were starting. That's how I was boarding. So that leg had already hit. So now I just needed all 4 teams to win. And the way I checked is I went to the Chiefs Instagram page, saw that they posted that they won, the Chargers, the 49ers, and so on. And the last one was the Raiders. And I see the video of Josh Jacobs. He's like a game-winning touchdown, 80 yards to win the game. He had like 33 carries. I'm looking here, 229 yards, 2 touchdowns. And yeah, so I ended up getting a big hit and not watching any of that transpire. So that was pretty cool to happen. So
it makes you want to go on another trip, right? Because you think, oh well, I'm pretty good at 30,000 feet. Like granted,
right?
You didn't handicap it at that height, but you had to figure out what was going on as you land. I'm just curious though, why not a score app like The Score or ESPN? Like why are you getting your scores on Instagram?
Well, no, that's why I did it because I knew if I went to the Score, this is why you guys are going to laugh. If I went to the Score app, I would have seen all the scores at once, and I would have, because the thing is, I had a good feeling the Chiefs were going to win. They were playing the Rams, who had a backup quarterback. The Niners, they were both pretty decent favorites, and I needed some more juice. And I remember the Raiders were around plus 300. My friend was texting me. He's like, why the Raiders? Like the Seahawks are better than them, and they're at home. And I was like, just trust me, bro. The Raiders, they're going to win. And so I knew that was the team because the Cardinals and the Chargers too. That was another one. Like the Chargers, they only ended up winning on like a 2-point conversion. So that was another one. But they ended up taking care of business. So it was one of those ones where I was just like, that's just what my brain went to. I guess I don't know. It's just Gen Z. That's a Gen Z thing. Going to Instagram to find out who won the game.
Gen Z thing. What account on Instagram do you go to? Like ESPN?
No, I just went to all the teams pages.
He went to the individual pages.
Oh, I missed that part. Kenny,
yeah,
what are we doing?
Yeah, so I went.
Make it easier on yourself.
Well, no, because I didn't want to know all at once. That's the whole thing. And
I wanted to
my stupid
peel
brain.
back the curtain one at a time.
Right.
Yeah, the reveal, the great reveal 4 times in a row. Let's go to this page. Oh, let's go to that page. We're getting warmer. Let's go to the 3rd page, door number 3.
Right.
Uh-oh. And then here's my only follow-up. After you found the first 3 all hit, how much time passed before you checked the 4th feed? Did you wait another 10 minutes?
A big inhale and a big exhale. A big inhale and a big exhale before I looked up the I think they were still Oakland Raiders. Maybe this was the first year in Vegas. Before I looked up their page, I was like, please tell me you guys won. Please tell me you guys. And the way that they won is the best. Just seeing the Josh Jacobs sprinting down the field, and I'm like, 4K, thank God. Because like I could have even like, obviously my friend I went into my friend's messages. He was texting me, so it was a really good moment. And yeah, I'm gonna do that this NFL season. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna put in a parlay, and we'll see what happens. Maybe that's my good luck.
You've got 4K to spend on flights. If you're winning 4K every time you're in the air, it's
That
pretty good payoff.
4K was gone the next week.
Kenny.
Kenny.
Everyone, please bet responsibly.
Kenny.
Please.
I see that Asia Wilson got hurt for the Aces, and that's not great because I was contemplating betting her at a bigger price to win the MVP. We were talking the other day about what do you do? Clark eventually is going to come back. Collier minus 375, Clark 4-1, Asia Wilson 18-1. I don't know how long she's out for, but I know that's not good to see the best player on the Aces go down.
No, she's doubtful for Friday's game, which she hasn't been ruled out. I don't think she's going to play. NBA injury status. You're doubtful, you're questionable, you're in. But the fact that she's not completely ruled out tells me that give her a game or two and she'll be back. So I don't think she's going to miss a whole lot of time. I'm just worried about, I know she's having a phenomenal individual season, but this team, the Aces, are just struggling. They cannot figure out their offense. And a lot of it is the addition of Jewel Lloyd, who's a phenomenal player. One of the best guards in the league. But you put her into a roster and her into a lineup where she's used to getting X amount of shots. Everyone on the Aces is used to getting X amount, and there's just not enough to go around. So I'm worried about this Aces team and the success that they have and how that potentially plays into Asia Wilson and her MVP candidacy. That would be my concern.
They'll be saying right now it's either Collier or Clark. I know we're up against it. Any bets tonight? Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, Vegas?
Atlanta. I'm laying the 12.5. I do not believe in this Sky team in their current form right now, so we're going to fade them. Atlanta's coming off a good win over the Fever, and they are one of the top teams, in my eyes, in the league. So I'm laying the 12.5 with the Dream. Coming up on the other side, we give you another check-in at the U.S. Open. Who's leading? Where do we go from here? That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
About 20 minutes from now, we got another guest on the show. We are going to be joined. Got to get my stuff here. I'm not organized right now. Matt Grissom, College World Series. That begins again today. 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow. So we will get his take on that. I will fully admit, I am not a college baseball expert by any means, which is why we need to turn to the expert. So Matt Grissom is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll get his bets for games today and tomorrow. We got to do another look in over at the U.S. Open, though. Some players are absolutely falling apart, and that's what we expected. Like, you're going to have rounds at the U.S. Open at this course where everything just kind of crashes and burns. That's happening right now with Jordan Spieth. He's 5 over so far in the day. Justin Thomas is, Sam, it can't get any worse for JT.
He allegedly, I didn't see it, but I got some texts about it. He 4-putted and turned a potential birdie into a double bogey. So that just kind of speaks volumes to the strength of this course and how tough these greens are. We were mentioning Victor Hovland, who was 1 shot back. He's 3 under, and then he double bogeys. So now he's 1 under. And does he unravel from there? He was favored at MGM to win the tournament going into that hole. So now your favorite is Sam Burns at plus 850. Of all people, of all the people that were at the top of the leaderboard, Sam Burns is now favored to win the U.S. Open. Then Spahn, then Hovland, Morikawa 12. Scheffler, I don't want to keep banging this drum on Scheffler, but I'm fascinated by how they price him live. So he birdied his last hole, and he went from 20 to 1 to 12 to 1. 1 birdie, and he dropped $8.
1 to 12 to 1.
I mean, it's insane. I mean, he's still so far back, but that's not how they look at it with the betting algorithm. That's not, you don't look at his score. You have to weigh in how they're going to bet him. And Scotty Scheffler makes 1 birdie, goes from 20 to 1 to 12 to 1. He's right around the projected cut line, which is plus 4 right now. That's the projected cut. He's 4 over. He's teetering on potentially not making the cut, and he's 12 to 1 to win the tournament.
The last time Scotty Scheffler missed a cut, August of 2020, FedEx St. Jude Championship. That was over 670 days ago. I wonder if there was, I'm sure there was, like, what was the line for Scheffler to miss the cut? What was the number prior to the start of?
I saw.
Do you have it?
I saw 7 to 1. One book had, and I think another book had 9 to 1.
It almost feels like that number should be bigger.
Scotty Scheffler. The problem with the cut prop is that they don't really give you the value on a lot of guys. Rory was 225 to miss the cut. So you triple that number and you get to Scheffler's range. It makes sense. You're never going to get, I mean, you're right. You should probably get bigger numbers on everybody, but that's sports betting. I mean, a guy like Aaron Judge should not be 2 to 1 to homer.
Right.
The guys that are 3 to 1 should probably be 4 to 1. The guys that are 4 to 1 should probably be 6 to 1. I mean, we can do an entire show on how sports books take advantage of you with these prices. And let's not even get into the anytime touchdown market. It's a joke. You know, you can go to a random game on an NFL Sunday with a point total of 47. So, you know, you do the math, 47 divided by 7. That's not a lot of touchdowns. That's, you know, like 6-7 touchdowns, but you'll have 8 guys around even money to score. You'll have other guys that are minus money to score. And it's just, there's no way those prices can be real. You can't have 5 players at minus whatever to score a touchdown, but that's how they get you. They tax the death out of that market. and then other people parlay them, and you don't get the true shake on that either. But that's always going to be the case when Scottie Scheffler is playing golf at this level, and he's got this prestige and this magnet for your money. He's going to be, he's never going to be out of it on the live leaderboard in terms of betting, but he's right around the cut line. This Tristan Lawrence has not teed off yet, and he's 3 under. His market right now to win, he's like, it works the other way too for a guy like that. So, Tristan Lawrence 3 under, 1 shot off the lead. You would think, oh, he's got to be right there at the top. No, he's 50-1 at BetMGM. So Scottie Scheffler, who's 9 shots off the lead, is 12-1, and Tristan Lawrence, who is 1 shot off the lead, is 50-1. Make that make sense.
I mean, the only way it makes sense is that this tournament is so volatile. Players that we saw have a good round yesterday are stinking it up today. Even Brooks, like, he had a good front 9, and he went off on the back 9. So his first 9 of the day, he was solid in. Back 9, not so much so far. He's 2 over on the day, started the back 9, or his front 9, his back 9, 2 bogeys. So he's bogeyed 18, 1, and 2. Like, he's falling apart. So that's the only thing that makes sense, is that this tournament is so up and down. There's you can't really predict what's going to happen round to round. Scottie Scheffler is still, though, Sam, minus 115 for a top 10 finish. That's second shortest odds. Sam Burns is the leader. Scottie Scheffler for a top 5 finish. Third shortest. I'll take that back. 4th shortest. You have Burns, Spahn, who hasn't gone off, and Hovland ahead of Scheffler. I just saw Scottie Scheffler, and I don't know if this was a replay or what hole he was on, but I have the TV on in front of me, and he's slamming his club down on wherever he was on the course. We don't see that from Scottie Scheffler all that much. Like, he's pretty calm, cool, and collected. He's not getting all heated and slamming clubs in most tournaments. So just goes to show what these guys are dealing with and the ups and downs throughout.
Obviously, I don't think Lawrence is going to win this event, and the books don't either. I mean, it's very apparent what's happening. People are going to bet Scheffler. People are not going to bet Lawrence. I was kind of having some fun with that, but it is wild in a vacuum to just look at the leaderboard and see a guy 1 off the lead and he's 50, and then another guy is 9 off the lead and he's 12, 14. It's something that makes me wonder, is this ever going to be fair betting Scottie Scheffler ever again? And I think the answer is no. As for things that I'm looking at, so DeChambeau hasn't teed off yet. He goes at 1:14 Eastern, and he wasn't good yesterday. But I don't ever want to rule this guy out on a course like this. I think he putts better today. Just because a guy didn't play well yesterday doesn't mean it's going to translate into today. If anything, I would be looking to bet more Bryson, and you can find him top 10 plus 150 right now. I don't really want to add win equity. MGM's got 18-1 now. That's a pretty decent price. The Green Book has 12. MGM has 18. I think I'm going to steal that from now on. You went Green Book, Blue Book. I love that.
Yeah.
It's a great way
that's how we talk about the books on the Better Angle. We go Green Book, Blue Book, BetMGM. I mean, we talk about them all the time. Gold Book, gold standard of betting. BetMGM.
No, I like BetMGM more than Gold Book. But Green Book, Blue Book is very good.
Yeah.
PointsBet back in the day would have been Red Book, but PointsBet is no
Red
more.
Book.
PointsBet has morphed into something else. DeChambeau 18-1 again. Don't necessarily love that, but I think you can attack these other markets like top 10. If you feel froggy, you can go top 5. He's almost 3-1 top 5. But I do expect Bryson to still finish top 10. I was adamant about that. I was banging the table about that. He was minus 105 coming into the tournament to be a top 10 guy. And I still think that is very likely. So people always want to know, what's the bet? What should we do? Mm-hmm. What I'm thinking about doing is adding more Bryson to finish top 10, though. Not to win, not top 5. Now, people get greedy. People see big numbers and go, oh, 18-1. He was 7-1. He was 8-1. They usually don't want to give away good numbers on guys like Bryson. So that's just how I feel. Rahm, by the way, has gone from the favorite last night into this morning. John Rahm is now 18-1. So he has had a rough stretch. Rahm right now is 3 over. He's down 17 positions today.
He's getting close to that projected cut line. Scheffler's now 5 over, by the way, so he is on the other side of it, the bad side. But to your point of Bryson, like everyone coming into the tournament, like talked about how his game is perfect for this course because he can just bomb it, right? So if you're going to be looking at anyone who you want to maybe play in a top 20, top 10 type of market, like I think he's probably a decent look because his game, despite how tough this course is and how it's showing for most guys out here, like his game probably does stack up the best of where you can get odds and where he's at in the tournament. Sam, I threw this out. I think it was Wednesday. Well, it was Wednesday because it was before the tournament started that we were doing our draft. My guy, Brian Harmon, I didn't bet it. And I remember you saying like, if you have to put something on it because when you don't, he's going to win. I mean, he hasn't gone off today. He's 1 over, but he's tied for 18th right now, sitting close to the top. I can't remember exactly what he was, but it was something like, I guess I'm just kind of throwing out a number, 100-1. Mm-hmm. Did anyone think Brian Harmon had a chance? I certainly didn't because I didn't bet it. I kind of like the spot he's sitting in right now.
Look, this would be the time to pounce on somebody you believe in. And, you know, there's a slew of guys. Granted, they're off the lead, but here are some guys that haven't teed off yet today. Siwoo Kim, you have him right now, BetMGM. He's near the top, but he's still 18-1. If he puts together a 3 under round today, he's going to be 5 under. And then what does the number do? So if you're looking to pick somebody that hasn't teed off yet, you know, he's one of the first guys that comes to mind. Ben Griffin is 1 under. You can find Ben Griffin 25-1. Let's see. Morikawa is even. I'm not a Morikawa guy. I will not bet that. Morikawa, actually, he just bogeyed the first hole, so let's skip through him. Bobby Mack, Robert McIntyre, even money. He's going to tee off relatively soon. He's 4 off the lead. You can find him at 40-1. And then the other guys, obviously, Oberg and DeChambeau. Luda right now to win outright is 25-1. He's got some work to do, but look, these guys can do work. These are some of the best golfers on planet Earth. Oberg, Schauffele, Ben Griffin, Bobby Mack, DeChambeau. You know, you get rewarded if you're right today, because while they're off the lead, you can really cut into that deficit today if you put in a good round, and if you pick the right person, you'll be in a good spot. I would still go DeChambeau though, top 10, and that's moving right now. The Green Book just went to $1.25. It was $1.50 5 seconds ago, it feels like. So that's how I feel. I am not quitting on Bryson, not doing it.
Are you concerned at all that the guys going off in the afternoon are at a disadvantage? That's what we saw yesterday. Everything kind of greens change a little bit, fairways get a little rougher, or firmer, I should say. That we saw everyone who went off late in the day yesterday struggle a little bit more than those going off early. Now, we don't have all that many great scores from the early guys, other than Sam Burns and Victor Hovland, but there's only, of everyone who's gone off, there's only 4 players that are shooting below par for this round.
I'm not too concerned, and weather's not going to be a factor today. The wind is almost non-existent in Plum, Pennsylvania right now. Tomorrow will get interesting, though, because you have the rain, right? 50% chance of rain tomorrow and a 50% chance of rain on Sunday. That will certainly impact the way the greens are running and the putting is taking place. So it should be a great weekend. And I imagine if you took a snapshot of this leaderboard right now at 11:14 a.m. Eastern on Friday, Spawn, Lawrence, Burns, Kim, Hovland, there's a decent chance that none of those 5 are in front by the time we get to Saturday, and definitely Sunday when the cream always rises. But look, JJ Spawn, 4 under. Awesome. Can you do it again today? The books are saying, we'll see. He's 4 under, but he's still 10-1. He's not even favored to win right now. So there's a little disbelief there, and it obviously makes sense. But my advice would be to take a golfer you like at even money, 1 over, 2 over. Take a shot.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say JJ Spawn doesn't shoot 4 under again today. That's going to be pretty tough to repeat. All right, coming up next, we talk with Matt Grissom. College World Series back in action today. That's next here on BetSweat.
You're listening to BetSweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We're taking you down south to Arkansas. College World Series continues on today. We've got two matchups this afternoon. Arizona against Coastal Carolina. That's at 1 p.m. Central. And then Louisville and Oregon State, 6 p.m. Central later this evening. We go to the bar now. That's not something I have ever said on a show at 10:20 in the morning, but we are going straight to the bar right now. Matt Grissom, Matt Grissom joins us now tell us where you are at exactly, Matt.
I'm at Rocco's Cantina and Pizzeria. It's right across from Charles Schwab Field, where the College World Series will get started here in about 3 hours.
I love that. So this is the bar that has the Jello Shot Challenge right in the middle of Omaha. And I believe, I've never been there, but from what I can gather on social, every team has a fridge, and every team's fridge has Jello shots. And they do the counter throughout the week. And then it's usually an SEC school that wins the Jello Shot Challenge. I saw this morning LSU was right near the top, if not in top. How does that all transpire from start to finish with the Jello shots?
So I was talking to the owner of Rocco's, and he decided he wanted to incorporate some sort of challenge off the baseball field, and it was surrounded by taking shots. And fast forward now, I think LSU broke the record of 68,888. That's almost 70,000 Jello shots. You know how insane that is. There is no way I think we even get close. They changed. They're sponsored by a different Jello shot. They're pretty potent. We've had probably about half a dozen since we've been here. Not this morning, but last night and Wednesday night. It's a great competition. Murray State actually jumped out to the lead in this, because who doesn't want to root for the fourth seed, the tier for the fourth time? So you love to see it. This is a competition that all the fans can help their team win, unlike when we get on the diamond.
What is the atmosphere like outside the bar? Because I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you at, where is this bar where games are being played today?
Yes, it is right across the street.
Okay, so what's the atmosphere all around the stadiums and outside of it?
So Omaha just sells out for the College World Series. So everything is marketed around the 8 teams that make it. So everywhere you go, there's banners for every team. There's places to get autographs for the fans. So it's literally like 8 fan bases, 8 cities where these universities are. They're all here together. And it's just a really magical thing. I guess the closest thing you could compare it to would be like the Final Four, with everybody playing at the same stadium, but you get 8 teams here. And it's just, I've got LSU fans beside me. I've got Arkansas fans beside me, all buying Jello shots at 10:24 in the morning. So that should tell you alone what kind of vibes there are going on. The games don't start till 1. It's going to be a long day.
So Matt does a lot of really solid work, college baseball, NCAA insiders. I lean on him for all my college baseball. Let's get to the bets, because as you know, we are a betting show. You got the 2 games today, 2 tomorrow, 2 Eastern, Arizona and Coastal, and then 7 Eastern, Louisville, Oregon State. Of those 2 games, do you have a bet that you love?
Yeah, I laid it with Oregon State. I think it was minus 160. And then I would probably bet that up to minus 180. Patrick Forbes and Dax Whitney are going to go up against each other. 2 really good pitchers. This is a big park. I also like the under. I don't know if it's still at 9.5, but so that's the play. And then Arizona, they've been on a run since the Big 12 tournament. I think they play Coastal close. If you remember, Coastal's here because they dominated Auburn in Game 2. Game 1 was really close. Came in a weather delay, kind of got weird. And I'm not discrediting the chance, because I think they've got a really good shot at coming out of bracket 1. But this offense hasn't been good. Now you increase the park size and you've got wind blowing in. I think they're going to struggle to manufacture runs. I could see Arizona playing them close. I bet them on the run line plus 1.5 at even money, and the under correlated with that.
Who, player-wise, are you keeping your eye on in the 2 games going on today?
Dax Whitney's probably the best pitcher on that side of the bracket, and he's a true freshman. Riley Eichhoff's going to go for Coastal. He's a redshirt senior, so Kevin Schnall is going with an experienced arm. I think really all the teams here have solid pitching staffs, and that's what you need in Omaha. And then tomorrow's games, Cade Anderson or Anthony Einstein for LSU, they've got two true aces versus Zach Root for Arkansas. That's going to be a huge matchup on the mound. I think it goes under for sure. And the winner of that one, obviously in the driver's seats, come out of bracket 2. However, if it happens to be Arkansas that loses, I love their pitching depth to come back from the losers bracket. So if you don't already have a ticket, you see that they're plus 210 right now, the shortest shot. I almost not want them to lose, but it would make things very interesting to see what that number is if they did lose to LSU in game 1, because I still think there's a lot of value in buying back on them.
Well, anybody that listened to you before the season hopes they don't lose and doesn't have to deal with that, because you were giving out Arkansas like 9-1, 950. Maybe there was a stale 10 out there. And my follow-up to you was, we know they have the pitching. Can they hit? And I asked you that question in mid-February or early March. They have delivered and knocked down everything in their way. Every roadblock has been knocked down. Can they finish this off? I mean, it's one thing to be the favorite. It's another thing to win it as the favorite. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can. I actually think it was my co-host there, Hugh, that smirked at me when I said, the 2024 Razorback team, they didn't have a single player hit over 1,000 OPS, and this year they should have 4 or 5. They actually have 6. So top to bottom, that lineup is so stacked. The pitching staff is deep. It always has been. I really do think this is the year. This is Dave Van Horn's 10th trip as a head coach to the College World Series, and he has not won one. He is second on the all-time list of wins without a championship, second to Mike Martin. You got to get off that list. That's not a good one to be on.
Talking with Matt Grissom, co-founder of the NCAA Insiders. Matt, once we get to this stage of the playoffs, are there any trends in like the totals tightening up a little bit, or games being lower scoring? Or is it still just, a lot of these lines are priced minus 9.5 for most of these games, and that's just standard?
Yeah, obviously when you limit it from 305 college baseball teams to 64 and then 16 and now 8, the books get a little sharper. The totals are going to be a lot lower here, like 2.5 runs, just because they know that the big park factor here. I think you've just kind of got to lean in on the pitching staff of these teams and less on who's getting hits. It's 408 to center. So if you see a team that is hitting a lot of home runs, they probably aren't going to do that here. So it's going to come back down to pitching, fielding percentage. And that's where Arkansas, they're number one in fielding. They're number one in creating runs. They're number one in XFIP and Sierra in the field that's remaining. So not to nerd out on you too bad, but, weighted runs and Sierra is how we use our model on our website. And it's been successful for us throughout the season. So we lean on it once again for the postseason.
It's very difficult to focus on your answer when there are people behind you pummeling Jello shots. There was a guy in a blue shirt.
Get that?
You're giving your answer.
Oh, no, he was like on my shoulder.
It's 10:30 in the morning out there in Omaha, and
what are you
people
gonna
are
do?
Getting after it. I need to get down there. On the scale of 1 to 10, in terms of your favorite sporting events, where does this rank?
Oh, number 1, hands down. I've been to the Sugar Bowl. I've been to the Final Four. I've been to SEC championship in both basketball and football. This blows all of them out of the water. And it's
So you
because
gave
you've got so many teams here. Like you just get to see so much more than just like going to a single game of, team A versus team B.
You said you liked Oregon State today. That's the late game. Let's talk Murray State. You brought up Murray State had the lead in the shot column. I don't think that's going to last when you got LSU and Arkansas there.
Nope.
But
I think LSU
nice,
already took it back.
Yeah, at Rocco's in Omaha, the live Jello shot challenge. But let's talk about the game tomorrow. UCLA is $2.50. Geez, 250, 275, 310 at the Blue Book. Is it a dumb bet to take a flyer on the Racers? Murray State, you can get, 220, 230. Any interest in the dog tomorrow?
Yeah, I think what Dan Skirk has done with Murray State is phenomenal. And who doesn't want to root for an underdog? He is doing it just with solid fielding and timely hitting. This is a park, like I've said, you don't have to hit the home runs. That's not what Murray State's good at. They're good at singles and doubles, triples. That intrigues me against the UCLA pitching staff that I'm not completely sold on. I feel like they kind of walked through their super regional with UTSA. With respect to the Roadrunners, they took it to Texas, but they just didn't show up against UCLA. I think it was more of a disappointment on UTSA's part than, UCLA is really good. I think Murray State plus 2.5 on the run line is a no-brainer, and then sprinkle some on that money line because the Racer love here in Omaha. Everybody here that doesn't have a team affiliation that I have asked, they say Coastal or Murray State, and it's predominantly Murray State. Everybody's rooting for the Racers.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a public underdog, right? That's probably going to lose.
Yep.
Maybe 7-5 though to cover the run line. I really appreciate you. I texted you last night and said, "Hey, can you come on the show?" I did not know you were going to be joining us live from Rocco's, which is unbelievable. I think you're done.
I hope that's okay.
You're done after this, right? Like no more work?
No.
Okay.
I wish.
All right. So you're not done. Okay. Well, I was going to say, what's the over-under when you're done with work today? What's the over-under on red shots for Arkansas? I make it 5.5 for Matt Grissom.
Oh, you were dead on from last night, but I'm not feeling the best, Sammy. I'm going to take it easy today.
I was going to say,
I'm telling you,
I was going to take the over
potent.
on that. Maybe you need more to help you feel a little bit better.
Get back on
hair
it.
of the dog, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. Those
gotta
little
save it
things
for
are
tomorrow.
strong.
Yeah. You got
On
to
one
get your
hand,
best
you're
with
like
your plays.
you're getting intoxicated. On the other hand, you kind of feel like you're 3 and eating just a bowl of Jello. It doesn't
What's
really
gonna
set
happen
well.
Next year, if I can make it down there next year, I'm going to rock about 9 of them, and then I'll just disappear, and you won't see me the rest of the night. That's what's going to happen.
Sounds about right. Little
That's
Irish
about what
goodbye
I
for
did
the
last
Sam.
night. Yeah, Irish goodbye. Until next time.
All right, Matt, well, we appreciate you taking the time from the bar. Love to see it. Enjoy your time there, and we will talk to you again soon. Appreciate you jumping on.
Most unconventional interview ever. I appreciate y'all having me. Y'all have a good day.
I
Go
love
catch
this.
some tickets.
Oh,
That
man.
is Matt
So
Grissom,
good.
co-founder, NCAA Insiders. That's my first interview I've done with someone from a bar, I think, especially this early in the morning.
Oh, I've been interviewed from a bar many times. That's when he said, "Is this okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's fine."
Yeah.
If anybody has anything wrong with it, call me. He's joining us steps away from the College World Series at the hottest
Can't
bar
get any
in
better
town.
than that.
My favorite though was when he was breaking down one of the games on Friday, and you saw the guy in the blue shirt,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just walk right behind him and just slug a shot of Jello. That's what it's all about. That's what the College World Series is all about, Kate.
That is one sporting event I have not been to, and I would really love to go. But I feel like if I do it, I need to do it soon, because the older I get, the harder it is to recover. And so I can't be doing 5, 6, 7 Jello shots one night, especially if these are that as strong as they are. And I mean, you mix in a couple other cocktails. You're not just totally eating Jello all night. I'm not sure I could do that 2-3 days in a row.
I could.
Yeah,
I
you're
could
like,
find
yeah,
the power.
you baby.
I could do it. No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
So he likes Oregon State today, and he likes Murray State tomorrow on the run line, taking 2.5. So wise man. He also talked about Arkansas 9-1 before the season.
Great stuff from Matt Grissom. All right, we wrap things up on the other side. Our lightning bets coming your way here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Got our lightning bets coming your way here on Bet Sweats. Sammy P, Kate Constable, wrapping the week up for you. Joe O will be back on Tuesday next week, so you get one more day of me on Monday with Sam, and then Joe returns, and I'm sure you guys will have plenty to talk about with Joe's Little League tournament he's at. Not quite the same as College World Series. I don't think Joe is shooting back. Well, I guess you never know. Do you think Joe's a Jellichek guy? Something tells me
I think in the right setting, he could be. I can tell you on the 12-hour plane ride on the BetMGM flight, that seat 1E next to me would be pummeling Jello shots on that flight for sure.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I have heard that Joe can throw some back though. I've heard Joe's a pretty good drinker.
100%. He does
like
it.
He
does
can
it
go
when
all
the
day
time
if
is
he
right.
wants. Yeah.
He has a switch though. He can live off and turn on. No doubt. I've seen it many times. I wish I didn't live on. I live
on
story.
too.
Well,
Sam, next time you are in Chicago visiting, I want to go out with you guys. Me, you, Joe, whoever else, Gertch in the area, Kenny.
I'm trying to set up. What I want to do. I've talked about this for a couple of weeks. I want to do that Monday night Bears Vikings. I think we can get everybody together. Maybe do the show on Monday from the Score, and then go to the tailgate at 1 or 2 o'clock, because the tailgate that I go to gets after it really early. They get there on a Sunday at like 5 or 6 a.m. Not to party, but to set up, and then they start getting after it about 8. So for a Monday night game, I'm guessing they're going to start cracking about 2 or 3 o'clock. So that would be the date to circle. I'm going to be in for it. I'm trying to get Joe to come down. Gertch has said maybe he could come down. That would be the next day, September 8th. That's a Monday night. Bears play the Vikings week number 1. That would be a pretty fair day to get everybody together.
All right. I think I can make that work. I think that'd be pretty fun. Let's go to some lightning bets here. Well, before we get into that, Aces and Wings, WNBA. Asia Wilson is likely not going to be playing today, which means Jewel Lloyd, I think, is going to be the one to step up. And I mentioned earlier in the show that with Jewel Lloyd coming into this lineup, it's kind of thrown a wrench into things and just their chemistry. So my curiosity is, with Asia Wilson out tonight, does Jewel Lloyd take over? Like, is this a big game where all of a sudden she's going to be the focal point of that offense a little bit more and get some of her shots? So I would look. I'm not officially playing in it just because the Aces have been so funky all season. I'm not quite sure what is going on with them. The Wings are a terrible team. They're 1-10. I don't want to back them to cover, but I would look towards Jewel Lloyd to go over her points prop today. I believe that is set around 13.5, and I think that's a very, very doable number for her to go over. So with that, we also need to go back to our conversation early on in the show, Sam, with the home runs. You're going to Yankees Red Sox tonight. I told you I'd give you a home run better, and you said you were going to try and predict who I give out. So I need to tell you first, though, right?
That would be,
you wrote it down?
That would be the fairest way to do it, because I literally have it right here. If I show you mine, look, I trust you.
Then I can switch in my brains. Okay.
Easier to pivot if I give you my answer first. So you said that you were going to play a Red Sox to homer, and I don't think you went Devers. I don't think that's your bet, but who are you going with?
Let me tell you, I did not go Devers. I am going Trevor Story.
Look at that.
No way.
Look at that. Bang.
Wow.
Bang.
Wow.
Look at that.
You should just win the bet for that, Sam. You are Sam the Mentalist.
No,
tell me
all the time.
Tell me your thought process of me picking Trevor Story. That's what I'm going to find most intriguing. Come on.
I'm not telling you anything. No way.
I would continue complaining with you, but I know you're not going to budge. All right, fine. Trevor Story, 7-1, is the best price I'm seeing right now. I will do some shopping on that, but he's been good against Yarbrough.
You are so flustered right now. I love this.
I don't like it. I don't like this. I know. I don't like it because you are handicapping as Kate. So you are clearly trying to decide how I look at games and look at stats for this to happen. I had it down to 2 and I went with the guy that I would bet. So I wasn't necessarily handicapping because
the other guy was Ref Snyder, but I thought there's no way you go Rob Ref Snyder. Yeah, I didn't think you'd go.
No. Of the two, yeah. And you guys know my baseball knowledge. Like, I'm not a hardcore baseball person. Of the two, like, Trevor Story is the more notable name in my mind. So, like, that makes sense that you would then go there. But he's faced Yarbrough before. He's done very good against him. Hits lefties really well. And Yarbrough has not given up too many home runs to lefties. So I went with the righty. So Trevor Story, 7-1, Sam. You can thank me later.
One more time for the boys and girls.
That's pretty impressive.
I mean, you can't do that every day. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and there was a lot of luck in there. As for lightning bets, okay, so I fundamentally look, you're supposed to bet the right number. And yesterday we talked about Hartenstein over 5.5. They clipped it. They posted it. I did beat the books yesterday, which is all over the country on our Odyssey stations. And it was over 5.5 minus 110. You look at the prices now. If you want to go 5.5 over, you're laying $1.30, $1.38. I would not do that. I'm not laying $1.30, $1.38 on props. Let's, for the sake of the show, stick with it. I'm also very pleased that the room is shorting Hartenstein. So whatever. Let's get weird. BetMGM right now has over 6.5 points for Hartenstein at plus 110. If it lands 6, I'm going to be very sad because I will win mine and everybody that chases will lose. But this is about the community and it's about making bets together and cashing tickets together. So let's go Hartenstein over 6.5 points at plus 110. Please land 7 and not 6. Please 7. I don't think he's going to fly over it, but I promise you at the Red Sox game, I'm going to be counting 1, 2, 3. That's all I need. 3 buckets. 1, 2, 3. 3 dunks, 3 layups, 3 floaters, whatever. And then the rest of us will need a free throw that pile on today. So that's my favorite look. And then in baseball, I am going to the game. I like the under. I think Yarbrough is going to be a little bit better than he was in the last start. How about a 3-2 final with a Trevor Story walk-off in the bottom of the ninth? Under 8.5.
Wouldn't that just be magical? That would be phenomenal. And then I got to quit while I'm ahead. 2 homers, 2 games. We'll see if it can happen. I like the under, and I think you're muted, Sam.
I muted myself. I got so excited. I was going to say, here's the reality. This is our most listened to segment usually in downloads because people do love bets.
Right.
People are going to bet Story because of me and you. They will do it, and you will feel it if it hits, and it's the best feeling in the world.
Well, I just bet it myself, so I hope it hits, Sam. I'm like riding high on my luck right now. I'm hoping that luck translates over to the hardwood tonight. WNBA play. I like the Atlanta Dream minus 12.5. The Sky team is just they're not a good basketball team to begin with. They're really struggling right now. Granted, they did just play the Liberty, who are the top team in the league, but the Dream are a really good team as well. And they've had a ton of success. And with Courtney Vandersloot out for Chicago, like, this offense is struggling just to get into its sets and like figure things out. And without her on the floor, I don't have faith in Chicago going forward, at least for the time being. So I will lay the 12.5 with the Atlanta Dream in the NBA Finals tonight. I talked about Pascal Siakam over his points prop. I'm going to go with that over 19.5. I am also going to go, this is going to be a veteran game tonight for the NBA Finals. I'm going to go Alex Caruso over his point prop as well. That is 9.5. Caruso hit a couple good shots, a couple big threes in that last game, but he also had some key turnovers and was just not as sound as he typically is. He's a player that I trust and trust to bounce back. Asking for 10 points. I think the guy's going to hit 2-3 threes. All you know they need is, a couple free throws, another bucket, and I think Alex Caruso could come away with a steal or two to help him in that area. So Caruso over points at 9.5, Siakam over points at 19.5, and the Atlanta Dream minus 12.5 for me.
Quick update on Scotty Scheffler, because this is still very funny to me. Scheffler is 5 over. He is under the projected cut line, and BetMGM and other books have him around 15-1. He's nine shots off the lead at one of the toughest courses in America, and he's still one of the favorites to win this event. It's not something I would bet. I added more Bryson, and Bryson tees off in a couple hours. I added more Bryson at plus 150 to be top 10. But, Kate, the premium on Scotty Scheffler is as real as it gets in these major tournaments.
And Sam, Scotty was plus 7 off the lead going into today. No one has ever won the U.S. Open when 7 off the lead after the first round. At least since, I guess I should caveat that, since 1998. So it's been quite some time. Something tells me this is not Scotty's tournament. U.S. Open, a win there, not happening for the good old Scotty Scheffler. Sam, make a couple Jello shots before your game tonight. Go enjoy it. Have a great weekend. We will both be back on Monday. Joe O back in on Tuesday. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you have some winning tickets tonight. Have a great weekend. We will see you next time. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM. The sports book born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
All right, we are off and running on a Friday. It is Friday the 13th, a scary good edition here of You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, Jared Smith, in for Nick and Femi today. Yes, both are off. Of course, Nick usually off on summer Fridays. Femi, we wish him the best of luck. He's moving today. I don't wish that upon my worst enemy. Moving is probably one of the worst things you can do, but I'm sure Femi will handle things very well. You can, of course, watch us live here 24/7 on the BetMGM network. We will be with you for the next 4 hours, and you can also listen to us live on the free Odyssey app. Check us out also on Twitch, YouTube, and, of course, the BetMGMnetwork.com. Follow us on X at You Better You Bet. Follow me on X or IG at Jared Smith Bets. You can also follow the network on X at the BetMGM network. And of course, at 6 o'clock Eastern, it'll be our NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Of course, you can watch the NBC Sports Now, a free 24/7 streaming channel on NBC Sports. And it's our Peacock Power Hour, also available on Roku, Pluto, and Zumo. And we've got a stacked crew for you today. A bit of a skeleton crew. Still got Bill Zimmerman behind the scenes as our EP pulling all the strings. And our man, Tyler Morales, boots on the ground today at Oakmont. So he will not be in, but we do have Sean Hall filling in. Brian Gertch also in for Mike Brown. And a man of many talents. Not only running the board today, but also co-hosting the show. He is Jake Hassan. Follow him on X at Jake_Hassan. I think that's kind of fitting, Jake, because pulling double duty today, pal. How you doing?
I am great, Jared. As far as Femi moving, the only thing that's worse than that is what I am doing in about 2 weeks is moving for the 5th time in 5 years. And it's the worst. Yeah. And I hate it.
Why are you moving so much? I moved around a lot when I was younger, too, for different jobs when I had to go from city to city. But I'm assuming you're staying in Chicago.
Well, I am staying in Chicago, but at my big age of 27, it's as you get older, famously, you live with roommates to start. I lived with a couple of my college friends, and then and they've had longtime girlfriends, so slowly they start moving in with their significant others and start chipping away. And so every single year, another friend would move in with their girlfriend, and I'm now left in the cold. It's now just going to be me. So we are riding solo dolo. I am out of friends, which is fine because it's going to be awesome to live alone, which I'm very much looking forward to.
That was a big shift for me. I remember the first time I lived alone, it was my late 20s as well. I was in roommates for the most part of my 20s. I wasn't making any money. You know, I think my first job out of college, I made like $800 a month for the Trenton Thunder. Like it was bad for the first few years. And then eventually, you know, you made a little bit of money there. But we wish you the best of luck too with moving. Moving is the worst. I think moving is like on par with like going to the dentist. Things that is just like you just dread them. And
it's the worst.
Although once you get to the new place and you get all your stuff set up, there's like this new and exciting, you know, fresh start feel. But the actual act of moving is terrible. All right, let me before we get into the proceedings here in the top of the show, we do have a really exciting show for you today. Bill booked a great show coming up in about 40 minutes. James Boyd, Colts beat writer for The Athletic. Actually, Jake, this is one of your guests. So fantastic job getting James. We have a lot of interesting things happening, not only in the NFL, but with the Indianapolis Colts, of course, Anthony Richardson's injury. It's kind of making the rounds, and we'll see what the latest is with that. He's going to come on at 3:40 Eastern. Then at the top of the next hour, Bob Nightingale from USA Today, talk a little baseball. I read an article today saying that home runs are down and a lot of distance on home runs are down. I'm curious Bob's thoughts on that. We'll talk to him at 4 o'clock Eastern. 5 o'clock Eastern, Frank Schwab, you know him, you love him, comes on the show all the time, covers the NFL and sports betting for Yahoo Sports. He'll come on as well, share some thoughts on what is happening across the NFL. Then at 5:40 Eastern, Johnny Venezia does a great job covering not only Major League Baseball, but also college baseball, College World Series starting up. I saw the Rocco's Jello Shot stuff is starting to get into full swing. So we will get his thoughts on what is taking place in Omaha. And then our Peacock Power Hour, it's a Friedel Friday. Nick Friedel, NBA insider at Odyssey, will join us at 6:20 Eastern, and then we'll wrap things up, Gambling Night in America, 6:40 Eastern, with our pal Brad Thomas, betting analyst for NBC Sports. But we start today, Jake, with what was just an incredible Game 4 on the ice last night in Sunrise, Florida. An instant classic. Panthers had a 3-0 lead after the first period. This game was done and dusted, and then the Oilers make it 3-3, took the lead late in the third period. And then, of course, as it seems to be the case in almost every single Stanley Cup Finals game, a late goal pushes it to overtime. But then Edmonton, Leon Draisaitl, it is his 4th game-winning goal in overtime of this postseason, the most ever in one postseason of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And Edmonton will take a 2. They won the game, and then we'll get an even 2-2 series heading back to Alberta for Game 5. So, Jake, just your thoughts overall on what you saw last night. Because personally, once Florida went up 3-0, I thought this game was over, but the Oilers showed a ton of fight.
It's just been the story of the Oilers postseason, right? Like, how many times do we have to see this before we're used to it? They do this every single series. They did it against the Stars. They did it in the Western Conference Finals. Every single round of the playoffs, the Oilers do this where they seem dead in the water, and they come all the way back. I'm not even shocked at this point anymore. And now it seems like we're destined for a 7-game series. So that's really awesome. From a pure sports fan standpoint, it was awesome. It was great. I mean, I was hanging out with some friends and we're watching the game and same thing. We're like, all right, Florida's got this. They're going to go up. They're probably just going to go on and win the cup now and put this thing away. And Edmonton comes storming back and we're watching this like, and of course, Jared, we did the thing where Edmonton scores their first goal and they start to chip away and we all look at each other and we're like, should we bet the Oilers right now? Like we should, right? And you're talking about it and you don't pull the trigger and you're sitting there with your hands on your head, like feeling like an idiot because you're just watching the money go that you could have had just go down the drain. It's terrible. But I mean, it's honestly not even surprising anymore. But I think the most surprising part about this is that it's still a Connor McDavid no-show. Like, he's still in the back of a milk carton, and Edmonton's got this thing tied and come from behind and win that game last night without arguably the best player on the ice. It's insane that they keep doing this without him.
Yeah, that is the most intriguing thing. But you would think at some point, Draisaitl's been fantastic in the entire postseason, and you would think at some point if they get elite games from one or both of those guys. And I know Draisaitl scored the game winner in overtime, but for the most part, it was the role players for Edmonton that really led the comeback charge. If they do get one of those 3 like hat trick kind of games from who's very capable, Connor McDavid, you would think Edmonton is going to roll in this series, or at least take care of home ice. I think that's the key, because now as we flip back to Game 5, basically it's a pick 'em, right? Florida was already, because they were not having home ice in the series, you would think that Edmonton would have been a big favorite in the series. They weren't. Florida was the better team power ratings wise, but Edmonton had home ice. So the series line before the series started was pretty, even. I think it was like Edmonton minus 120, minus 130. You gave them a slight edge for being the home team, but not significant. And now you're seeing it almost a pick 'em. Oilers minus 115, Panthers minus 105 on the series line. The more intriguing number to look at is when you look at the correct series result, the market cannot make up its mind. And I think that kind of tells you what kind of toss-up series this has been. Oilers 4-2 is plus 290. Oilers 4-3 is plus 230. Panthers 4-2 is plus 260. Panthers 4-3 is plus 275. Like there is no favorite really for who is going to win the series and in how many games. I agree with you. I think 7 games makes sense, but I also would not be surprised. I think Edmonton's going to win Game 5 back at home. I would not be surprised if the Oilers can win it in 6. But as a fan, I would prefer to see a 7-game series. Does that make sense?
It makes a ton of sense. And honestly, I think you're right. It's a coin flip, but I lean more towards Edmonton to win the series in 7 because like we were just talking about, Connor McDavid's been in witness protection this whole series. Does anyone really think that's going to be the case for the entire series for the last couple of games? Like at some point, you're going to get the Connor McDavid game. And I'm not saying that we have to go bet 2+ goals or a hat trick for McDavid, but he's going to show up at some point, and that makes me think that Edmonton has the edge in the series because once he shows up, that gives you already another boost, and the series is tied. Like you're not coming from behind. You're tied. It's a coin flip, and once he shows up, I think that gives Edmonton the edge. I'm leaning towards them in 7 for sure.
Yeah, and Bennett had another goal last night. He's the favorite right now to win the Conn Smythe, which is actually surprising because the Oilers are the favorite to win the series. Slightly, not significantly, but there's a pretty big gap between Bennett and Draisaitl right now. And that's the more interesting thing. If the Oilers win the series, my vibe was, well, how can Connor McDavid not win the Conn Smythe? Because remember, the Conn Smythe, people, it is not just the Stanley Cup round. It is the entire postseason for the MVP. So I think that's what makes it a little bit more intriguing to bet a Connor McDavid at plus 290, because you would think if McDavid, let's say in game 6, let's say the Oilers win game 5, it's a low scoring game, McDavid, average or kind of milk carton kind of game. And then you go back to game 6 in Florida and he scores like the game winning goal, or he has like a big game in game 6 and they win the cup. Even though he's been relatively silent for pretty much the entire series, I still think that would be that one, right? Recency bias, a hell of a drug. I think that would be the last kick to get McDavid across the finish line. And let's be honest, you're getting the best player on the ice. And I know he has not been the best player on the ice during the Stanley Cup final round, but he's the best player on the ice. And the media still knows that, and they're voting for the award. I think that would be a little bit of value to me, because right now the Oilers are a slight favorite to win the series. The market thinks they're going to win the series, but you can get the best player on the best team at plus 290, which is the third favorite on the board to win the Conn Smythe. Like that's, if you want to bet Edmonton right now, that's the direction that I would look for, or just bet them straight up in game 5.
It does feel like that, right? Because especially like you said, if we both think it's going to go 7 and we both think McDavid's going to show up at some point, if he's the one that gets them across the finish line, you could already see the headlines too. McDavid gets his cup. He's a back-to-back Conn Smythe winner. Like you can see it already. You could see the Sports Center ticker line and how they're going to talk about it for 2 days. Like it makes a lot of sense. I agree with you. I think the thing is, like we're saying, well, McDavid has to show up at some point. But then it's, of course, it's sports. Does he? Like, does he have to show up? They've gotten this far, for the most part, without him scoring a ton. Maybe it is just Draisaitl. And I'm just going to bet Edmonton in the next game for sure tomorrow night. But because I don't want to play this game. I don't want to try and read the tea leaves of, well, do they give McDavid credit even if he doesn't score a lot? And do they, or does it winning it last year ding him too? And they want to give Draisaitl his flowers. I don't want to play that game. I'm just going to bet Edmonton in the games.
Agreed. I think Edmonton is going to be a play for me tomorrow night. I'm not overly enthused about the total. I do think at some point we are going to get an under in this series. We have had 4 consecutive, like the under was cooked last night once Florida went up 3-0. Like that was it. The under was cooked. Although we did hit the no goal in the first 10 minutes. We somehow a game with 3 goals in the first period. Somehow I hit a plus 140 no goal in the first 10 minutes. I don't know how I ended up winning. Like that's one of those bets where you go back and you look at it, Jake, and you're like, yeah, that probably a game that finished 5-4 probably should have lost the no goal in the first 10 minutes, but somehow it hit. Credit to Linda Cohn too. She came on the show earlier this week. We did the show on Tuesday. She said high scoring game, first period over, Oilers are going to win. I mean, is that not why Linda Cohn is not the GOAT of all hockey? I mean, she came on the show earlier this week and absolutely nailed the Game 4 prediction. So kudos to her. I hope she had a good time down there in Sunrise. It was certainly a really, really exciting game. All right, we will get to a little bit of NHL in our next segment, but I wanted to at least mention what is happening right now at the U.S. Open. We know Tyler Morales, boots on the ground. I heard you guys tried to contact him yesterday. It didn't quite go very successfully. Nick, a little peer pressure, trying to get in touch with Tyler yesterday, trying to get him to act a fool out there at Oakmont.
Well, we did get in touch with him. That was the successful part. We did connect with Tyler. We got him on the phone. We also had a guest appearance by PJ Glasser, but It was more of the peer pressure of trying to get Tyler to make himself the center of attention. That was the problem. And then, of course, we try to get PJ when Tyler chickens out. We try to get PJ to make himself the center of attention. And as you can imagine, PJ Glasser not really running to the window, running to the spotlight to try and be the man of the hour.
No, he's a nice Jewish boy from the D.C. area. He would never do such a thing to make himself, make himself the donkey in any situation. All right, J.J. Spawn and Thurston Lawrence have your lead basically at almost the 36 hole mark of the U.S. Open, just like we all expected, right? We do have Sam Burns and Victor Hovland hovering in the top 5. Like those are guys, and even Xander Schauffele in the top 10, those are guys that are the household names. But I think Oakmont's playing pretty true to form so far. It's been rough.
It's been like we all expected, to be honest. I mean, you see the leaders at 4, and then at 6, Siwoo Kim at even. Like it's exactly what we all expected. It's carnage, as Bill Zimmerman would say. So I think we're just going to continue to get that. I don't think Lawrence or Spawn are going to be your end up as your winner. It's probably going to be one of the household names, but like you said, just like we all expected, right? JJ Spawn Revenge Tour, of course.
Unbelievable. JJ Spawn plus 750 right now at BetMGM to win the tournament. He is the 4th favorite on the board, despite being the leader. And Thurston Lawrence, the other leader, plus 2,500, 25 to 1 to win the U.S. Open. Again, we still have a lot of golf left to play. Sam Burns, Victor Hovland, also at the top of the leaderboard. All right, we'll come back. More You Better You Bet after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Friday the 13th. You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM network. Excited to be with you for the next 3 hours plus. Jared Smith, Jake Hassan, and for Nick and Femi today. Coming up in 20 minutes, James Boyd, Colts beat writer for The Athletic. We'll switch gears to the NFL. And then coming up at the top of this hour, we'll completely switch gears to Bob Nightingale of Major League Baseball. And then we will get plenty of NBA. I know we do have a game tonight. We're very excited about the finals, game 4 between the Thunder and the Pacers. We'll have picks, previews, and all kinds of fun stuff. But before we get back into the golf talk, we were discussing this during the break. And you know what? It's a Friday. We're going to get weird and wacky on a Friday. We're going to ask you kind of a psychological question to how you would prefer your bad beats or maybe good wins to be digested. So here's the question, Jake. And this goes back to Tyler Morales. He's talking about, Victor Hovland putting him on his card, and then he didn't put him on his card, and he was upset. And it kind of got me thinking, because I get asked this question a lot, and I think it to me is like the dichotomy of the psychology of betting. Would you rather, we love this game, would you rather you have this great bet that you think is going to win, and then you end up not betting it for some reason or another? I don't know. You got spooked by something, and then the bet ends up winning. Would you rather have that happen, or you're like, on the fence on a bet, I don't know. You end up making the bet because you want action, and then that bet ends up losing. So it's like, what would you rather, like what anger, road would you rather walk down? The one where you were supposed to be happy, and then the bet loses, so you're mad, or you think you're making the good decision by not making a bet, and then that bet ends up winning? What tilts you more as a gambler?
I think it's the bet that you don't make that tilts me more, because then you're just stewing. Like because I'm watching the game anyway, or especially if it's like golf. Like if you're Tyler and you were thinking about Hovland, he's there and he's watching it happen, and he just has to like think about it, like stupid. Like to me, that's way worse, especially with golf where there's huge prices. Or like honestly, Jared, I did this too, because last year, and we'll talk about the College World Series in a bit, but like last year I bet Coastal Carolina at 90-1, and they played all right. They made the tournament. They didn't make a run though. And then this year, I was thinking about running it back because it was similar, huge price. I think it was 100-1. And now here they are in Omaha. And so for the last week, I've just been stewing, like calling myself an idiot, because I'm thinking, you did it last year. You thought about running it back, and then you just didn't. You buffoon. And so I think it's definitely that's way worse, because usually you're watching these games anyway, and especially when it's big prices like that, where you're just like, man, like I could have had this huge number, feeling great, and then you just got nothing.
I agree 100%. I think that's what puts you more on tilt than when you just lose. And let's say the bet loses in some obscene way, like some absurd bad beat, and you think you're the unluckiest person in the world. I can internalize that. And I can be like, well, the next bet I'm going to win because the gambling gods owe me something. Like I can spin that positively, even if it was a bet that was terrible. Like, oh, the game was over in the first quarter and they didn't have a chance and they lost. I can still spin it positively to where I'm going to come back strong. Cause I think as human beings, like our DNA is like, we're built to come back. Like we get knocked down every day. That's life. Life knocks you down. And like, if you're strong, you're going to be able to come back from that. But the ultimate mind F is when you think you have something right and you're like, man, I'm on with this take. This team's going to do this, and this is going to do this, and this is how it's going to work out. And then that little thing in your mind was like, nah, maybe not. Okay, I'll take the safe route. I'll take the conservative route, and I'll just, there's more bets to make. I'll just move on. And then you end up watching that game, and it turns out perfectly, exactly how you expected it to. And you're sitting there empty-handed. I think that messes with your head significantly more than if you just lose a bet. I lose bets all the time. It happens all the time. The other scenario doesn't happen as often. It's much more rare for you to get something completely right and think about betting it, but then, to me, that's the ultimate mind F. Ultimate.
Well, and when you've done this as long as we have too, like when you're handicapping something, you always have the back of your brain. It's like, when you think, like you said, oh, I got this. This is the angle. This is how it wins. I'm super confident. But that voice in the back of your brain is like, unless it doesn't, unless it just loses. Nick always says on this show, and you just lose. Like you can have it all lined up and you just lose. And the thing is, going back to the bet you should have made, the nice thing is though, then you have something to root against too, because then you're like with me with Coastal right now, I'm rooting so hard for Arizona. I'm saying just knock them out, and then I can know, oh, well, it's good that I stayed away, because then you get the validation of, well, see, it's actually a good thing that I stayed away. If Hovland falls off later today and is back 9 or tomorrow and he doesn't win, then Tyler's going to be sitting here and telling himself, you know what? No, actually, I nailed it.
It's so true. It isn't the brain. I think about this a lot. I'm alone. I have a dog. He doesn't talk back to me. I have a lot of time to think. And the one thing I think the psychology of gambling, I'm going to write a book on this one day, the psychology of gambling and the ups and downs that we go through in this crazy thing. Because let's be honest, it is, and this is a great Norm Macdonald quote, rest in peace. Gambling is a disease, but it's the only disease where you can win a bunch of money. And it's such a true statement, because it really does. I think betting is more about your mindset than how sharp you are when it comes to if you know a lot about sports. I think all the information that we use to gamble is out there. All you have to do is go on Google and search for it. It's all there. All the models and all the prop this and all this, it's all there. All the information. There's such great resources available at your disposal. All you have to do is have time and a computer and be able to search for it and retain the information. But the thing to me that separates good from great gamblers is the ability to disassociate from the result, which I think is the hardest thing to do because again, we get in our minds, we're like, this is the way it's going to work out. And then as Nick says, you just lose. And then what do you do after that? What's your response? Do you go off the rails and you bet a million things that you shouldn't be betting because one thing didn't go your way? I think the psychology of betting, and this question too specifically, really shows me what you're made of internally, because I think the only correct answer here is if you are going to make a bet and you don't, that to me is significantly more tilting than just losing a bet. Again, losing a bet, if you get tilted from losing a bet, gambling is not for you, period. You're going to fall off the rails and you're going to go crazy at some point. But I think winning something that you didn't actually put money on but were planning on it, that really gets, oh man, that really digs deep in my cry. I can't stand it. All right, quick update from Wrigley Field. I did bet the Pirates first 5 money line because it is Paul Skeens Day, and he's doing his job, Jake, but it doesn't seem like the Pirates offense wants to cooperate, because I'm here in the top of the 5th and it's still 0-0, and it doesn't look like Pittsburgh's going to score here in the top of the 5th either. But credit this Horton guy pitching well for Chicago.
I mean, shocker. The Pirates once again don't give Paul Skeens any run support. That's been the story of his career so far in Pittsburgh. This guy it's like DeGrom from 8 years ago when he was with the Mets. He would pitch 8 innings, 1-run ball, and the Mets would to tie it back, you just lose. The Mets would just lose. He'd have a 1.75 ERA, and they just couldn't score. It's like Paul Skeens is just Jacob deGrom from 10 years ago reborn. It's so brutal, but it's also why everyone's thinking, oh, well, the Pirates are just going to trade him because he's pitching so great in Pittsburgh. They can't give him any run support. He's going to get tired of this. And I mean, yeah, that's probably going to happen at some point. But I mean, Paul Skeens, he's going to have a Cy Young award, and he's going to have a 7-11 record.
I think wins. So here, if I was commissioner of baseball, I would get rid of the win statistic for pitchers. Completely meaningless. I think we've reached the point in baseball lore where your amount of the wins that you get is it's not indicative of the kind of pitcher that you are. There's so many more great stats with the advanced analytics, the FIP and the exit velocity and all this stuff that we track now to grade a pitcher. The fact that we even still calculate pitcher wins is this excuse that some writers or anyone can give of why a pitcher isn't good. But to me, it has nothing to do with the quality or the stuff of a pitcher. And it has everything to do with the bullpen, how good your offense is on that day. Like so many things that are just not in a pitcher's control. I would absolutely eviscerate the wins category and losses, frankly. I think both of those categories are meaningless for pitchers. I think there's much better ways to grade them, and Paul Skeens and DeGrom, perfect example of that.
And it's funny, though, because when it was prevalent, like Rick Porcello won a Cy Young Award because he had 20 wins. Like, and that was fairly recent. That's within the last decade, Jared. Like, that's recent, too, that happened. It's ridiculous. But you know what's going to happen is Major League Baseball is never going to do away with it because you know those fat cat owners and their ivory towers are going to arbitration with these guys and saying, well, Paul, Mr. Skeens, if you will, you only went 7-12 last year, and you want us to pay you $16 million? What are you? What? You're a losing record pitcher, and then it's like your head just explodes. Like you're just like, what are we talking about here? It's a very outdated stat, and it's fun, I guess, when you're looking at because at certain times you get the pitchers that are so dominant. They have 25 wins and a sub-3 ERA, and it is like a little bow on top. But for the most part, it is so just outdated and like it's just a Neanderthal stat.
You completely nailed it. And on the flip side of that, like there's two sides to everything. On the flip side of that, you get a Rick Porcello type pitcher. The agent goes into arbitration and said, I just won 20 games. Right. Well, like let's look underneath the hood here, Mr. Porcello agent person, and let's figure out exactly if those wins are more. How many runs did your team score in those games, and how many runs did you give up? Like it's funny. I wish I was in the room. I don't know when this stat was created. I have no idea. So maybe I'm completely off base here. But I wish I was in the room when whoever created this stat said, all right, this is the threshold. Like the pitcher has to go this many innings, and this is what has to happen, right? Like the quality starts so arbitrary that we haven't even updated the quality stat metrics over the years. It's still 6-3, 6 innings, 3 earned runs. Like our EP Bill Zimmerman in the chat right now, Kurt Schilling, 98, went 15-15 with 15 complete games. Yeah, that's just insane. 2010 Felix Hernandez, 13-12 with a 2.2 ERA. I bet Seattle's offense had one of the worst run production years like ever that season for King Felix to go 13-12 with a 2.12 ERA. Like it's just crazy how they come up with these baselines.
It's so, and that's why baseball's so stupid. Because you mentioned there's FIP and WAR and WOBA, and it's just there's so much. It's almost like you're oversaturated at a certain point. Like, I mean, Felix Hernandez 2010, 13-12, 2.2 ERA, and he's probably just punching air after every game. Just so mad. It's just like, man, I'm in Seattle. It's raining all the time, and I pitch my ass off, and I got nothing for it.
So now I'm in that awkward position here in a first 5 bet where I have no chance to win. I can only lose. And I've lost
and you just lose.
And you just lose. Like the first 5, here's why I love first 5 bets. It takes, for the most part, takes the bullpen out of the equation, which I think when you're betting baseball, unless you're one of those people that have a bullpen tracker and you know this manager uses this guy in this spot, I think betting a full game is just significantly more difficult, way more variables you can't control. But the one thing that I hate about a first 5 bet, right? There's some pros. I just gave you one, no bullpens. The con, you can literally be watching a game in the bottom of the 5th inning and have no chance to win the bet. You can only lose it. That is the most helpless feeling in gambling. When the action is still ongoing, but you have no chance to win the bet. Like zero. And I know we say that sometimes, oh, this is over, it's done. I'm sure a lot of people said that last night about the Panthers game. Oh, it's over, it's done, 3-0. You still had a chance as an Oilers money line backer to win that bet, and you did win that bet. Here in this situation, I'm watching bottom of the 5th, 1 out. Cubs have nobody on, thankfully. 0. I have 0 chance to win this bet. I could lose it. 1 swing of the bat. No chance to win. It's the most helpless feeling in all of sports when you're in the first 5 and you have no runs in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And you just have to watch too, because then you're dialed in like, how does this lose? And you're just hoping against hope that you don't just lose the bet and that you get a push, or if you're on the money line and you're tied, you're just hoping. But it is also a great sweat when you are on the home. Like if you're on the Cubs first five right now, you're standing up, screaming at the TV right now. Like that's a fun sweat, because then when those come home too, those are awesome at the last second. And we were talking about, like the psychology of wins and losses. That's one of those when you get one in the bottom of the fifth and the first five where you just feel awesome about yourself.
And so here we are, 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth. And whoever was just at the plate for the Cubs just gave a pretty decent shot out to center, and O'Neal Cruz just leisurely striding underneath it and caught it. Ian Happ, we're not going to get to it here on this side of the break because we're about to pay some bills, but Ian Happ could make my day a little bit less fun with one swing of the bat here. But I think Skeens is going to get him, and we'll get our push. We love it. Praying for a push with the Pirates on the first five. All right, when we come back, we'll talk a little NFL. Very excited to talk to James Boyd, Colts beat writer for The Athletic, next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
A little bit disappointed we weren't on the air for this because I would have been screaming bloody murder at Paul Skeens, and then I just would have been excited. But he walked Ian Happ, and then Bellinger gapped one. Or no, it wasn't Bellinger, it was Tucker. Gapped one. And I thought Happ was going to score, and he got thrown out at the plate. So I ended up pushing the first 5. Like, that's almost worse than giving up just like the solo jack. Like, if you get a 2-out rally, but thankfully it didn't happen, and we got our push. We prayed for the push, and we got the push. Jared Smith, Jake Hassan here on You Better You Bet, Friday the 13th. Hopefully nothing else crazy happens here in the show, but we think we're going to move swimmingly into the next part, which we're very excited to bring this next man on. James Boyd, Colts beat writer for The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Romeoville Kid. And James, we have a ton of NFL news and notes, but really the biggest newsmaker, one of the biggest newsmakers over the last few days has been the status of Anthony Richardson, of course, his shoulder injury. You reported a few days ago that he flew out to LA to get that AC joint rechecked by the doctor who originally performed the surgery pretty recently. So I think right now the biggest question, James, is what is the status of Anthony Richardson, and maybe if you have any information about how that second meeting went with the doctor out in LA.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on today. And yeah, you're not lying about this being the biggest news in Indianapolis outside of the finals, of course, with the Pacers. But regarding Anthony's shoulder, from what I understand and from what Shane Steichen told us, the Colts head coach, Anthony's shoulder is fine for the most part. They're just going to try to do some rest and recovery that way to hope that he is okay for a training camp at some point. Other than that, man, it is pretty ton of definitive information out there. There's still no timeline on when Anthony could be back, and obviously it is concerning whenever you hear anything like that about a quarterback and his throwing shoulder.
James, appreciate you coming on, man. Been a while. Good to talk to you, my friend. Just if you had to put a guess, and this is a betting show, if you had to bet, like, is Anthony Richardson going to be ready for the start of the regular season if they're just going to go with this rest and relaxation point of approach?
That's a great question, and I would
Thank
love
you.
to give you a definitive answer. Of course, man. You know, I love you, but I think if I had to bet, I think that he probably would be available by the start of the regular season. But the thing is, you're in open quarterback competition with Daniel Jones. So this isn't like last year where they were saying, oh, he's our QB1, he's our face of the franchise. This year it was, we got to see who's going to be our dude. And so even if he is able to come back healthy at some point this offseason, even if it's during training camp, you've lost so much ground, I believe, in this quarterback competition because Daniel Jones, quite frankly, did not come here to necessarily be a great teammate from the bench. He came here to start because he thought either A, you were not going to be accurate enough to keep the job, or B, you're not going to be healthy enough to keep the job. And if you're not healthy enough, man, it looks like this could be Daniel Jones' job to lose heading into a pivotal training camp.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an alternate reality somewhere where Daniel Jones actually is a good fit for this offense and actually has a chance to perform well. Like, I think the offense, right, James, like it's pretty obvious that the offense was designed around a mobile quarterback who obviously can throw it, but the mobility of the quarterback and what he can do with his legs is something that Anthony Richardson will be a strength. So you bring in Daniel Jones, who even draft Riley Leonard late in the draft, who kind of fits that mold as well, who can throw, but I think is more known for his mobility. So the question that I have is maybe this I don't want to say blessing in disguise, but maybe an opportunity for Daniel Jones to regain some of the confidence, regain some of the positivity that he had early on his career with the Giants. And maybe this is a good fit with Shane Steichen pulling the strings.
I do think that this is a chance for Daniel Jones to redeem himself. I mean, he left comparable money on the table to leave Minnesota and come to Indianapolis in a one-year, $14 million deal. So he could have stayed elsewhere, made the same amount of money, but again, he wants to play. And I think the word that comes to mind the most regarding this open QB competition, especially with Daniel Jones, is consistency. You know, we basically asked flat out, hey, we know that Daniel Jones is not maybe the most explosive quarterback, but he's consistent. We know that Anthony Richardson is explosive, but he's inconsistent. And when we pressed Shane on this, he doubled down on, hey, we want consistency. We want to be able to move the ball. And I kind of understand that because for his career, I believe Daniel Jones maybe at 64% as far as completion percentage goes. Last year, Anthony Richardson had a league low, franchise low, 47.7% completion percentage, but obviously you cannot sustain that or utilize that and have an offense that's going to stay out there on the field. So it bodes well for Daniel Jones. And I do think he's in a good spot, again, to be okay. And then one little last quick thing. Riley Leonard, I know, has the dual threat capabilities, but I would say he is more of a runner right now than a passer for the NFL level. If he's your number two, say if Anthony is, out for an extended period of time, and you go into the season, I think you probably have to sign another backup quarterback because I don't trust Riley Leonard to be a solid QB2 just now in his career.
James, if Anthony Richardson is out for an extended period of time, like you mentioned, and it's a big if at this point, of course, and how long is the leash going to be for Daniel Jones, though? Like, how much run are they going to give him? Is there a chance we see the Colts bring somebody else in? There is a very expensive but famous quarterback who is famously disgruntled in Atlanta. Is there a chance that we see the Colts try to swing something for, like Kirk Cousins, if Daniel Jones maybe doesn't live up to expectations?
Yeah, I've heard this question often, especially from the fan base. I actually do not think that is a realistic possibility, mainly because the Colts' history out the years of kind of running through these retread quarterbacks has not been good. I mean, you look at some of the people they brought in. Matt Ryan was actually my first year on the beat in 2022, and that ended horribly. You've had Carson Wentz, who they would never bring back. Jim Irsay, God rest his soul, does not like Carson Wentz. That wouldn't happen again. And then you go through some of the other quarterbacks they brought in since then, trying to get Anthony Richardson, Joe Flacco, Gardner Minshew had some, run in here. But I just think that if it didn't work with Daniel Jones, the Colts might just embrace, hey, maybe we just stink and see where we are the next year. They would never say that publicly. But, I mean, hey, if you're thinking about your future, it might not be the worst thing in the world to have a bad season and try to restart with a high draft pick.
Yeah, because I was interested in Shane Steichen Coach of the Year bet because this kind of fits that mold, James, of what a Coach of the Year does. And this is exactly what happened last year with Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold. Like Sam Darnold, I don't want to say he was as down on the list as maybe Daniel Jones is, but there was a lot of negativity surrounding Sam Darnold being the starting quarterback in Minnesota heading into the year, and all of a sudden they win 14 games. Is that the path? And maybe, should I say, Daniel Jones kind of being the spark for what could be a very interesting season? Obviously, the negative side of that is you won't draft high and you won't necessarily have a chance to take a quarterback in the top 5 of next year's draft. But if Daniel Jones takes this job and runs with it, it could be a really intriguing spark with the Colts this year.
Absolutely. I think Shane Steichen has done a fairly good job given some of the injuries he's had to navigate throughout his career. The first 2 years of his career as a head coach here in Indianapolis, and a lot of that being Anthony Richardson related. And I do think there's a possibility out there where Daniel Jones has a good enough season to get into the playoffs. This is a team that, went 8-9 last year, 9-8 the year before that, but they've remained, quote unquote, in the hunt for a division title, for a playoff berth. And they're just looking at it, and I know this truly, internally they're thinking, hey, if we just get competent quarterback play for a full season, doesn't have to be great, just competent, we're a playoff team. And that could put Shane Steichen in that conversation for Coach of the Year. And honestly, I look at it like this, fellas. I mean, I understand that from a fan base, you're like, oh, man, if we don't have Anthony and Daniel Jones isn't all that, let's just lose out and get a high draft pick. But these guys are coaching for their job. This is not a situation where you feel like you are Kevin O'Connell and you might have a gap year. There is no gap year, even though, Jim Irsay's daughter is taking over the team. Carly Irsay-Gordon, their new principal owner now, the oldest daughter, she told us flat out, hey, the standard has not been good. So she wants to make the playoffs. They want to make the playoffs. And I think all of them are kind of feeling that pressure that, dude, if we don't make the playoffs this upcoming season, all of us could be gone, coach, GM, and quarterback.
Well, James, you've been around the team. You've been watching them practice, and you've seen the reps. Just give us your take and your expectations and what you've seen at practice of Daniel Jones and what you think this team is going to look like this season.
I think it's going to be more of the same as far as Daniel Jones. I don't expect him to change his stripes all of a sudden this far in his career and be some super, risky down-the-field passer. However, I do think that he has been consistent, and the ball has really hit the ground at this point of the year. And honestly, if it is hitting the ground, that means your offense is just god-awful because it's supposed to look good, right? This is a glorified, offensive showcase. But he's been consistent, a lot of, crossers, and over the middle stuff. Tyler Warren, by the way, if you're into fantasy and things like that, he's somebody who is, I think, going to be a difference maker for this team out of Penn State. So I do think that there's a possibility for this offense to be okay and to be, competent and able to move the chains. Explosive, maybe not, but consistent. That's what they want out of Daniel Jones. And so far, throughout the spring, that's what he's been. And they've embraced that. And at the end of the day, man, when you're available, you get more opportunities to, embrace the offense, learn the offense. And now that he's taken all of the first team reps the last, week and a half, 2 weeks or so, that gives him a leg up going into training camp.
I am very excited for Tyler Warren. I'm a Penn State alum. So, James, that's a guy that I've been able to watch and marvel at over the last couple of seasons. I think he's going to have a really good year. I'll be fascinated, and actually this will be the most intriguing part. A lot of talk has been on the offense, but you bring Lou Anarumo in to be the defensive coordinator, and he had a bad final year in Cincinnati. He was one of the most highly talked about, one of the best highly decorated defensive coordinators in the league up until last year. It fell off the table. What's been that transition process like on the defensive side of the ball with Anarumo?
I think a lot of them are excited because he's going to switch it up, be more aggressive, be more multiple, meaning they're going to have different looks, different schemes. Whereas last year, and really the previous 2 years under Gus Bradley, his philosophy was kind of that bend, don't break, a lot of zone. We'll give up the underneath yards and then try to, force you into down and distance and things like that and maybe longer throws. Whereas this defense with Anarumo, although we haven't seen it at its peak or haven't seen the true wrinkles just yet, he has said, hey, we're going to be aggressive. We might blitz. We might do more dime package and have, 6 defensive backs out there. We're going to do different things that forces the offense to adjust to us rather than us kind of playing the same thing every week. And so I'm excited to see that. And then on top of that, the Colts invested in their defense and upgraded mightily, I would say, in the secondary for sure. Javarius Ward, the former All-Pro out of the 49ers, and he's, someone who's excited to bounce back. We know that he went through some tragic things last year, losing his daughter. And mentally, I think that he was telling us, hey, I lost my love for the game going through that, but I got it again. And now I want to prove myself all over again that I am one of the best cornerbacks in the world. Then you have Cam Bynum coming over from Minnesota at that free safety spot. He's someone who's a playmaker and a ball hawk. And so those are things I'm looking forward to seeing defensively from this team. The one area of weakness, though, is linebacker. There are 2, quote-unquote, starting linebackers, at least projected, is Zaire Franklin, who's a proven starting linebacker. He's out right now with the left ankle injury. He's rehabbing some surgery. Yeah. And Jalen Carlisle, the rookie from last year, he's got a shoulder thing he's dealing with. But other than that, man, they don't have any other linebackers on the roster that you can really trust with game experience, so we'll see where we go from there.
Thank you very much. James Boyd does a great job covering the Colts for The Athletic. Follow him on X at RomeoVille Kid. We'll talk to you next time, pal. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for the time, Jason. I love you.
Love you, buddy. Thank you.
More You Better You Bet after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
1 hour down, 3 to go. It is Friday the 13th here on You Better You Bet. Jared and Jake in for Nick and Femi. We appreciate your time here. We are going to talk NBA. It is going to be a very exciting game for tonight between the Pacers and Thunder. That's coming up in 20 minutes. But first, a little baseball. And we're joined here by Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger, with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call Grainger.com. or just stop by. Bob, it's great to talk to you again because I just watched, thankfully, my first 5 bet with the Pirates didn't go crashing down in the bottom of the 5th. Paul Skeens was able to get out of that jam, but another start for Paul Skeens where the Pirates put no run support up for him. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. It just seems like Pittsburgh continues to sink, and Skeens is the one shining star. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel for this Pittsburgh Pirates Paul Skeens dilemma, or do you see it continuing to sink in a negative direction?
Some money to build around them. It's unbelievable they can't even get the offense. Kind of reminds you of the King Felix days up in Seattle, where they could never score for. I mean, I don't think you've got 100 career wins. And that's feel bad for Skeens. Hopefully, they in the wintertime, there's enough pressure put on the ownership. Like, hey, let's build around this guy. We're only going to have him 4 more years after this. It's time to build a winner. They got a nice young pitching staff, and you can't let that go to waste.
Bob, is it going to go to waste? Like, are the Pirates just going to hold on to Skeens and let this go into the night, and they're not going to do anything about this? Or, I mean, we've gotten a lot of smoke, at least, and rumors of people making calls for Paul Skeens. But is there a chance that they actually trade him at some point in the near future?
No, I think zero chance. I really do. I mean, probably burn the stadium down if they do. I think the fans would full and go nuts if they trade Skeens. It might be different if it comes up, 3 years from now. He's a free agent at the end of 4 years from now. But not now. You just can't do it. It's a generational talent. There's only 2 guys like this in baseball, him and Terry Skubal of the Tigers. And you got to win with this guy. You got to figure out a way to do it. It's not that hard. Spend some money, get some offensive help, and go at it. They are playing better now, but there's still a long ways to go.
It's kind of funny, Bob, because you're right. It's like the same pitcher. I guess one's lefty, one's righty, but Skubal and Skeens. But the opposite situation. Detroit has put a little bit more into this team, and the team is rewarding the fan base. They've had a fantastic season. Obviously, Skubal, I mean, the Cy Young, that's one thing. But can this Tigers team actually compete when the going gets tough in October and they've got to go up against the likes of the Yankees and, teams that are obviously much higher in terms of their payroll? But can this Tigers team with Skubal at the top of the rotation, can they compete for a title?
Well, I think definitely. Remember, they had that monster September last year, played great after the trade deadline, after they kind of waved the white flag. And, they gave everybody fits in October. So, no, I think it's looking as an ALCS showdown, like, back about 10 years ago or so when it was Tigers-Yankees. I think the same thing could happen now. I think the Tigers are that good. They have every bit of chance as anybody in the entire American League to get to that World Series.
Bob, do you think the Tigers will be aggressive at the deadline? And if they are, what's a move that they might make to bolster their team even more and try to get over that hump to a World Series?
I mean, if they had Alex Bregman, they'd be sitting pretty. I know Bregman's hurt, but they need a third baseman. Maybe it's a Eugenio Suarez. There's no Diamondbacks that they sell, but there's got to be enough guys out there to go get a big right-handed bat. And, I think they got to be aggressive. The fans are showing up. I think attendance is up about 30%. So you got to be aggressive. Now's the time. It's like, famous words of Theo Epstein with the Cubs. If not now, when? You got to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fascinating stretch run in the American League. I think Houston at least has a fighter's chance. Like, they've been playing better lately. You'd think Alvarez is going to come back and spark that offense a little bit. I think the pitching staff's been solid. Is Houston still a noteworthy contender in the American League?
No, absolutely. I think the AL West is a lot weaker than we all thought it would be. I don't think we saw Seattle being below 500. They hit a nosedive here recently. The A's aren't going anywhere. The Angels aren't going to win the division. Texas is a sleeper. If you want to watch a team that could take off and, if they get in October, watch out. That's a team. I think they're the sleeper in both leagues. But no, Houston should be right there. And, of course, Framber Valdez is a legitimate ace.
I want to stay in the AL West, Bob, because you mentioned Texas, and even though they haven't played great up to this point, do you think they're more likely to be buyers than sellers once we come to the deadline? Are they going to go for it and just try to get into the dance and then see what happens?
I think they will go for it. I think Chris Young, the GM's aggressive guy. Bruce Bochy's already won 4 World Series. You're going to try to win one with him. Who knows whether it'll be his last year or not. So, no, I expect him to be aggressive unless they just fall apart here the last 6 weeks before the deadline. And they got that pitching, too. It reminds you of the Seattle Mariners of a year ago. Great pitching, no offense. But on paper, that offense should be a lot better.
We're joined by Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Click, call Grainger.com or just stop by. Bob, I was reading this article this morning about home runs in baseball and how the average distance of home runs and just fly balls in general are down by about 4 feet. Now, you could use environmental factors, baseball factors to kind of explain this. How would you explain this? And is this something that we should keep an eye on as we get down the stretch of the season?
Yeah, it's interesting, but baseball wants offense, so it's not like MLB is saying, "Hey, let's deaden the balls." That's not happening. It's tough to say what the reason is. It really is, because you still got a bunch of home run hitters. You got Cal Raleigh, a catcher, hit major leagues at 26. Judge there at 25, and we've seen some monster shots too. Byron Buxton hit 469 feet the other day. So there's a lot of tape measure jobs. So that's a little surprising. If the thing had said, okay, the balls are traveling 4 feet more, I would have believed that more, just because it seems like we've seen a lot of monstrous home runs.
Speaking of people who hit monstrous home runs, Shohei Ohtani, it was reported earlier in the week that he's potentially going to return to the mound here, Bob, in about the next month or so. Is that what you've heard as well, that we're going to see Ohtani back on the mound as a starting pitcher? And it's mostly probably because the Dodgers, they just need warm bodies right now in that rotation. But is that kind of what you're hearing, what you're thinking too, that Ohtani in the next month or so, we're going to see him back on the mound?
Yeah, I think by the end of July, early August, and they've always said after the All-Star break. But, I think the Dodgers have been slow playing this thing all along. I think you could have started Ohtani on opening day. I think he would have been, ready. So it's been almost 2 years since he's had that Tommy John surgery. So I think they just want to make sure he's healthy come October. So when he comes back, you're only going to see him pitch probably once a week, 3 or 4 innings at a time, and just make sure he's ready come October, because they don't want to go through what they did last year when they only had 3 healthy starters for the entire postseason.
Yeah, I think that's the better follow-up question. Are you surprised because of just how thin the Dodgers rotation has been with all the injuries, bringing Kershaw back, and he's kind of been up and down? Are you surprised that they haven't maybe had a little more urgency getting Shohei on the mound, or is it just such an embarrassment of riches in LA? They're just like, you know what? We're going to be a first-place team regardless. I'd rather you be 100% healthy for the stretch run in October.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Just slow playing everybody. Blake Snell, hey, take your time. Tyler Glasnow, take your time. They're not pushing anybody. They're pushing the relievers more than they want. But I think the Dodgers almost treat the regular season as a dress rehearsal. Say, hey, the show starts in October, and that's when we want our guys to be the healthiest. And come October, you're going to have a guy like a Snell, a Glasnow, an Ohtani with not that many innings. And we'll see about Roki Sasaki. I'm not sure he'll be, healthy. He's not throwing like he did Japan. Some people think he's already hurt. We'll see. But if he's healthy, then they're going to have a nice, 4 or 5 starters to choose from, come October.
As far as the rest of the NL West, Bob, I want to talk about Arizona because they have not lived up to expectations at all. I mean, they've flopped so far this season. Now they lose Corbin Burns as well. What's the next step for them this season and going forward? Because Arizona now, it's 2 straight years where they are not going to meet expectations after that World Series run.
Yeah, I mean, last year they kind of collapsed at the very end of the season. 89 win should have got you in, but it didn't. They won more games last year than they did the year they went to the World Series. This year, yeah, kind of treading water. They're kind of in a holding pattern. They don't know whether to, I don't think they be buyers, but whether to sell or stay pat. Corbin Burns, a huge loss. I mean, they signed him to kind of protect themselves for Zach Gallen leaving as a free agent. And if they're sellers, Zach Gallen will be a hot commodity, and he could help anybody. He's pitched great against the Yankees and Mets this year. He's a Philadelphia kid, so he's usually tough environments. So no matter what team gets him, you don't have to worry about him being scared of the surroundings.
Is it fair to say that it's a harder path? I know the Dodgers are obviously the favorite, but with the Yankees and the Tigers in the American League, I'd be hard pressed to see not one of those teams make the World Series, where in the National League, right, the Cubs have had a great year. The Dodgers are obviously the Dodgers, but you've got the Mets, the Phillies, the Padres, the Giants. Like, these are all teams that have had very good seasons. Is it a tougher, even though there is that one dominant team, is it a tougher path in the National League this year?
Oh, absolutely. I think the disparity between the two leagues has never been this big in decades, as far as the National League being that much better than the American League. AL East is just so. AL Central is weak. The West isn't like we thought. So, but you're absolutely right. The National League. I mean, you got the Padres, Giants, and Dodgers in the West. Cubs. We'll see if anybody comes up and challenges like Milwaukee or Cincy in the Central. Then the East. Obviously the two powers, the Mets and Phillies. And who knows? Maybe Atlanta makes a little comeback here. At least tries to get in as a wild card team.
Bob, we've made it about 12 minutes without asking you specifically about either New York team, so we have to contractually break that right now. But both of them, Yankees and Mets, both playing pretty well. But the Mets lose Kodai Senga yesterday. He walks off the mound with an injury, and even though they've gotten the best out of guys like Griffin Canning this year, does it seem like the Mets, or do you feel like the Mets are going to make a big splash in the market come the trade deadline and try to get some help here?
I think they like to. They never made that big splash in the offseason as far as pitching-wise. So I'm going to go into October with this. The rotation is good, very good in the regular season, but certainly doesn't scare anybody come postseason. So we'll see what happens when Montas comes back, Manaea comes back, how long Senga is out. So it's still a very good team, but you wonder if it's almost like the Dodgers of old, where it's a great regular season team. You wonder how they'll perform in the postseason, without those big stud pitchers.
All right, I'm going to give you 2 teams in the American League that made the playoffs last year that are basically 500 this year, and you have to pick which one of them you prefer more for the stretch run, the Guardians or the Royals?
Well, that's a tough one. I would say Royals. I think they're going to be more aggressive at the trade deadline. I think they expected big things this year. They spent money the last 2 winners. I think they're thinking, hey, it's time to get to the World Series. So I'll go on the Royals. They still have a lot of talent there. I think they're going to be more aggressive than Cleveland. Cleveland seems like they're more worried about spending money at the deadline or even off season, where KC and the ownership member is trying to get a brand new ballpark. Best way to get the voters on your side is to win.
Yeah, I think especially with the Royals after what we saw last year in the playoffs, it'd be fascinating to see them make another push. Bob Nightingale, we appreciate the time. As always, sir, good luck with the rest of the season, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, look forward to it. Thank you, guys.
And that was Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Of course, Insider Calls presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. I threw that one at the end there, Jake, because those are 2 teams, Guardians and Royals. Obviously, Guardians have had more success over the long haul in the last decade or so. Royals kind of recently making that push. But they're both negative run differential teams that are right around 500. They play in the same division, yet it's the team that doesn't have the pedigree, the Royals, that are kind of up and coming, that are Bob's preferred choice. Do you agree with that?
I would like to, Jared. I would really, really like to for the bets for sure. Yeah. Because theoretically, too, if the Royals take off here, it's spurred by Jack Caglione, which would also be really, really great if he could start putting some good at bats together. So I'm gonna just tell myself and just breathe my own air here that yes, it's gonna be the Royals. We're gonna manifest it right now.
I agree. I mean, I think that makes the most sense because when I handicap both of those teams, I think Royals higher ceiling, lower floor. Guardians, it feels like a bit of a glass ceiling there. It feels like we've seen the best of what this Cleveland team can accomplish with the roster as constructed. And I don't see them making that next level step. Whereas the Royals, I think, honestly, with that roster and with our buddy Jack Caglione, the sky is the limit. All right, when we come back, we've gone an entire hour plus of the show and have not mentioned the NBA Finals. We're going to correct that on the other side. Preview for Game 4, bets, and what we expect with the Knicks coaching search. A lot of NBA talk this hour. That's next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Also, Bitcoin you can buy.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
All right, we roll on here. Friday the 13th, Jared and Jake in for Nick and Femi. We appreciate Bob Nightingale. We appreciate James Boyd coming on in our last two segments. Some good NFL talk, some good Major League Baseball talk. But now let's switch gears. We have an NBA game tonight. It is game 4 of the NBA Finals. It is the Thunder at the Pacers. I'll be honest, Jake. I was surprised, slightly surprised, that after the Pacers won game 3, and that was a solid win. I thought they were pretty much in control throughout most of the game, especially in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter. I was surprised to see the number move towards OKC for game 4, because I don't think it's your traditional zigzag spot. The traditional zigzag spot is between game 1 and 2, especially when the underdog wins game 1, and then the favorite is in ultra desperation mode in game 2. I guess you could kind of say that here in this situation, but the Pacers are at home. And now we've seen 2 games of this series where Indiana, especially in the fourth quarter, has been the better team. And the question that I've been asked that people are floating to me is this Pacers team just undervalued? Are we just not respecting, not appreciating the greatness of this Indiana team? And I'll pump the brakes on that opinion. But your thoughts on not only what we saw in game 3, but as we evolve into game 4 tonight, how the number has kind of shifted in Oklahoma City's favor.
I wasn't super surprised by the number shifting because and you mentioned zigzag theory. I know it's not your traditional zigzag theory, but everybody's going to look at it and say, well, it's the Thunder, and they're one of the greatest regular season teams that we've ever seen. They can't lose back to back. Damn it, fire. Like, it's just bet the number. But Jared, when I looked at the price, like Indiana 2-1 on the money line, my eyes popped out of my head like a Looney Tunes character. Like, I think we are undervaluing the Pacers at this point. Like, we're not respecting them enough at this point. How many times do we have to see this story? Like, the Pacers can lose, fine. But 2-1, we're in the NBA Finals. They've won 2 games. They are leading the series, and they're 2-1 on the money line. As a rule, I'm betting the money line. Also because our guy Sean Haw is going to the game tonight, and I'm not betting against him with boots on the ground. So I'm going to be on Indiana, but just the price feels insanely wrong here. We kind of discussed it a little bit with Edmonton too. How many times do we have to see this story? How many times do we have to see this? They have, again, Jared, they are leading the series, and they are 2-1 on the money line. What, am I the idiot? Don't answer that. But, what are we doing here?
I won't answer that, but I will follow up, and I will say not only are they 2-1 on the money line, they are 2-1 to win the series. Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit shorter than what it was pre-flop. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot shorter than what it was pre-flop. But I think we're at that point now where, we're 2 games, 2 wins into a 4-win scenario, right? You're halfway home for Indiana. And I think they are maybe the market is starting to maybe kind of get some inklings. But then again, you saw the number shift towards OKC for game 4, right? It was 5.5 in game 3, and now it's 6.5. Although, I think really the number 6. It's kind of 6.5 with juice towards Indiana. You have to pay, I think, 25 cents if you want to take the 6.5 tonight. But I think the more intriguing question is Indiana undervalued for the game? I think I agree. I think 2-1 for a 1-game roll of the dice based off what we've seen is undervalued. But the broader question is, are they undervalued for the series? Is this a team of destiny scenario? I think that is, and I hate that term. I know we use it a lot. I do think it has a little bit of weight here because of what we've seen for the Pacers. I don't want to go off the edge and say, yeah, they're a team of destiny. But I do think they have a little bit more, I guess, backbone in these late game scenarios. Because let's be honest, I thought OKC folded like a $10 tent down the stretch of that game the other night. It was bad. They showed no ability to push back in the fourth quarter. SGA was good, not great. Jalen Williams was good, not great. You need to elevate your game, especially when you're on the road in the playoffs. And SGA and Jalen Williams and this entire OKC team, they didn't elevate. They just kind of played to their level. They elevated in the first half. I thought they played well in the first half. But then the second half, things just completely went off the rails. And the scary part, this Thunder team, which has been so feisty, so ferocious on defense all year, just kind of was like the emoji with his arms up towards the sky, like, they're going to hit a bunch of threes. What are we going to do? We'll see in game 4. Like, I'm a little worried about the fight that this Thunder team has. We'll see what they bring early in the game tonight. Maybe first quarter, first half is the way you kind of cut the baby. And, hey, I don't want to lay it for the full game, but maybe first quarter, first half, would be the way to play it for OKC tonight.
Or maybe on the flip side of that, it's a watch the first half and form an opinion and bet the second half and see if you're going to get another Benedict Mathurin game. See if you're going to get an Aaron Nesmith game. And I think your point about the Thunder and maybe they don't have the fight, I think you're right on that. And what I was thinking, Jared, I don't know if you agree with this, and that's why I'm going to pose it right now, as that's how a talk show works. But it feels like the Thunder are that Boston team from a couple years ago that lost to the Warriors. Like, Boston had all the talent. They were awesome in the regular season. And then they got there and they kind of got punched in the mouth by a more experienced coach, a better, well-rounded team. And then they came back and they won it all. They got over the finish line. But it kind of feels like this, doesn't it? Where they're taking the baby steps there, like playoffs, now finals, and then maybe next year is when they actually get across the finish line. Not saying that, hey, let's go bet the Pacers to win the series and win the finals now, but that's just kind of in my brain, that's kind of what it feels like, where they have all the talent in the world, they're just not battle tested.
So I was thinking about this morning, and I should have looked it up, but I didn't have time, and we're prepping the show. Has there ever been a year where both the NBA and the NHL Stanley Cup Final has gone 7 games? I'm sure it's happened at some point, but the NHL, we talked about that first hour of the show. I think we all are kind of in agreement. That is the tightest final series of the bunch. Those teams are not separated by a lot. I think 3 out of the first 4 games have gone to overtime. That's insane. That's insane how tight. And of course, last year, game 7, 2-1 game. Those two teams are separated by the razor thin of margins. By the way, 2-year anniversary, June 13th, 2023, when VGK won the cup. I was there that night. It was awesome. I hope we get another, that was a 5-game series. I hope we don't get that. We won't. But we're going to probably see a 7-game series in the Stanley Cup Final. I think we're going towards 7 in the NBA. I feel very comfortable that no matter what happens tonight, OKC is going to take care of business game 5 at home. And it might be 3-2 going back to Indiana with Indiana being up. Could be 3-2 OKC going back to Indiana. Either way, I know we're going to be 3-2 somebody going back to Indiana for game 6, and that's going to be the game that really determines if we're going to get 7 or not, obviously. Duh. But it feels like this is, and not at the surface, right? The NHL Stanley Cup Final was razor-thin margins to start. The series price was -120, I think, for Edmonton to start, and it was basically just giving them a little respect for home ice. That was not the case in the NBA. What was it, -600, -700 the Thunder were to start the series? And obviously whatever it was, obviously that price was dead wrong. I think betting this series to go 7, I mean, you want to talk about a bet that you can really root for and have some fun with. It's +110 right now at BetMGM. I would not bet the 10-1 for the series to be over in 5. I think that is just to give me your money instead. Obviously in 6, I think if OKC wins tonight, then the 6 is going to become the massive favorite there. No doubt, because they're going to be a huge favorite in game 5, and then they'll be probably 5-6 point favorite again in game 6 on the road. But I kind of feel like this one's heading towards 7. That's the vibe I get, especially if Indiana wins tonight. Then I feel even better about the series going 7. If OKC wins tonight, I could still see Thunder in 6, but it feels like 7 games. It kind of maybe like a little ticket on a game 7 series kind of feels that way in the NBA this year.
It does feel like 7. I think and back to the original point, we're undervaluing and under-respecting the Indiana Pacers. And to answer your question about the double game 7s, this is where Nick Kostos would make a joke that Bill Zimmerman was born in 1953, so he would probably know. I would never say that, personally. But Bill did do the research because he's the best. And the last double game 7 was 1994, Rangers over Canucks, Rockets over Knicks. Wow. New York involved in both. That is kind of crazy with no Nick here, but New York Nick makes an appearance anyway, as it is famously his show. But yeah, I mean, I think this is going 7-2, and maybe that's part of us just being sports fans too, of we want to root for 7. But either way, even regardless if it goes 7 or 6, this NBA Finals has way more juice than we originally thought. And we thought this was going to be a a sweep, a gentleman's sweep. I mean, no, if you said that, and maybe Sean Hall is probably the only person that would have said coming into game 4, the Pacers would have been up 2-1. He's probably the only person in it, like in the world. And I guess other Indiana fans would probably say that too. But outside of Indianapolis, who was saying that? Probably nobody. This has way more juice than we originally thought. And it's really awesome because it gives us fun betting angles, whether it's plus money for game 7 or whether it's the Pacers tonight 2-1 on the money line, which is still, even saying it is crazy, but it gives us a lot more fun series and fun things to bet and angles to bet, because also just the way that the Pacers win these games, it's like you cover your eyes and you just throw a dart because you don't know who's going to show up for the Pacers. Like, obviously it's going to be Halliburton, but one night it's Benedict Mathurin, the other night, or it's McConnell. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just, you get more betting opportunities at big numbers, and it's a lot of fun.
It really is. I did make a few bets in the prop market for tonight. I've been having a lot of success in the turnover market this year, especially in the postseason. And I think the strategy is you take the players who don't handle the ball and you bet they're under turnovers, especially at home. Nesmith has been a cash cow. How about this? Under 1.5 turnovers for Aaron Nesmith is 14-5 in the playoffs. Now you're paying juice. It's like minus 150, minus 160. I think tonight it's like minus 180 because he's been so consistently not handling the ball and not turning it over. 0 turnovers in 2 straight games of this series for Nesmith. Siakam's the other one that handles it a little bit more, but 0 turnovers in game 3. You're getting plus money on his under 1.5 turnovers bet tonight. It is 12-7 in the playoffs. And again, plus money, 12-7, 2 thumbs up for me right there. The total, I don't want to say it's moved, but it's definitely inching up a little bit. And I think that makes sense. We saw a 234 in game 1 went way over. Or excuse me, a 230 in game 1 went way under. 227.5. I was looking at the March game between these two teams, and that one did go way over. 227.5 in game 3. And that one went over as well. So I think I'm looking at 227.5 as kind of a marker, as kind of, we're not going to see a total higher than that, I think, for the rest of the series, because on average, the games they have fewer possessions per game as we get deeper on in the series. So 227.5 makes sense to me. The fact that we didn't see much budging off of the game the other night, but I am not overly enthused to bet an over in this game. Have you given any thought to the total?
I would go under only, and if it's going to inch up, I'll wait till the last second and bet the under. And you know how this is going to get bet too, because you get the bad SGA game in the last game. He goes way under his point total, and the Pacers play kind of a slower game last game too when they won. So everybody's going to say, well, I mean, SGA is not going to put up 2 clunkers in a row, and the Pacers are going to increase the pace again, not to have fun with words there, but I don't know why I said that, like English is my second language, whatever, but people are just going to bet the zigzag, right? Like it has to be this way, right? Like, of course, they're not going to do that again. So I would only bet the under. I'll wait till the last second if people are going to bet the over, and I'll go under this because, like you said, Jared, as we get deeper into the series, they're going to lock in more, and there's going to be more defense, and it's going to get more nip and tuck, and I'm going to bet on that under for sure.
Yeah, let me just correct my numbers because I don't know what I was looking at. Game 1, 230 under. Game 2, 227.5, barely over. Game 3, 226, well under. So, or by a bucket and a half, basically. So I think the fact that the total has gone up with 2 out of 3 unders in the series, like we saw an increase in the total from game 3 to game 4, despite the fact that it went over. Like, I think 228, and that's the highest number I'm seeing in the market. BetMGM 228.5 with juice to the under. I think it's 228 is kind of the consensus number. I would lean to the under there. Although I guess there's also a question, like if OKC wins, my vibe is over. Like convincingly. Like if OKC wins and covers, my vibe is over. If Indiana wins, covers, my vibe is under. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense to me. And I just know, like, I don't even have to look because I know it. I can feel it in my bones. Like, we get the BetMGM insights and the most bet. I just know that SGA's point total is on that list for the over. I can feel it in my bones that everybody is going straight to the over for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander today. Like I've never been more confident in anything in my life.
75. We just got the John Ewing splits about 2 hours ago. 75% of tickets are on the over tonight. Yeah, I'm not betting. There's
under. I don't have a bell in the studio, but under.
You could not pay me to bet an over tonight. I do think betting OKC in the first half would be the only way I'd want to bet the Thunder at this current price. In my mind, I bet them already in Game 3 right after the game ended. But once that line went from 5.5 to 6.5, it's getting a little stretched, I think, with the Thunder. And again, are we giving this Pacers team enough credit? Are they undervalued? It's a great question. I know who is overvalued. That's Tom Thibodeau, or maybe not. We'll see. Update on the Knicks coaching search next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
All right, we got Frank Schwab coming up in 20 minutes. Excited to talk a little NFL. Jared and Jake in for Nick and Femi here on this Friday the 13th edition of You Better You Bet. Of course, you can follow us, watch us on the BetMGM network and the Odyssey app, and we encourage you to do so. I would also encourage the New York Knicks to hire a head coach at some point. I think that'd be a really good idea for them heading to the offseason. I don't know, maybe you might want to have one of those in your back pocket, Jake, as you get ready to plan on. And again, I think it was a very exciting campaign for the Knicks. And I understand why they decided to fire Tom Thibodeau. However, when I was younger and I was much more foolish in my career, my early 20s, and I would try to bounce around all these jobs and try to move up the ladder and climb the journalism corporate ladder, my mom gave me a very good piece of advice. She says, Jared, you should never leave a job until you have another one lined up. Don't just quit willy-nilly because you hate this or you're not getting enough money, you're not getting enough this and that. You should always have your next job lined up before you quit the current one that you're at. Great advice. Thank you, Mom. I love you. Yeah, I don't think the Knicks heeded that advice in this current situation because it seems like, now granted, I'm on the outside of this situation. I'm not an insider. We'll have Nick Friedel, NBA, Odyssey Insider coming up in a little bit. But it seems like, Jake, the Knicks fired their current head coach without having a head coach in waiting that they were going to hire. Because I'll read you the list of names that they've been denied for. And it's a pretty long list that is growing longer by the day. Jason Kidd, Ime Udoka, Chris Finch, Quinn Snyder, Billy Donovan. 5. They have tried to hire 5 coaches that are currently employed, and they've been denied by all 5. Now, maybe those are just due diligence questions. They're reaching out to these teams. Is this guy available? Sure. But at what point is it not due diligence? And it's like, well, this guy's not on the list. Well, this guy's no. At what point is it maybe you fired the guy that you should have kept all along? Like, overall, your thoughts on the situation and just how this list of names that the Knicks are getting said no to continues to grow by the day.
Well, first, Jared, I got to take this phone call really quick. The Knicks are calling me to ask them to be their next head coach. So just give me a second because I'm going to say no. And the thing is, Jared, you were leaving 3 other names off that list too, because don't forget, Danny Hurley went out of his way to say, I'm not going anywhere because he knew that train was coming down the tracks. So he said, I'm good. Jay Wright came out and said, I'm good. I'm cool with just having my cushy job on TV. Thanks, though. And this one was very funny to me that just nobody asked, but down in Arkansas, John Calipari said, I'm good too. John, I don't think anybody was coming. I don't think the phone was ringing, but we appreciate you taking your name out of the running. Like, it's the meme, Jared, of who want me? No, 100%. Like, nobody wants this job. And I think you're right. Like, the Knicks went ahead and they were listening to the peer pressure. They heard everybody say, you got to fire Thibodeau. You got to fire him. The run is over. It's been a couple of years. And they just said, yeah, you're right. Everybody else is right. We're the people making the decisions, but everybody outside the building is right. Let's fire him. And it was quick, too. Like, it seems like the decision was made well in advance. So, and we were talking about this earlier this week on this show and across the network, that they are telling you that the next coach is finals or bust. The Eastern Conference Finals is not good enough. Who is signing up for that? Who's saying, yeah, I'll sign up for where if I get to the Eastern Conference Finals and I win a couple of games, that's not good enough and I'm going to lose my job? Like, that's your advertisement for the job right now. Obviously, nobody's going to be chomping at the bit to take that job.
Yeah, I don't think the Knicks thought this one through. And I'm not blaming anyone in specific because I don't know exactly how the process laid out. It could have gone one of, I'll say 2 like the most likely scenarios that this could have played out. 1, this was the plan all along. Tibbs, you're either making it to the finals or you're busting. That's it. You're gone. And he didn't make it to the finals. And so even though it was a weird fluky shot that bounced off the back of the rim, then 20 feet in the air, then eventually came down, that was really the reason that the Knicks were unable to get across the finish line. I wish there is some alternate reality out there where the Knicks are in the finals right now. And let's be honest, based on how the Pacers have performed in the finals, maybe the Knicks had a chance to win that series. Maybe they would have had a chance to beat the Thunder if they were able to slay the dragon of the Indiana Pacers. Maybe this was a Leon Rose plan all along. This was the plan. Tibbs is going to get us this far. If not, he's gone. That's probably the most likely scenario here. The unlikelier scenario, the one that's a little more, I guess, conspiratorial in nature, is the sphere scenario. Have you heard this? I've heard Colin Cowherd talk about this. I've heard plenty of the Nick Wright, very prominent sports radio personalities talk about this, that James Dolan's been focusing on the sphere very much for the last couple of years. The sphere is now up and running. I actually haven't been to the sphere yet. I might not be able to make it in the building after I give you this take. They might have me banned from the building, but who knows? We'll try. I heard Kenny Chesney's in town right now. And all of a sudden, everything's Gucci with the sphere. And now the Knicks are fun again. Oh, my God. The Knicks are winning all these games, and the city loves them. Oh, well, James Dolan, whoop, right back to the Knicks. We didn't make it to the finals. We got to get this guy out the door. I don't think that's how it played out, but based on what I know about Mr. Dolan, I would not be shocked. Again, I think the bigger question here is, why did you fire Tibbs if you don't have an immediate person who is going to fill that job? I would not have fired him until I picked up the phone and called Kidd, Udoka, Finch, Snyder, Donovan, and knew that exactly 100%. I know these guys don't want to coach my team. Maybe we should hang on to Tibbs. Like to me, that's just the way I view a situation. I would never fire a coach who's had as much success as Tibbs unless I knew what my plan was to replace him. Now we're hearing Taylor Jenkins. We're hearing Mike Brown. I'm sorry. I'd rather have Tibbs than those guys. Am I crazy for saying that?
I don't think you're crazy at all. And I don't think that take about Dolan is crazy either. This feels very much like a move from a couple of years ago that he would do. Like, we've clowned James Dolan for years because of stuff like this. And it just feels like something that he would do, knee-jerk reaction, reading the tweets, reading the headlines, and just saying, oh, wow, I got to do something here. So I don't think you're completely wrong on that, because we know how much of an egomaniac that guy is. And this feels like his kind of situation, like something he would do that we've seen in years past. So it does feel like it was very much an ego-based decision of, oh yeah, like I'm overstepping everybody. I'm making the call. Get him out. And you think so highly of yourself. We're the New York Knicks. We can just pluck whoever we want from any job, and it's not working out, and now you're scrambling.
Just in case, I heard Sydney Sweeney's single now. Just in case she's interested. I'm sorry, Sydney. I'm not interested at all. Like, I just want to get ahead of this now. You know, Jake is. I heard she's selling bathwater she's selling soap, bathwater that she's used. I'm sure that's going to be a very popular item on the shelves.
I heard Brian Gertz ordered some already.
I wouldn't buy any soap with bathwater that Tibbs used. I think where this is going, I did not expect to say that on the show today. I think where this is going now is down a road where all of a sudden, if there was a chance that the Knicks were going to trade for Kevin Durant, if there was a chance that the Knicks were going to bring in a Giannis or some other big name free agent, if you're a big, and this is right around the time, right? July is right around the time that we start talking about these trades. I heard the Kevin Durant trade. I'm going to ask Nick Friedel about that coming up in our next hour. I'll see if we maybe have some kind of solution to Giannis. All of these major players that might be moving around. If you're one of those players, why would you want to come play for the Knicks? You just fired a head coach that made it to the finals. You just got rejected by every other head coach that was on your list who's already employed. Like, why would you want to go to that organization and give your time and give your ability? Like, I think what the Knicks have done here is they have ruined whatever credibility they had left. And they were building some of that credibility. They were building that culture. They were building the positive momentum. And then they threw it all away because they thought maybe they could get Billy Donovan from the Bulls. They thought maybe they could get Jason Kidd from the Mavericks. They thought maybe they could get Udoka from the Rockets. Maybe they could get Finch from the T-Wolves. Maybe they could get Snyder from the Hawks. All of those guys said no. What's the plan F here? The plan G, H, I? Like, how far down on the alphabet do we have to go until you find the coach that's going to agree to come coach your team? Sometimes the grass is always greener on the other side until you realize It's really not grass. It's actually that artificial turf they put everywhere. And there's no substance to it because nobody wants to bloom any flowers on it. Like, it's just a mind-boggling move because the PR of this situation, Jake, is really starting to spiral against the Knicks.
Not to take this in a completely different direction, but just hearing you say those names. Ime Udoka, Jason Kidd, Chris Finch, playoff respected coaches. Billy Donovan is just like... And it's so funny because, and not to make this a Chicago thing, but it's just, imagine being the Bulls and saying, no, hands off Billy Donovan. We want our 30 wins and you can't have it. Like, what are we? And it's so ridiculous because being in Chicago, I heard people talking about like, oh, maybe people made jokes, Jared. Oh, maybe we'll get lucky and the Knicks will request to interview Billy Donovan and we'll finally be rid of this man. And then they did. And then the Bulls said no. I cannot wait to hear what Nick Friedel is going to say about that because he's covered the Bulls for a long time. He was in Chicago for a long time, and I can't wait to hear his belly laugh when we ask him about that because I know it's coming. And just imagine, Jared, like think of the Bulls the last couple of years. Done a whole lot of nothing. Oh, the play-in, sick. Dope. 10 seed. Well done. And then saying, no, that's our head coach. That's our play-in caliber coach. You can't have him. Imagine. It's truly incredible.
What's worse, though, keeping Donovan or firing a coach that's had more success than Billy Donovan and then getting told no by the Bulls.
Jared, lest you forget, the Bulls did that too. They fired Tibbs and said, Fred Hoiberg, come on down. I've lived this nightmare, Jared. I know exactly how the Knicks fans feel.
It's funny because, very strong New York, Chicago contingent here on the show. And there is kind of a mirror image there. We need, and I know we had Nick Costos do a You Bet After Dark podcast about the Oilers win last night, which is awesome. Go check that out. We need to get an After Dark podcast on the Knicks and this coaching search because I want to hear Costos go completely ham on what's happening right now in the Big Apple. All right, Frank Schwab always goes ham. NFL talk. We'll switch gears on the other side here on You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're halfway home here on a Friday the 13th. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Jared and Jake in for Nick and Femi today. We wish Femi the best of luck with his move. Nick, wish him the best of luck with his Summer Friday. Seems to be a pretty consistent Summer Friday situation. I mean, I'm loving it because I get to hang out with you guys for a few hours. I'm sure Nick's loving it too, gets to spend time with his family. Coming up later this hour, Johnny Venezia. We're going to talk a little college baseball. Jake, I'm really excited to get your thoughts on what's taking place in Omaha over the next couple weeks. And in our final hour, of course, it is a Peacock Power Hour on NBC Sports Now. Very excited to talk to Nick Friedel, a Friedel Friday, our Odyssey NBA insider. We'll get Brad Thomas's thoughts as well. And Gambling Night in America coming up in our next hour. But let's switch gears back to the NFL. Always excited to talk to this gentleman. He covers the league for Yahoo. He is Frank Schwab. You can follow him on X at Yahoo Schwab. Frank, it's kind of we're in that kind of, I don't want to say dead zone, but we've got some big news dumps over the last week or so with minicamp. We're about to enter the summer period where things really quiet down. I guess I'll just open it up to you. Over the last week with mandatory minicamp, what's been, in your opinion, the biggest headline that we need to really pay attention to as we move forward into the offseason?
I don't know if we really need to pay attention to it, but I'm amazed at the Shedeur Sanders circus. I shouldn't call it a circus necessarily, but I've never seen a fourth-string quarterback, and I've never seen a fifth-round rookie get this much attention. I mean, every pass he makes a minicamp, there's 8 videos on my social media feed, and people, I don't know what people see in him necessarily. I like Shedeur Sanders. I think he could be a solid NFL starter down the road, but the amount of like a routine play he'll make in minicamp, and everybody's comments are, "Oh my God, how did the NFL ever let this guy slip to the 5th round? He's going to be the best quarterback in this class." Like, what? Like, I guess like it's just weird. But I think we found out this week, last couple of weeks maybe, that Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number one talking point in August by far. He will be the player we are talking about the most, unless somebody gets hurt. If Patrick Mahomes gets hurt or something, yeah, okay, that takes over. But Shedeur Sanders it's kind of unlike anything I've ever seen. It almost reminds me a little bit of Tim Tebow back in the day, where he just has this hold on people where that's all anybody wants to talk about right now. And I don't think that's slowing down. Now, I don't think this is necessarily going to affect the season at all, because unlike 90% of the people who comment on my stuff, I don't think he's going to start anytime soon. Maybe sometime late in the season he gets a start. People seem convinced that he is going to start from week 1, and the Browns found their franchise quarterback for the next decade. And I'm like, let's pump the brakes a little bit on a 5th-round pick. Why don't we?
Well, Frank, speaking of rookies, and we'll talk about rookies that we are actually going to see on the field in week 1, a lot of buzz already. We're getting the clips of Travis Hunter playing both ways in practice and in camp. How much do you think we're going to see him on the defensive side of the ball? Is it going to be more than we think, or is it going to be less than we think? And do you think we see more of him on one side or the other?
And I think it's going to be more offense regardless. Maybe I'll be honest. Maybe I'm wish casting this because I just want to see it. I love the unicorns. I love Shohei Ohtani. Well, obviously what he's doing in Major League Baseball. I want Travis Hunter to play as much as he possibly can. He's pushing for it. He wants this. And I do think that the Jacksonville Jaguars will get closer to the season, and they'll want to push this. They'll want to say, look, this guy's our best receiver and our best cornerback. Now, no offense to Brian Thomas Jr., great player, I get it, but he was a number 2 pick for a reason. You don't pay what they paid to go up to number 2 and get him, and then just play him at receiver. Like they paid an order, just a crazy amount to go up and get him. You almost have to have it in the back of your mind of this guy's going to lead the NFL in snaps for us. And you already hear, the secondary coach going to Liam Cohen saying, I need this guy more on my side of the ball. Like I think you're going to get that from, and it was kind of joking, but I don't think they were really joking. Like I think the defensive coaches are going to want him as much as they can. The offensive coaches are going to want him. And I think we're going to see the Jaguars really push him. Now, other people disagree with me. Some of my coworkers, Jory Epstein, she believes that, the transition is so hard. We're not going to see him much on the defensive side this year. So, and I get that, and I understand why. I just do think that they're really going to push the limits with Travis Hunter, who is accepting of all this. He wants to play as much as he can. And I think Jaguars are really going to benefit. The Jaguars are one of the teams I like the most coming into the season, as far as just exceeding expectations. I'm high on the Jaguars this year. Part of the reason is that, look, I'm based in Colorado. I've seen a lot of Travis Hunter. He's special. He's a difference maker, and he's going to make an immediate impact right away. And I think it's going to be on both sides.
Yeah, I think that situation in Jacksonville, because of the new head coach, Liam Cohen, of course, how he was brought to town was a very intriguing story as well. Trevor Lawrence, the potential is there. We just haven't seen it really be reached yet. And then you drop Travis Hunter's name or his talent into that situation. And it's kind of like the straw that stirs the drink. Like, I don't know what the drink is going to taste like, Frank, but I'm very interested to see how it gets mixed, because all of those elements combined. And then, oh, by the way, you mentioned Brian Thomas's name. Like, there is this level of intrigue, high intrigue with the Jaguars this year. And they play in a division that I would say is up for grabs.
Absolutely. That's part of my point with the Jaguars. The Houston Texans were a below average team for the last half of last year. Now they came alive in the playoffs. Obviously, I don't know what the Chargers were doing in the wild card round. They look awful in that game. Give credit to the Texans, right? And they competed hard against the Chiefs too. But mostly the Texans were not good last year. They took a big step back, I thought. So I think they're vulnerable. And you think about, who are always the surprise teams in the NFL? A lot of times it's first-time head coach, offensive-minded head coach who comes in for a coaching staff that was kind of just going through the motions or really in over its head. I don't think Doug Peterson and his staff did a very good job these past couple of years. I think there's a new energy with that team. Like you said, they have two elite receivers. If Trevor Lawrence can't get it done this year, it's not going to happen. Like, it just, I'm giving him one more shot. Like, I can't keep doing this until he's 30, 34 years old, 38 years old. Like, maybe this is your Trevor. No, this is it. If you can't put up a really, really good season with these two guys at wide out. Also, I like Bretton Strange, their tight end. I think he's going to take a step up. They have 3 running backs who are capable, if you count Tootin, their rookie. I set up for the Jaguars to take a big step up, to be a very exciting team. I think their defense is going to be good enough. I think they win that division. I think Liam Cohen wins Coach of the Year because that's the template. That's the template we look for.
Yeah.
What team exceeded expectations the most? And it's funny that the media votes on this. Not who's the really best coach. I mean, it's never going to go to John Harbaugh or anything. It's always the team that exceeded expectations the most, because it can't be that we were wrong. It's always got to be that this guy is Vince Lombardi. Matt Nagy with the Bears had to be the greatest coach we've ever seen. We couldn't have been wrong on our preseason expectations. So that's the template. I think 4 of the last 7 coaches of the year have been first-year guys. I'm really high on Liam Cohen and this Jaguars team this year.
I want to go to Cincinnati, Frank, because we were talking about headlines and stories that are grabbing us. What the hell is going on in Cincinnati with Stewart and this situation? I mean, what do you make of all of this?
I mean, I assume it's going to get done before training camp, but they're already antagonizing their first-round pick over this. You could tell from his comments he was not happy about any of this. And for what? What are we doing here? You want to put in some language right now, starting in 2025, this draft class? We're going to push money down the road and be able to take back guarantees if you what are we doing? Like, what? This is just the Bengals have tried, or at least we're trying, to get rid of this reputation that they're this cheap second-rate organization. And then they do stuff like this and you're like, nah, you're the Bengals. Like, you're never going to change. This is who you are. You're a cheap organization. You don't treat your players as well as you should. And this is just another example of it. And now this all compounds. Like, this isn't a great defense. It was just adding a best player available. They need Shamar Stewart because we don't know what's Trey Hendrickson. I don't think he gets paid. I don't know where this story's going with Trey Hendrickson, but this is the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think they pay him. I don't know what's going to happen with him. Just cut Jermaine Pratt, who's been a pretty good linebacker for them the past 6 years. And if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm looking around saying, man, should I be here for the long haul? Is this really the franchise that's going to get me to a Super Bowl championship? I mean, they almost won it a few years ago, but this defense is a mess, and I don't see how it's any better. And I could not be lower on the Bengals right now as far as just the same with you guys. What are you guys doing? Like, what possibly is your motivation here in antagonizing your first round pick?
Yeah, it seems like they they only want to focus on keeping Joe happy on the offensive side of the ball, and they're not really interested in anything on the defensive side of the ball. And to your point, Frank, we're joined by Frank Schwab, covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports. Follow him on X at Yahoo Schwab. I think the situation that's taken place on the defensive side of the ball speaks to what you're saying. Duke Tobin's been the GM of this team for 26 years. Like, I think we've let this scent linger for a little bit too long. And maybe it's higher up. Like, maybe it's not fully his fault. Maybe he's trying to play his hand as best he can, and he just has a crappy hand of cards. But it seems like we've gone down this road of Cincinnati where they have this potential and then they squander it because their GM or their overall operation is just not at the level that an NFL team should be run.
Yeah. How lucky were they to fall into Joe Burrow, basically?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine this franchise without Joe Burrow. Like, it's just a mess, and it has been for a long time. And I agree. And I think about the Bengals this year, and I thought it was the right thing to bring back T. Higgins and to pay Jamar Chase. Like, that, the strength of your team is this passing game. Don't mess with that. But I wonder how they're going to get better. Like, this team missed the playoffs last year. How did they improve? Where did the improvement come from? They're just kind of status quo, bringing everybody back. That's why, I mean, not that this is breaking news or anything, but I love the Ravens in this division because who's going to beat them? I don't think it's this Bengals team. I get the Bengals had some unlucky losses last year. Patriots week 1 was weird, and both Ravens were close. Oh, okay, whatever. Maybe those flip around. You have a little bit better luck, but roster's not better. And I don't think the Steelers are going to be great. I know the Browns aren't going to be any good. So I think the Ravens might win this division by 5 games. I mean, they're so much better than the Bengals right now on paper. Maybe the Bengals just improve from within. Demetrius Knight, their second-round pick, linebackers also, whatever. But it's hard to predict that because it just, to me, looks like the same team that didn't make the playoffs last year.
Frank, what do you mean there's going to be no challengers to the Ravens? Haven't you heard Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season, and now he has a quarterback? Haven't you heard about this, Frank?
I maybe in passing, I've heard that stat before. I will say this about the Steelers. Everybody's down on the Steelers. This is the year Tomlin loses and all that. Last year, they were 10-7 with Russell Wilson at quarterback. Do we really, truly think Aaron Rodgers is worse than Russell Wilson? Like, I don't. Like, people have this perception in their heads that Aaron Rodgers was terrible last year. He wasn't. He was pretty good. Over the last 10 games last year, Aaron Rodgers threw 18 touchdowns with 4 interceptions and a 97 passer rating. Look, you're cherry picking a little bit, 10 games, and you're not kind of whatever. People think he's just completely washed up, and he might be because the history of 42-year-old quarterbacks is absolutely miserable other than Tom Brady. But I think Aaron Rodgers is better than people remember. He's a middle-of-the-road quarterback right now. And I think he's better than Russell Wilson. And if this team won 10 games last year, why can't they be at least that good again? Like, I just think people have given up on the Steelers, kind of like we do every year, because they're kind of boring. And where's the juice on this team? And there's no way to see an easy improvement. And it doesn't look like a 10-win team on paper at all. I don't see, unless Aaron Rodgers just hits that age wall, which could happen, I don't see why the Steelers are that much worse. I really don't. Like, I think they're going to be what they are. They're a mediocre team. They're going to be hovering around 500. They're going to be hoping to get the 7th seed and lose by 28 points in the first round. That's just kind of who they are right now, but I don't think they're a bad team necessarily. I think they're going to be middle of the road, mediocre, led by a middle of the road, mediocre quarterback.
I think it's really hard to just parachute in the middle of June and pick up an offense like that.
What, though? You know what? I was stunned by this. Remember, I mean, this is years ago. Do you remember when Brett Favre signed with the Vikings? He was like, I'm retired. And then August 18th, he signed with the Vikings.
Wow.
And he had the best year of his career and almost took the Vikings to a Super Bowl. I was watching a Favre documentary on Netflix. And that date came up on the screen. I'm like, it was middle August when Brett Favre signed, and he had one of the greatest seasons of his career. So maybe we overrate that a little bit. I'm not worried about that with Aaron Rodgers. The only thing I'm worried about is the age wall. This stat just floored me a little bit, even though I knew it. I had to be reminded of it. In NFL history, we're talking about 105 years now of NFL history, 42-year-old quarterbacks who have had at least 100 attempts in a season and a passer rating above 76.6, which is a terrible rating, right? There's 4 instances of it. You know who they are? Tom Brady in 2019, Tom Brady in 2020, Tom Brady in 2021, and Tom Brady in 2022. Maybe one guy was an outlier. Maybe. Like maybe every single other quarterback we've ever seen play football is absolutely cooked by age 42, which Aaron Rodgers turns in December.
The one thing maybe that Brett Favre didn't have to deal with is the media content creation that Aaron does on a weekly basis. That I do think it is a bit of a distraction. But we'll see. I agree. I think it's going to be a really interesting year. There's no way that he's worse than Russell Wilson, though. Even if you parachuted him in first week of the year, I still think he's probably better than Russell Wilson. Always better than Russell Wilson. Frank Schwab, we appreciate the time, pal. Good to talk to you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. You can always follow Frank at Yahoo Schwab on X. Does a great job covering the NFL and betting for Yahoo Sports. I think I'm in the Steelers over bandwagon. I think I'm in the Steelers are going to be better than the Bengals bandwagon. And I think I'm in the Steelers potential division contender bandwagon if Rodgers can stay healthy. But I don't know. We'll get into that more on the other side. We'll continue our NFL talk and mix in a little college football next on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, coming up in 20 minutes, Johnny Venezia, host of the Breaking Bets podcast. Very excited to talk to him. We'll have some College World Series nuggets. I'm sure, Jake, you're going to have a lot to chime in that segment as well. This is your time to shine, my friend. Omaha. So what's been actually, before we get into the NFL, has there been anything noteworthy about the College World Series buildup this week that maybe we should keep in our mind for the next segment?
Well, we have a game under our belts already, too, Jared. A game just finished about 10 minutes ago. Coastal Carolina ended up beating Arizona, which we expected. Nice. Coastal was minus 200, minus 230 in that game. It was very close for a while. It was back and forth, but Coastal pulls away in the end. I do kind of think Coastal's going to be the team that comes out of that side of the bracket, but it's it's the wacky side of the bracket. It's not the LSU and Arkansas side. But Jared, we were talking about hashtag value and prices when they're wrong, and when we're talking about the Pacers, but I can't believe we're still aligning Murray State as 2-1 or longer in these games, because you're similar to the Pacers. They've won 2 games. They are leading the series, but they're 2-1 on the money line. Does anyone think that's right? Like, Murray State is here. They're in Omaha. They're not playing LSU. They're not playing Arkansas. They're playing UCLA. And this is not 2015 UCLA. This isn't 2016 UCLA that had Garrett Cole and Trevor Bauer and was an awesome team. Like, they're fine. They're a good team. They're among the last 8. But does anyone really think, like, plus 235 is the best price I saw on Murray State? And I bet the hell out of that, because it's wrong. Like, I mean, look at this and tell me that that's the right price. Like, does anyone think that that is right? And I'm not saying Murray State is going to win the College World Series. They're 45-1, for God's sake. The next closest to them is Louisville's 19-1. So, yeah, Murray State probably doesn't win the College World Series, but they can beat UCLA. Sorry to Cody Decker. Like, but does anyone think this is right? Like, come on.
Racers. Kentucky, Indiana. It's like a 4-hour drive, right? Very close from Kentucky to Indiana. Maybe a little bit of parallel there. Good stuff there, Jake. So we'll get Johnny's thoughts in about 20 minutes on everything taking place in the College World Series. I want to follow up on what we just talked about with Frank. I think, and I heard Nick rant about this earlier this week, and I agree with Nick. If you're asking me Steelers or Bengals, and that's, to me right now, like, those are the 2 teams that, are kind of right on the cusp of being a playoff team and being on that level. I think we're all kind of in agreement. Baltimore is the best team in that division. I expect Baltimore to win that division. But if you were going to ask me right now, which team has more wins this year? And I know the lines aren't exactly the same. I want to say they're in the same vicinity. Cincinnati's 9.5 juice to the under. Pittsburgh's 8.5 juice to the over. So it's probably Cincinnati 9.25 if you want to use the quarter wins that I know some of the professional gamblers like to use, or if you want to use the 8.75 for the Steelers. They're right around 9 wins. We expect both teams to win 9 games this year, right in that vicinity. I think the Cincinnati number is more wrong, has the potential to be more wrong than the Pittsburgh number. Pittsburgh, I see a very narrow field. Probably 7 is the floor and probably 10 is the ceiling. I feel like they're going to be somewhere in that range. Cincinnati, that defense doesn't figure things out. Shamar Stewart's off the reservation. Hendrickson's traded somewhere. Joe Burrow can't quite duplicate his MVP performance from last year. Man, I think 5 or 6 wins is very much on the table for Cincinnati this year because of how bad their defense was last year. On the flip side of that, if they keep Hendrickson, sign Stewart, everything goes great. Al Golden's the next coming of Butkus. 12, 13 wins, I think. I mean, Cincinnati, the sky's the limit, I think, because of just how great Joe Burrow can be. Like, is that a fair statement to make? Like, the volatility with Cincinnati is just up and down, whereas Pittsburgh, I feel pretty comfortable they're going to be within that 3-win window, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, and when we were talking to Frank, and he's just going through everything with Cincinnati. They're a cheap organization. They're playing this weird game with their first-round rookie. They're not going to pay Trey Hendrickson. And as he's talking, I'm thinking about it. I'm agreeing with everything that Frank is saying, and he's much smarter than I am. But I'm agreeing with him, and I'm just thinking, I'm like, do we have to be betting Cincinnati, worst team, worst record? Like, if Joe Burrow gets hurt, and we know he's not the most stable, he's not the most durable guy in his career in the NFL. If Joe Burrow goes down for a couple of games or longer, the bottom could easily fall out on Cincinnati, right? Like, as we're talking about it, and after talking to Frank, like, that's the only thing I can really take away from that is we might have to be betting Cincinnati worst record because the bottom could totally fall out here.
That's not a terrible approach. I think if you're and the reason why it's not a bad approach, if we are expecting more volatility with one team, I want to go to the long shots. I want to take a swing. Pittsburgh, I feel pretty comfortable that unless, of course, Aaron Rodgers is like, on some darkness retreat doing ayahuasca in the desert, I feel pretty comfortable if he plays 16 out of 17 games, Pittsburgh's going to win at least 7, 8, 9 games. Like, I don't see them below that threshold. If Rodgers is just slightly better than Russell Wilson and the culture and everything else in Pittsburgh is hunky-dory, their roster's pretty solid, we like their defense, we think Watt's going to come back. I heard that situation is going to work itself out. I feel pretty comfortable that Pittsburgh's going to be a 500 team or better this year. I would say 8 wins really is the floor, as long as Rodgers plays all the games. Yeah, like I think, and I know 9-8, Mike Tomlin Appreciation Day, September 8th. I get that, and I'll use that joke until all my dad joke allowance runs out. But I feel pretty comfortable that the Steelers are more equipped to handle the season than Cincinnati is right now, where I see a wide range of options for the Bengals. Yeah, maybe not worst record in the league, but if you go and look at the Bengals, and it might take me a while to scroll all the way down and find their win total, but if you go back and you look on BetMGM right now, and you go to the Bengals win total, like you can get an under 7.5 wins for Cincinnati at plus 375.
Ooh.
Like how close were they last year to winning 7 games? Well, they finished 9-8 or 8-9, I think, one of those two. They missed the playoffs. I mean, they had so many late game comebacks that they needed to get to that station. I mean, under 7.5 wins, a plus 375, that feels like a really safe bet. As safe as a plus 375 can feel, knowing that it can all blow up in a minute if the Bengals don't sign these defensive players.
I am going to be betting that in the break. Like I haven't bet anything NFL yet this summer. That is going to be the one that breaks the dam for sure. That's I see that range for sure. And like I'm the one saying that the Bengals may be worst record in the league. So under 7.5 at almost 4-1. I'm way in on that for sure.
Yeah.
Like sign me up.
Yeah, and I was wrong about their actual win total. It's actually 9.75. It's actually 9.5 juice to the over, which is crazy. You can get under 9.5 wins on Cincinnati at plus 130. Over 9.5 is minus 155. So, like how many scenarios do you see Cincinnati as a 10-win team this year? I only see one scenario. All of the guys play, or all of the defensive players are signed, happy, and willing to risk their life and limb, because that's what the NFL is. I mean, these are gladiators. And then you get Joe Burrow to maintain the MVP level from last year. And that might be harder to do than just getting the players signed. The players getting signed, I think Shamar Stewart, to me, if they don't figure out a way to get this rookie signed, I would fire. If I'm the Brown, or if I'm Mike Brown, I'd fire everyone.
Yeah,
and maybe it's his fault. Maybe he's just like, I don't want to pay these guys. I don't want to put this language in. I don't know. It seems pretty cheap and pretty frugal to me. But if they don't get these guys signed, that is an egregious error on the Bengals' part. Where on the other side, the likelihood of Joe Burrow to put forth another MVP season, a second one in a row, I think is significantly less likely than their defense taking a turn and improving on what was a really bad performance last year. To me, that seems the more. You bring in Golden, everyone's very excited. Eventually, you hope they sign Stewart. I have no idea how the Henderson situation is going to go. No idea. But I think that scenario of the Bengals defense improving is more likely than Joe Burrow to throw for 5,000 yards again and be the best player on the planet. Like, that feels like a long shot to me. That feels like something that's very difficult to duplicate. And that's where I think the under in their win total makes a ton of sense.
Well, not even that, Jared. Don't forget, too, like, how likely is it that Jamar Chase is the Triple Crown winner again, too?
Yeah.
Like, he's awesome. He's awesome. No bones about that. I'm not saying anything otherwise. Like, even if Joe Burrow does have another MVP-esque season, what is the likelihood that you get both of those things in congruence again? And you still didn't make the playoffs. Like, this is just coming up all anti-Cincinnati. Like, we are going under the win total. We're taking alt unders, miss the playoffs, give me all of it. And maybe even, like, if you bake this into the equation too, if we think the Browns might be a little bit better than people think if Shedeur wins the job and if he's actually good, maybe Cincinnati drops one or both of those games too. And then that's even more like you bury you under the stadium.
So if you go right now, I'm on MGM and I'm looking at the different odds. Under 9.5 wins is plus 130. No to make the playoffs is plus 125. Essentially the same bet. I would rather have the 5 extra cents. I would rather bet the plus 130 at under 9.5 wins. It just, I see a scenario where they go 9-8 and make the playoffs. I do see that scenario.
We've seen it before.
Happen. Yeah. So I would rather have the extra 5 cents and bet the under 9.5 wins, because I see fewer scenarios where they get to 10. The only scenario I see where they get to 10 is if all of these things happen that we just mentioned. Shamar Stewart's signed and Trey Hendrickson is happy. The MVP offense continues to perform at an MVP level, and Al Golden turns things around in year 1 for that defense. That's a lot. That's a lot of things that need to go well in order for Cincinnati to reach the 10-win plateau. And I don't see them reaching 10 wins unless all of those things happen. Joe Burrow, MVP. Jamar Chase, maybe not Triple Crown, but MVP type, Offensive Player of the Year type season. T. Higgins, legit number 2. Both of those guys are on the field for the whole year. And all of the things we're talking about on the defensive side. Al Golden, Shamar Stewart, Trey Hendrickson. Whew, man. And they lost Joe Mixon too. It feels like there's just a lot of angst. They don't have a running. I feel like there's a lot of negatives with Cincinnati and not as many positives. Speaking of negatives, I wanted to at least mention this college football segment, college football bet that I made last week. I didn't get to it on the show earlier this week when I was on with Femi, but I wanted to get to it now because speaking of negative press in the offseason, has there been a worse situation brewing than what's happening in Chapel Hill right now with North Carolina? So I bet they're under 7.5 wins earlier this week. I also bet TCU in week 1 as a pick'em at UNC. Oh. And it's not that I love TCU. It's not, I know that I like their quarterback a little bit, but it's not like my love affair with TCU. I am just very bearish on the Tar Heels and this entire Bill Belichick situation. Have you put any thought to UNC's football team at all this year? I'm sure you put plenty of thought in their baseball team.
I mean, how could you not put thought into UNC's football program with how much it's permeated the media space? I mean, you can't turn left or right without stumbling into some kind of UNC football story. I will say, you did mention the baseball team. I was big on North Carolina. I thought they were going to win the Supers. I thought they were going to make a run to the title. They lose, and in the elimination game, Jared, in the game that they lost, game 3 of the Super against Arizona, they go out, they lose the game, Arizona advances. As Arizona is celebrating on the field, you get the camera, and it cuts, and who's in the tunnel, Jared? Bill Belichick. And I'm like, no! Like, I wish I'd known this coming into the game. I would have went ham on Arizona. I would have taken that money line. I would have went right to the bank and taken a mortgage out. It was, I just had to sit there and laugh. Like, of course. Yeah, it's bad. And Jared, I mean, a couple weeks ago, people on this network, across the media landscape are saying, hey, is Bill Belichick even going to make it to week 1? No. Like, we pumped the brakes a little bit. Like, let's all remember our sanity, people. Yes, he's probably June 10th. Oh, the buyout decree, whatever. He's still there. I'm sure they're going to continue to roll this out, and they're going to run him out there, and we're going to talk about it all summer still. Oh well, because what's next, Jared. Oh well, Jordan hasn't been around. Is it trouble? I
haven't heard
paradise?
anything from her in a while.
Right. Oh, radio silence from her, which A+ move. Like, yeah, just go into the shadows, hang out, like you have it made. She'll pop up again. But yeah, I mean, I think under 7.5 is probably right. It was probably right the whole time. He's building this program from the ground up anyway. He was having trouble bringing recruits in. So it was probably 7.5 anyway, but it's way more fun to say because of the Jordan Hudson effect that you have to go under.
So Gio Lopez, their starting quarterback this year, the transfer from South Alabama, had a really nice year for South Alabama. Go watch the one game he played against against the Power 5 opponent last year, LSU. It wasn't pretty. You'll be facing a lot of Power 5 opponents. Gio Lopez, 6-foot quarterback, about my size, 200 pounds. I wouldn't make it in college football either at my size. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to talk to Johnny Venezia. We are going to discuss College World Series and everything going on in Omaha right now. It's probably one of my favorite non-major sporting events of the year, and we got it covered for you coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Our NBC Sports Peacock Power Hour coming up in 20 minutes. Also, let's take a quick update from the U.S. Open. I haven't talked about this over the last hour or so. Sam Burns now tied for the lead, 3 under with J.J. Spawn. So we do have a recognizable name at the top of the leaderboard. Thurston Lawrence went from 6 under to 2 under. And apparently he saw his name at the top of the leaderboard, Jake, and all of a sudden was like, I'm playing not to lose instead of playing to win, and now he finds his name not at the top of the leaderboard. Funny how that happens, huh?
Yeah, he remembered who he is, and he is exactly who we thought he was, and he has turned back into a pumpkin.
Thurston Lawrence, I mean, just to make the cut and be in red numbers, I think, at this tournament is impressive, but he will likely not be the 36-hole leader. I'm guessing Sam Burns, who is in the clubhouse at 3 under par, probably a pretty decent pick to be heading into the weekend with the lead. But we switch gears now as we head out to Omaha. Very excited to talk to Johnny Venezia. He, of course, is the host of the Breaking Bet podcast. You can follow him on X at _JohnnyBTV. All right, Johnny, they had one game already in the books. I guess overall, what is your take on what we are going to see over the next couple weeks? Because this is a very exciting event. It's not your typical tournament, right? You get the round robin play and then you get the final series. So there are some levels to this. If there are audience members out there that are not familiar with how the College World Series format is, how can you educate them real quick before we get into who we think is going to win?
Yeah, the College World Series is it's chaos in a bottle. And this year, above even other years, it's even to a different level. I think if you're looking at betting this overall, you need to realize that you're betting bracket versus bracket. So the left side of the bracket is today. Coastal beat Arizona. Now they slide into a 1-game advantage where they have to win a couple more games. They're going to be sending Jacob Morrison to the bump. Their future price basically got cut in half. It was 6-1 to win it all. Now it's 3-5. And then the winner of Oregon State Louisville is going to be an interesting proposition here. Ultimately, how I would look at it, anybody of these 4 teams can win on this side of the bracket. So say even Oregon State falls tonight. I think it's a pretty good idea to take a piece of them to come out of the losers bracket, because you're going to get a juicy number and they're equipped to handle that. So I think now if you're looking at getting involved, Oregon State and Coastal is still the way to go. And then on the right side, it's most likely going to come down to LSU, Arkansas. So the good chance is that one of those teams will be winning the College World Series, and they play each other tomorrow night. So if you haven't gotten a piece yet and you want to get involved, definitely would take a piece on one of those 2 teams to win it all as well.
Johnny, first of all, good to talk to you, buddy. Miss you, love you. Also, I cannot believe that we're still doing this where we're lining Murray State at 2-1 or longer on the money line. Like, I was talking about it earlier in the show with Jared. Like, they're here. They're in Omaha. They're a good team. Yeah, they're on this crazy run, but UCLA isn't some juggernaut, behemoth, Goliath. Like, I think that Murray State is still being way mispriced. I don't know if you feel the same.
I absolutely do. Great to be talking to you, handsome, as well. Listen, the sports books are going to learn the hard way. They want to keep disrespecting our racers who've been cashing plus money bangers left and right all tournament. Well, you know what? They're going to learn today, aren't they? Or tomorrow, I guess, more so. But, I mean, you got a team like Murray State that went into one of the toughest regionals in Oxford, took down Ole Miss, Georgia Tech. Western Kentucky was in that region. Then they go on the road to Duke in the Supers, lose the first game, then they come back and win the next 2. This is a 4 seed that is not content with just being here. They're out for blood. They're like a shark in the water. They expect to win. And you know what the thing is? They're playing with house money, so they don't have the pressure on them. And the fact is we're still getting them in a matchup where it's relatively closer to even than people would think, where it's plus 230 in some places. I don't think so. I'm on Murray State here. I think the big question is, like, what is Nick Schutte or Isaac Silva going to be able to do on the mound? Because we know Murray State's probably going to be able to score. Michael Barnett's been solid for them as their Friday guy, and they have some bullpen options, but, like, there's nobody dominant in that staff. I guess Wylam Moss, the freshman out of the Penn's probably the closest thing. So I think Murray State's going to be able to put up runs. But then on the other side, can their pitchers, the racers that is, be able to hold down UCLA's offense enough? Rock Chalowski, potential 1-1 pick, is, in my opinion, the best player offensively in this tournament here. Chalowski should have been a Golden Spikes finalist. He got snubbed, and we might be watching the 1-1 pick in 2026 on stage here. If they're able to shut him down, I think there's going to be a really good chance that they can get out of here with a win. And I'm expecting to see some runs in this ball game as well, guys.
I want to talk about the other game tonight, Johnny, and we'll get to LSU and Arkansas tomorrow night in a second. That's going to be the premier event of the night tomorrow, at least for us. But as far as the other game tonight, because like you said, we saw Coastal in Arizona already, but Louisville and Oregon State is -200 on the money line, totals at 9.5. Louisville, you could get +150 with them on the money line. If you want to take the run and a half with Louisville, you have to lay -125. But anything you're doing in the last game tonight?
Yeah, I already gave out Oregon State money line at -160 last night because I had anticipated it was going to move. It wasn't confirmed, but I also anticipated, like anybody that's kind of watched either team or college baseball this year, that it was most likely going to be Dax Whitney against Patrick Forbes, and that is indeed what it is. 2 first-round type of arms here going at it. I think now the Oregon State's getting steamed a little bit too much because there's a real possibility Patrick Forbes can go out there and dominate for 6 innings. We've seen it several times. I think the bugaboo comes with his command where he could be cruising along and then he just unravels and the wheels fall off. And they have a couple bullpen arms that are solid, but after that, then it becomes a little shaky. But other than that, they have a lineup 1 through 9 that is really good, guys. And they stole 155 bases. They can pressure you for 27 outs, score in creative ways. And you're going against Dax Whitney, who's ultra-talented, phenom, but he's a freshman. First time on this type of stage, you got Louisville that's going to really make you work for it and earn it. So I don't know if I'm laying 200 Oregon State. I think, 185, 188 was probably the highest I was going to go there. I think the over, which is sitting around like 10, is in play. I think the first time through the order, both arms are going to shut down the opposing offenses. Then I think, we might be able to see some runs being scored. I think Oregon State's going to win this one close. I could see them maybe cover the run line at 1.5, but I also want to throw out there Trent Caraway, 5-1 and a home run tonight. 6 homers in 8 games in the tournament so far. He is their X factor. He's a draft eligible sophomore with first round juice. I think Caraway at 5-1 against a fastball pitcher and Patrick Forbes, who's supplying a lot of power, might be able to serve one up to old Caraway here, who's just been on an absolute heater.
Johnny Venezia joining us here on You Better You Bet. Does a great job covering baseball for RotoWire. Also host of the Breaking Bets podcast. You can follow him on X at _JohnnyVTV. Another game tomorrow. Again, Jay kind of alluded to it, that Arkansas LSU game. Arkansas, very slight favorite, which makes sense. They're also a very slight favorite in the futures market as well. What can we expect from that behemoth matchup tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a repeat of what we saw the first time these two teams played. It's going to be a pitching duel. LSU's Friday guy, Kate Anderson, is a superstar. I don't know if Jay Johnson's going to go with him. Arkansas actually hits lefties better than they hit righties. And the luxury for LSU is they have the best 1-2 combo in the country with Anderson and Anthony Ianson, both potential first rounders this year. Anderson maybe a top 5 pick overall. Ianson has been a superstar, and as a righty, he might have the advantage against Arkansas, and he's a big game pitcher, man. I think Ianson or Anderson, along with a really good bullpen, will be able to slow down Arkansas's bats just enough, where Zach Root, who pitched well against LSU last time, will do more of the same. Arkansas's got a great bullpen as well, but I think LSU, with the postseason pedigree they have, they're just going to make that one more play. Like, this is a true 50-50 coin flip game. I could see something along the lines of like a 4-3 or a 5-4 type of result, but I have LSU here. I've seen a little bit of steam coming in on Arkansas, but I like the Tigers, man. I really do. They were my preseason pick to win it all since January, and I got to stick with the boys one time.
Johnny, I think I know your answer to this just because of how we've talked, but the listeners and viewers here on You Better You Bet and the BetMGM Network don't know how you feel as much. And people have asked me this question. I'm sure they've asked you this question. When it comes to LSU and Arkansas overall, who do you like more? Because they're the favorites, the two top favorites to win the College World Series. But when you break it down between those two, and we're probably going to see them again no matter the result of tomorrow's game because of how the tournament's set up, we'll probably see them play again for the berth to go to the final. Who do you like more overall, LSU or Arkansas? I got about a minute.
I like LSU, no doubt. I think LSU's got the better weekend rotation. I think their bullpen can match what Arkansas does. And, listen, I think Arkansas's offense, while it's been arguably the best, it just, to me, something doesn't sit right. And I might sound stupid saying this, but most of their big hitters this year are overachievers. Like, I think Wahiva Aloy, huge overachiever. Charles Avalon, huge overachiever. Cam Koziel, overachiever. Like, Logan Maxwell's had a really good year, but he's not like 360, 15 homers, batting average, home run combo type of good. I think ultimately LSU has the better quality players, like long-term and in this matchup. I just think LSU, with the postseason pedigree they have, Jay Johnson as a head coach, he's been there before. He was there 2 years ago when they won it. I think that's the advantage if you're the LSU Tigers behind that superstar 1-2 combo between Anderson and Ianson. Give me LSU.
LSU for Mr. Venezia. Always a great to talk to you, pal. Johnny Venezia, host of the Breaking Bet podcast and covers all baseball for RotoWire. Good luck with the Omaha bets, and we'll talk to you soon, pal.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Great stuff. There he goes, Johnny Venezia. All things College World Series. I mean, this is your cup of tea, Jake. This is something that I think you and it's something that a lot of people are starting to look at more in the betting space, but it's still not that many eyeballs on it to where I think there's a ton of value over the next couple of weeks with these games.
There definitely is. I mean, even just talk about tomorrow, what we were talking about with Johnny, what I've brought up a couple times. Murray State, better than 2-1 on the money line as underdogs. And I think so, and Johnny thinks so, that's a wrong price. So, and that happens a lot in college baseball. I will say, I think that college baseball has definitely gotten more popular overall, not just in betting over the last couple of years, at least, in my opinion. So I think there's a positive trend here. # trends.
# trends. Yeah, I mean, just Oregon State. I mean, how often late in the year would a baseball game steam 40 cents on the money line in the championship round? Like, you just don't see that happen very often in the professional ranks. So really good stuff there. All right, when we come back, the NBC Sports Now Power Hour coming to you here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Oh, crank it up. Let's go, Jake. Welcome inside the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Oh, yeah, you heard that right. We are live for the next hour here on Peacock. Very excited here on You Better You Bet. Also live on the BetMGM network. Final hour of the show. Nick Friedell's coming up in 20 minutes. Odyssey NBA Insider, Game 4, Pacers Thunder tonight. Brad Thomas coming up in 40 minutes. He will kick off Gambling Night in America. All of our picks, including WNBA. Yes, I did bet the WNBA tonight. We're very excited to bring all that towards you coming up in 40 minutes. But first, Jake, let's get into what we saw last night in the NHL. It was arguably, and I keep saying, I feel like I'm saying this every single week with these games, an exciting, close game with a late goal that forces it to overtime. I mean, we've said that, 3 times out of 4 games already in this series. Florida up 3-0. They blow the lead. Edmonton takes the 4-3 lead. And then Florida, at the death almost, ties it up. We go into overtime. And how about Leon Draisaitl, his 4th game-winning goal in overtime of the playoffs? That is a record. No other hockey player on the face of planet Earth, maybe there's some other planet that this has happened, but not on Earth, where a four game-winning goals in overtime in one postseason. Incredible stuff. 2-2 series going back to Edmonton Game 5 tomorrow night. Your thoughts, sir?
I mean, it's the story that we've seen all playoffs with Edmonton. Like, this is just what they do. They come from behind. They don't give up. They're never really out of it. And then they just kind of rip your heart right out of your chest, and they hold it in front of you as it's beating still. It's what they've done. And listen, they're doing this without Connor McDavid for the most part, too. I know he's out there, and he impacts the game in a bunch of different ways, obviously, not just scoring goals. But usually when you have the best player on the face of planet Earth, or at least generally thought of as the best player on planet Earth, usually you expect him to be scoring some points, and he hasn't. And yet here we are with this series still tied. Edmonton still a good chance to win it all and complete the revenge tour and lift the cup.
Yeah, and I think my thoughts for the series haven't changed. Going into game 1, I said, this is about as tight of a series as you can get. There is razor thin Gene Steratore index card margins separating these two teams. However, if I had to say there was an edge on either side, I think the anger, right? The villain origin story that is watching another team win the Stanley Cup while you're on the ice and you're like, man, I wish that was us. Like, to me, that is the slight edge that I would give the Edmonton Oilers in this series. They were, granted, to be fair, it was down in Sunrise. They'll get Game 7 at home this year if we get to a Game 7. I think we will. It's probably a safe bet to assume that at this point. But to me, that's the only difference in this series. Same teams, same goalies, same offense, same great players, same great Panthers team. But Edmonton has the scar tissue of watching the Panthers hoist the cup last year. I think they win Game 5. And I think they win the series. I think Game 5s usually in 2-2 are the deciders of a series. Pretty high percentage of that. It's not, oh my God, we have to run to the window to bet Edmonton. I don't think it's a betting opinion, Jake. It's just, I think the Oilers have that just little extra edge, and I think they used it last night to erase that 3-0 deficit.
Yeah, and if you're the Oilers and you're Stuart Skinner, how good do you feel? Like, you give up those 3 goals, you're probably like, crap. Here we go again. I'm dead in the water. They're going to pull me. It's over. And then your team rallies around you, and he locks in, and the Oilers play an awesome game. And like I said, just it's been the story of their postseason so far, where they just come from behind, and they never say die. They're never out of it. They never quit on themselves. And now, and I think you're right, Jared, like that scar tissue, the wounds from last year, and they're clearly using it as motivation this year, and they don't want that same thing to happen. They don't want to repeat the same story from last year. They're trying to write a new ending for this story. And honestly, I think they have a good chance to. I mentioned it off the top a little bit. I think Edmonton can pull this off because, and not to, beat a dead horse here and keep banging the same drum, Connor McDavid isn't going to be on the back of a milk carton forever. He's going to show up at some point, and it's probably going to be in a big moment. He's going to come. He's too good not to, right? Like, at some point, he's going to come through where the game is tied or the Oilers are down. He scores a goal to tie it. At some point, Connor McDavid is going to show up. They don't call him McJesus in the internet streets for no reason. He's the best player on the ice and in the world, and at some point he's going to break through, and it's probably more likely than not going to be in a big moment, and because of that, I do like the Oilers the rest of the way. I think it's going to be a fun series. I think we're probably due for 7 games, but I'm going to love it every step of the way.
Yeah, I feel like this is the game, like McDavid game 5 goal parlayed with an Oilers win. Like, it just feels like that's the spot for it. You're going to see a game at some point where he breaks out. And especially now, and I don't want to beat the whole, the revenge tour narrative or the, I call it the runner-up theory. We've seen this happen. And by the way, this is not a theory that I just pulled out of my tuchus. Like, there's some back testing here, and I'll give you the backstory. So when I worked in New York City as a local reporter, I was fortunate enough to be there in 2015 when the Mets made the World Series and they were facing the Royals. I remember, and this was, again, one of the biggest thrills of my career, being able to be on the field, interview the players before the series started. I remember talking to the Royals players, and I remember seeing the look in their eyes when they were talking about Game 7 last year in that particular situation. They lost at home in that series to the Giants. Game 7 at Kauffman Stadium. That was Madison Bumgarner going crazy. I remember the look in their eyes when they were talking about that game and the feeling of standing over the railing of the dugout, watching the Giants celebrate on their turf. And they had the look in their eyes that they were not going to let that happen again. Like, hell or high water, you're going to have to pry that trophy from my cold, dead hands. And I was like, man, this is a thing. And then what did we see 2 years ago? Vegas beats Florida. I was there that night, by the way, 2 years ago tonight, June 13th, 2023. Spin it forward a year. Florida gets back to the cup. Game 7, toss-up. Anything can happen. They didn't let that one slip through their fingers. And I think we're going to see the same thing happen again this year. I think now the fact, Jake, that it's a shorter series, right? Best of 3, essentially. That even makes this edge even more pronounced because there's even less separating these two teams. A best of 7, a lot can happen in a best of 7. Now we're in a best of 3. Man, I would be hard-pressed. Edmonton, you're going to have to drag those dudes out of there on stretchers if they're not going to win this series. Like, they're going to leave it all on the ice. It's going to be awesome to see. Speaking of leaving it all on the ice, I didn't think the Thunder left it all on the court in Game 3 against the Pacers, especially in the fourth quarter. I thought they left a lot to be desired there. We'll get another glimpse at it tonight. We'll have Nick Friedel coming up in about 13 minutes. But, man, I think you've got to see a better effort from OKC tonight defensively, especially in the fourth quarter. I think you will. The zigzag has been pretty consistent, right? We had Game 1 Indiana, Game 2 OKC, Game 3 Indiana. Feels like Game 4 OKC. What do you think?
The zigzag theory has been, in fact, zigging and zagging so far in this series, but I'm excited to see how the Thunder come out in this game, Jared, because you know that place is going to be an absolute madhouse. Like, it's going to be a pressure cooker. They're walking right into a war, essentially. Our guy Sean Haw on the socials is going to this game, and the Pacers now up, and I think a place that a lot of people didn't expect. A lot of people didn't expect the Pacers to be up 2-1 going into Game 4 here, and this Thunder team, not super tested, not super battle hardened. They're a young team. This is their first time, this group, in the finals. Alex Caruso is the most veteran, battle-tested player on that team. And that was, a bubble championship with Alex Caruso, too. So really, he hasn't even been there either. So I think that the Thunder, we might see them be a little shell-shocked here. I think they'll play better for sure. SGA will definitely play better because how could he not? He's the reigning regular season MVP. But for this Thunder team, a young team, hasn't been through hell or high water and not been super tested as far as playoffs and championships go. And on the other side, with the Pacers, you have you have two championship winners with Pascal Siakam and the guy pushing the buttons, Rick Carlisle, who Rick Carlisle also, let us not forget, he's been in a similar situation. 14 years ago, Rick Carlisle was in this exact same situation. Super team, has the stars, best team in the regular season. Everybody was picking them. That was famously the first year of LeBron James, the big three, Miami Heat. And Rick Carlisle goes in there with the Mavericks and just takes it right away from him. Rick Carlisle has seen this exact same situation before. I think that's a big boost for the Pacers as well, Jared.
It's a great point on Carlisle's coaching chops. I think Carlisle is one of the more underrated coaches in the league, actually. In 100%. Fact, I'm shocked the Knicks haven't called him yet to see if called the Pacers yet to see if they can.
Jared, I'm sure they will. They're calling me right now.
They've called Phil Jackson. They've called Red Granger. Posthumously, they're calling everybody to see if they can't get someone to come out of the woodworks and coach this Knicks team. I'm excited to ask, speaking of Nick Friedel, coming up in a few minutes, what he thinks of this Knicks coaching search. We have seen a little line movement over the last hour or so with this, more so on the total. We talked about this earlier in the show. We think the 228 mark is kind of the peak, right? We saw 230 in game one, game stayed under, and then the total dropped from there, and we've seen it kind of, fluctuate in that 220 range since. 227.5 at MGM, about 2:30 Pacific time, so about 45 minutes ago. And now we just saw some movement very recently over the last 10, 15 minutes down to 226.5. So a little bit of movement on the under. Ooh. And you can still get some 227s out there, but looks like a little bit of late move to the under. Spread's been pretty stagnant. It's been hovering between 6 and it's 6.5 at BetMGM, but there's juice to the Pacers on the 6.5. I would say 6, 227. That seems to be the prevailing consensus number right now. My guess is we close right in that range. I think OKC correlates much better to an over, and Indiana correlates much better to an under. OKC to me is they want to be the front runner. They want to win with margin. Indiana's fine with playing tight games right down to the wire. That's kind of the vibe I get. Do you agree, Jake?
1,000%. And it's speaking of line movement too, we've seen a little bit of line movement on the money line too. The Pacers were 2-1 on the money line earlier this afternoon, and people are starting to bet the Pacers a little bit down. It's plus 195. It's 5 cents of movement. It's not, a crazy amount of movement, but it's inching. People are starting to talk themselves into the Pacers, and that's, sharp movement too. So people who are respected are betting the Pacers, and I agree with that movement. I think 2-1 for a Pacers team that has won 2 games. They are leading the series, and they are at home, and they're 2-1 on the money line. I think that somebody somewhere, love BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, title sponsor of our show, but who's asleep back there? It's 2-1. I'm excited about the Pacers. I'm going to just from a price out of principle, I'm betting the Pacers tonight. And because of that, I agree with you. I'm going to go the under here. I think the Thunder, you might see them a little shell shocked in this situation.
If you like the Pacers, I think under makes sense. I mean, it's fair. Listen, I tweeted this out. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. There's a lot. I've heard a lot of takes. Pacers are undervalued. Pacers are underrated. We're overlooking the Pacers. Team of destiny, Pacers. I have good news for all of you people who think that. If that is your take, that's fair. You are totally entitled to your opinion if that is your take. The team that is the team of destiny, right? The NBA is rigged. Sports are rigged. They want the Pacers to win. You can bet that team at 2-1 to win the series right now. You can bet that team at 2-1 to win tonight, right now. If you honestly believe, and I am not of the belief that they're undervalued. I think they're valued pretty appropriately based on how good OKC's been this year. I think the thing that the market can't fully grasp is that TSS, tight sphincter syndrome, that OKC might have a little bit right now. We saw that in game one. They had a big lead, blew it. We saw it in game three, especially in the fourth quarter. That was not, I don't know what team that was in the fourth quarter of game three. It was not the Thunder that have a historically good defensive rating. It seemed like a junior varsity version of them. So my vibe tonight says OKC wins and covers. My vibe tonight says they find their groove. But it's the finals, baby, and anything can happen. And if they are tight, as Jake is alluding to, yeah, Indiana's probably going to win. Now, does that mean they're going to win the series? Maybe not. That's where I would prefer, if you have a choice, both situations are priced the same. Game 4 money line, series, both 2-1. If I had to choose, I'd take game 4 because I could still see a path where OKC comes back, blows the doors off them in game 5, has that momentum, gets their groove back, goes into Indiana game 6, wins the tight game, and then it's game 7, they're a double-digit favorite at home, and you're like, crap, I could have bet 2-1 on the money line in game 4 and I already had my money in my back pocket. Now I got to sweat out another win. It ain't as always easy as it looks, but we'll talk to Nick Friedel coming up next here on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Get his thoughts not only on game 4, but also that Knicks coaching search, and is it ever going to end? We'll come back. More You Better You Bet after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, the NBC Sports Now Power Hour rolls on. Jared and Jake in for Nick and Femi today. We're going to get to Nick Friedel in just a moment. But first, Jake, we have 2 baseball games starting momentarily. I actually do have a bit of a play here. Not a bit of a play, an actual play. Blue Jays first 5. I'm actually catching a half a run. Kevin Gausman against Ranger Suarez today at the Phillies. That is my only play for these 2 early games. Marlins Nats also on the card. Anything for you in either of those?
Yeah, I'll be on the Nationals just because Edward Cabrera with the Marlins is very prone to blow-ups. He can be out of there in the first inning. So I'll take the Nats at home. And then I'm going to be on the Blue Jays in the full game. They've been playing really good baseball lately. And going against Ranger Suarez, the Blue Jays actually 5th best offense against left-handed pitching over the last month. So I'm in on that. They've been playing great. So I'll be on the Blue Jays for the full game, and I'll be on the Nationals.
Love it. Yep. Jake and I in sync. I'll take the Blue Jays plus a half a run in the first 5. All right, let's head out to the lines, and we're going to talk to Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. All right, Nick, I feel like we've talked about this off air. Let's bring the conversation on air, because what the New York Knicks, and we'll get to the finals in a minute. We know there's a game tonight. Very excited about that. But what the New York Knicks are doing with this coaching search, I mean, butchering is like is I don't even know if that's like a bad word to use, but I think they are butchering it. How do you fire Tibbs without having a backup plan in place? The list of coaches that they've called and been denied for is very long, and it's pretty remarkable how they've been said no to all these times and didn't have some kind of a backup plan.
The word here is arrogance. When you have the arrogance that the Knicks have shown, certainly through the years, but right now, and it has completely blown up in their face, you get what you get. And if you're going to make the move to fire Tibbs, I understand. Sick of him. He ran him into the ground. It's the same old story as it ever was in the last 2 stops for him. Okay. But you better have the right person ready to go behind him. And clearly that's not the case. So it's embarrassing for the franchise. It's a storyline that is not going to go away anytime soon. And guys, what I would also throw in there is no matter who the coach becomes now, it's very clear he's like the 19th choice. So when you have all these things in place, and you come off a season where there was so much success and so much hope, the Knicks, for it to work out in the end, it's going to be a major, major long shot at this point.
Nick, we were going through the names that have been rejected for the Knicks job and the teams that have held their coaches. You know, Chris Finch, Jason Kidd, a lot of guys that have had success. And then Billy Donovan. I mean, imagine being the Chicago Bulls and taking that call. It's the New York Knicks. They say, hey, can we interview your head coach for our job? And imagine being the Bulls, Nick, and saying, no, we want our 39 wins to ourselves. Hands off. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, the Bulls are the Bulls for a reason. I mean, it's really that simple. If you've been as bad and as completely irrelevant as they've been since firing Tibbs, by the way, let's connect all the dots. And then you get the Knicks call, and it's like, we got to keep Billy. And look, Billy's a good coach. He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. But come on. The Bulls need assets. They need reasons why there should be more hope. If you trade your coach that is not going to take anywhere because you don't have the players to get anywhere right now, the Bulls are there's a reason why the Bulls remain in the place that they're in. And tying it all back around, if you're the Knicks and Tibbs brought you out of the doldrums and got you back into relevancy, you are headed the direction the Bulls are. And the Bulls are the first people who know what it's like to lose Tibbs and then never find success again.
Yeah, like it seems like you're building such a good culture. And I know that the season didn't end the way you wanted it to end, but if Tyrese Halliburton's shot off the back, iron drops off instead of in. And the way that the Pacers are played in the finals, it's fair to say that the Knicks might have won this series. Like, that's how close you were to winning a championship this year. And now it's Taylor Jenkins and Mike Brown. Like, it's just, I feel like the drop off there is so significant. How do you see this whole situation playing out?
Well, that's the joke of it all to me, because the Knicks carved the identity of this team around Tibbs. They brought in Tibbs, and then they brought in a bunch of mini Tibbs, with Jalen Brunson being at the forefront of everything they wanted to do. And those guys have known each other, obviously, since Brunson was a little kid because of his dad, Rick. But when you bring in players who fit the style of the coach, and then you switch coaches and you say, he was too hard on our guys, he's not playing the bench enough, he's playing the starters way too many minutes in the regular season. Look, even saying all that, I feel like I'm going through Groundhog Day, because I've got news for the Knicks. It doesn't work out always on the other side. Fred Hoiberg is a really, really nice guy. Fred Hoiberg was not the guy who needed to come in and fix everything for the Bulls, like the Bulls thought 10 years ago. So whoever it is, and you're right, Taylor Jenkins, Mike Brown, Michael Malone, at least with Brown and Malone, I think you've got an identity right away. Taylor Jenkins, I don't know if he has the personality that's going to fit in New York City, but all of that is to say, when you bring in a system and players to fit that system around Tibbs, good luck bringing the coach in who's going to make it all work better than he did.
Fred Hoiberg coaching at Nebraska. Update on how that went for the Bulls in that experiment. But, Nick, let's talk about the game that is happening tonight, and a place that I don't think we really expected to be, with the Pacers up 2-1 here, but still massive underdogs in the game. They're 2-1 on the money line. They're getting 6.5 points at home. Do you think the Thunder bounce back tonight and come back with a better effort than they did in Game 3?
Yes, I do, but I thought the Thunder were going to roll in this series, and here we are. And if the Thunder don't win this game, now you think, uh-oh. I say that. I'm still of the belief, and maybe I'll just be flat wrong in another week, but I still absolutely believe that the Thunder are going to win this series, and they're going to find a way tonight. But I would also throw out that even if the Thunder lose tonight, I'm so over the top on the Thunder just being a better team that I would still think they could win 3 in a row. Because defensively, what they've shown through the year is that they can just shut teams down. Certainly that didn't happen the other night in Game 3. It's why the Pacers are walking into this game with so much confidence. But the track record is there for a reason. The Thunder have been so solid all year long, finding different ways to win. The depth is there. Tonight, specifically, I would take the Thunder, and I would also take whatever the prop is on Shea to really get rolling. Because when you need a big performance to even up a finals series, where do you turn? You turn to your stars. And there is not a bigger star on that team, and certainly in the league this year, than the MVP and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's the voice of NBA insider for Odyssey, Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps you protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. I agree, Nick. I think Jalen Williams, another name that comes to mind. Like, those are, when I think of this Thunder team, those are the two guys that run the engine, that move the needle. How about Chet Holmgren? I think he's kind of been drifting in and out of stardom in this series. I think he is a star. I didn't love the lineup switch after or going into Game 1, where you all of a sudden there's not two bigs on the floor at the same time. I thought Holmgren played better with Hartenstein on the floor for those several minutes that they worked together. How do you feel that Holmgren-Hartenstein lineup tweak is going to impact what we're going to see tonight? And overall, Chet Holmgren, do you think he can play better and really help the Thunder get through this game?
I think he has to. If you're believing like I am that the Thunder are still going to find a way, you're believing that Chet's going to show up and do what everybody expects and believes that he can do. He is so talented. He's got the skill set that so few guys have. But to your point, I think it's really well taken, because when you look at Chet in this series, Game 1, Game 2, he bounced back a little bit. You need him to show up and take that pressure off SGA. We know what SGA can do. We know what some of those other guys can provide for the Thunder. Chet brings a whole different element. I would expect a big game from him tonight, and I think he has that ability to kind of lift up the other guys around him when they know that he's getting rolling the way he can.
Nick, if you think that the Thunder win tonight, what you said, how do you see the rest of the series then going forward? Obviously, we'd be going back to Oklahoma City tied, but do you think it's over in 6 then, or are we destined for a Game 7 in this series?
I still think it's Thunder in 6. I thought it was going to be Thunder in 5 all along. I'm still sitting here going, what the hell happened the other night? So I have pushed every chip I have in with the Thunder because I believe they're that good. I'd say this, though. If you're the Pacers and you win tonight, at that point, you're sitting there going, well, we're going to close this thing out in 5. And that is a wild, wild idea because I don't think there was anybody, even if you're a Pacers fan, who thought, yeah, the Pacers could actually win this thing in 5. If you're the Pacers, though, you have knocked the Thunder over. I don't know if you've knocked them out. What you have done, though, is give them pause confidence-wise. This is a team that figured that they could just roll everybody. That's what they had been doing throughout the season. But now you've got a Pacers team, and this is the worst thing that can happen in any kind of series, but certainly in the finals, a young team starting to believe in itself even more, especially with the way the rest of the playoffs have gone. They continue to just find ways, and Halliburton is making shots at the end of games, and they're like, all right, we'll win. We'll figure it out. They are. So it is a big one tonight, but we can play this one back 3,000 times if it doesn't work out. I still just think the Thunder are a better team.
If the Pacers win this series in 5 games, which is fewer games than the Knicks-Pacers series was, I mean, that would you would have people, bending over backwards to try to figure out how this went down. I mean, that to me is so fascinating. And I was trying to think about this the other day, and I couldn't really wrap my head around it. Is this one of the biggest upsets? Like, let's say the Pacers win this series. Would this be one of the biggest finals upsets ever? Like, has there been I think they were like a 5-1 underdog in the series to win before the series started. Like, I'm sure there has been, but I can't recall any off the top of my head.
I can't remember anything of this magnitude in the last 20 years or so. The team, though, and I know we touched on it last week a little bit, but the team that comes back to my mind as a proud Orlando, Florida native is that Magic team that everybody thought was just going to roll in the finals. And then the Rockets, and the parallel isn't exactly the same because of the Rockets, of course, had Hakeem and they had more veteran guys than this Pacers team. But the point remains that I don't think anybody when that series started was like, oh, yeah, the Rockets are going to sweep this team with Shaq and Penny and all these young guys. And now we're sitting here. I can't even believe we're having the conversation, but it makes sense. If the Pacers win tonight and go up 3-1, huh? Who the hell are these guys? Like, where did they come from? So it's a credit to Rick Carlisle and that group of players that they have found different ways to win, and they continue to creep up late in games and go, all right, we got it. We'll make sure that it happens. So is it the biggest one that we've seen? We're going to find out if it actually happens, but absolutely, it's the first one that pops out in my mind that is this big with the way that they're doing it.
Nick, last minute here. Once the series is over, it seems like we're going to get a lot of movement this offseason. We've already got the Durant rumor. So in about 60 seconds, is Durant the first domino to fall for the offseason? And if so, where does he end up?
It always feels like Kevin is. And I always go back to, I hear people even saying it now, oh, Durant's not the same. Let me tell you something. Durant may not be the same player he was 3 or 4 years ago. He's gotten older, sure. Kevin Durant is still Kevin Durant. And you do not want to see that dude running down the floor and being the kind of difference maker that he has been. Where he lands, I would love to see him in New York on the stage at the Garden night after night. I actually think he would provide for them what they're looking for. But I don't know what it's going to take because Phoenix gave up so much to get him that they're going to just wait and see, all right, who's going to give us the most? And is he going to sit there and go, well, I don't want to do that? There are a lot of different layers there. I'm hoping the Knicks, but there are so many different possibilities that I'm not sure exactly where he ends up landed.
Nick, great stuff, pal. We'll talk to you next Friday on another Friedel Friday. Probably we won't have any games happening then, but hopefully we'll have something fun to talk about.
And if it's Pacers in 5 when we're talking next week, I'm just going to sit there in disbelief because I still can't believe that conversation is actually happening and is now very possible.
All right, there he goes, Nick Friedel. That was Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Nick Friedel Insider Call is brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first, everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. All right, the NBC Sports Now Power Hour concludes next with Gambling Night in America. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, we made it. Final segment of the show here on a Friday the 13th on You Better You Bet. The NBC Sports Now Power Hour concludes. We'll get to Brad Thomas in just a moment. But first, some thank yous for what's been a very fun show. Our EP, Bill Zimmerman, always doing a great job pulling the strings behind the scenes. Brian Gersh, our VP, doing a great job in for Mike Brown today. Sean Haw, technical director, also pushing all the buttons. And how about the man wearing many hats today? Jay Kassan, not only co-hosting the show, but also running the board. I don't think all of you realize how much work that actually takes. And we thank him for doing that. Our guest today, we had a fantastic guest lineup. James Boyd, Colts beat writer for The Athletic, came on in our first hour. Bob Nightingale, MLB insider here at Odyssey, also graced us with his presence. Frank Schwab from Yahoo in our 5 o'clock Eastern hour. Johnny Venezia does a great job covering college baseball. Great to catch up with him in all things College World Series. And we just heard from Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider, to talk about the association and what we might see tonight in Game 4 between the Pacers and the Thunder. Also, if you missed it, make sure to check out Nick Costos, a YBYB After Dark podcast covering all things Oilers-Panthers. Wild Game 4 last night down in Sunrise. Be sure to check that out. And, of course, you can check out everything YBYB in podcast form, Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, let's switch gears. We've been talking a little bit today about the U.S. Open at Oakmont, but let's dive in deeper. Brad Thomas, betting analyst for NBC Sports. Follow him on X at Mr. Brad Thomas, joining us now, our NBC compatriot. And Brad, I'll be honest, some of the names at the top of this leaderboard, I ain't heard of a lot of these guys. Few of the guys I have heard of, but J.J. Spahn, Thurston Lawrence, Ben Griffin. I mean, it has been a wild and wacky first 2 days at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, well, before we went on air about 15 minutes ago, you could have said there is not a single major champion, one major champion, inside the top 10. Now we have 2 major champions, so it doesn't sound like such a cool thing to say, but it's early, right? We've only played 2 rounds. They call it moving day for a reason on Saturday in the 3rd round. I think this leaderboard is going to drastically change.
Well, Brad, that's the next obvious follow-up. How does it change? Who jumps up tomorrow? Is there any betting applications? Is there a bet on anybody that you would make right now if you think that they're going to charge up this leaderboard tomorrow?
I think so. Gil Hanse was in an interview earlier, and I think he was with Trey Wingo, and they were like, what are they going to do to this course? It's playing like easier than expected. And he said, they want Oakmont to be Oakmont. I think they're going to bake the course out. They were expecting some precipitation today, and looks been pretty dry. It's been humid, but no rain. So it just allows them just to make this firmer and faster. And if none comes overnight, when they put the Saturday and Sunday pins out, it's going to be pretty difficult. As far as taking anybody, like any bets, I'm actually going to stay pat. I'm on Sam Burns 80-1, and I have Sam Burns without the big guns at 33-1 as well, which means Xander, Rory, Bryson, and Scotty. So I think those would be like the only guys a Scotty would be able to come back and charge. But I don't think there's any good value. Like if Burns doesn't win it, one of the big guns don't win it, maybe Victor Hovland. But at 6-1, that's a really short price.
It's funny, Brad, because there is one guy on the front page of the odds board that I'm very familiar with, Scotty Scheffler at 8-1. However, his name is nowhere near the top of the leaderboard. Isn't that wild? I mean, I guess it's not that wild that he continues to get that much respect. And I know he's hovering. And if you see the other names at the top, you think, all right, Scotty still has a chance because a lot of those big boys are not in front of him. But do you put any stock at Scotty Scheffler at 8-1 to maybe come back and win this trophy over the weekend?
I mean, Scotty Scheffler had filled it up with a bunch of birdies, but also made the mistakes. He's missing left with his driver, which is kind of scary. Scotty gained, listen, we talk about Scotty Scheffler and his inability to putt at a really high level. He gained almost 3 strokes on the putting green and still was not under par. I think it's going to take a big effort, but you can never count Scotty out, right? He's just that kind of golfer who never goes away, plays consistently, but at 8-1, I'm not pouncing.
Yeah. Anything else from you, Jake, on the U.S. Open before we move on here and cut Brad loose?
Brad, be a man. Who wins?
Oh, good question.
Who wins? This sucks. I'm going to say Victor Hovland wins. If his putter gets going, it's going to be fantastic. He gained 2 strokes on the putting surface. He's ball striking incredible, and he's probably the best player in the field without a major championship.
All right, there he goes. Brad Thomas, our NBC compatriot over at NBC Sports, does a fantastic job covering all things golf. I think, is there a UFC fight this weekend still going on too? Maybe
Yeah, I
UFC
think Buckley's going to beat Usman, but the value is on Usman, former champion, not too far removed, not too old.
All right, good stuff. Brad Thomas, follow him on X at Mr. Brad Thomas. We appreciate the time as always, pal.
Have a great one. Thanks for having me.
All right, Jake, let's drop the dope ass beat. I think I'm supposed to do some reads for BetMGM in the NBA Finals. I don't have them in front of me right now. So I'll just say, hey, there's the graphic right now. Score a bigger payout with an odds boost token over at BetMGM. Very important for you to do that. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So there's read number one. Read number two, there's a golf podcast, I believe, as well, that is taking place. There it is. It's with Rex and Love. All right. I have the read now. Sorry. Get in the zone for the NBA's biggest games with an NBA Finals odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning bet only at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. All right, now we can go to the golf podcast with Rex and Lob, available at YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Very exciting stuff. NBC has the U.S. Open this weekend, so I will be locked in to NBC all weekend long, and you can get inside the ropes with the Golf Channel podcast hosted by Rex Hoggard and Ryan Labner. Tune in weekly as Rex and Lab discuss and debate the latest news from the pro, college, and amateur game. Watch the Golf Channel podcast with Rex and Lav on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcasts. I went a little bit. See, this is the problem when I host the show for the first time. You're going to get a little bit of
speed, pure speed,
hey,
baby.
I am locked in to the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. All right, I'm feeling patriotic. Now let's go to gambling night in America. Yes, this is exactly what we like to see. Because we have a very important game tonight. I don't know if you've heard, but it's game 4 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers and the Thunder. I'll be honest, Jake, I really want to bet OKC, but I just haven't been able to get to the window yet. And I'm only on props tonight, so I might. By the time you finish your picks, I might get there, but tell me what you're on tonight, NBA Finals game 4.
I'm going to be on the Pacers. I've been talking about it all show. 2-1 is just insane to me. I think it's wrong, and so I'm going to be on the Pacers. I can't believe we're doing this, and I'm sorry to Nick Friedel, our good friend, our good buddy, but he's going to be in shock and awe. And not to say that the Thunder can't win the series and come back, but this Pacers team has the look. And like I said, Rick Carlisle's been in this spot before. He is very familiar with upending the super team and being the Cinderella that wins it all. I'm going to be with the Pacers tonight on 2-1 on the money line. I'm also going to do a Miles Turner double-double. I've been informed it might be a Miles Turner flu game. So at plus 950 at BetMGM, I'll go Miles Turner double-double.
That's a good price. All right, here are the props that I've locked in. I gave this out the other day. I bet this like almost every game of the playoffs. It's been very profitable. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the other day when I gave it out. Jalen Williams, 5 or more assists, OKC money line. That's plus 130 at BetMGM, a little SGP. He just continues to get to that 5 assist threshold. 14 out of 18 games in the postseason. He's gotten there. Of course, the last one he didn't get there. But OKC lost the game, so it didn't matter. I always prefer to go 0-2 on a parlay than 1-1. Aaron Nesmith, Pascal Siakam, under 1.5 turnovers. Nesmith is juiced, highly juiced. I got it at minus 180. That's 14-5 in the postseason. Siakam, under 1.5 turnovers, plus 120. That's 12-7 in the postseason. They're not turning it over a whole bunch, even less so at home. And I think Holmgren, we talked about it with Nick Friedel in the last segment. I think Chet Holmgren's going to have a big game. I know it's Jalen Williams. I know it's SGA. But I'm going to go Chet Holmgren over 15.5 points. That dude has to play well. If I think OKC is going to win, I think it's going to be Holmgren as much as it is SGA. All right, let's go to the baseball slate. It's a okay baseball slate tonight. Reds at Tigers, that one didn't interest me much. Yankees, Red Sox is always an intriguing game. Rays at Mets, Taj Bradley, that experience takes its place at Citi Field. There's really nothing on this card that really jumps out at me. I'm on Arizona first 5 money line. I think Arizona at home against San Diego is not a bad look. What do you want baseball world tonight, Jake?
Yeah, I like a couple of dogs. I like San Francisco against the Dodgers. Logan Webb's on the mound, so I'm going to rock with him. I'm going to ride with him and see if we can get an upset here with the Giants. I like them. I like the Astros as favorites against the Twins. And Jared, I'm going to go with another one that's a little off the board here, but I'm taking the A's on the money line against the Royals. They're huge dogs. They're plus 130, plus 140, thereabouts. And Luis Severino on the road. Jared, A .87 ERA. Luis Severino on the road. Insane when he pitches away from Sacramento. So I'll back the A's. I'll take them on the money line too.
What do we think of that Castillo-Williams matchup in Seattle tonight? I kind of lean Cleveland there. I was actually surprised Seattle wasn't a bigger favorite with Castillo on the mound.
Seattle's just been playing terrible baseball, and I think that's why you're seeing this as a pick. Maybe it's just the Guardians, but Gavin Williams can blow up sometimes. I don't really want to sign up for that.
Yeah, I feel you. If you're going to play that, I think a Gavin Williams strikeout prop. I saw some sharp people I trust today on that. Herman Marquez, I saw a couple people I like. Under 3.5 earned runs for Marquez tonight. I don't hate that either, although anytime you're betting on the Rockies to do something good, you get what you pay for. All right,
worked out last night.
action.
They won yesterday.
I know. How about that? Didn't they have that crazy comeback the other day against the Giants? That was wild.
Yeah.
All right, WNBA. Listen, I gave this out the other night. I faded Chicago against the Liberty. I'm fading Chicago again tonight. We're fading the Chicago Sky until further notice. So I'll take Atlanta. I got them at a much better price at -9.5. I think Atlanta wins big. And I'm on the over in that Wings-Aces game. Aces coming off a loss to the Sparks. I think they bounce back at home tonight, put up a big number against Dallas. So that's what I'm on for the WNBA tonight. Anything in the NHL? Game 5 tomorrow night in Edmonton before we say goodbye, Jake.
Jared, I know everybody is going to be on the under in that game. We keep getting overs. I was the idiot yesterday. I'm not doing it again. I am taking the over. I'll take the plus money. When things have happened enough times in a row, that's a trend, baby. So I am just going to bet the over. I don't want to feel as foolish as I did yesterday, trying to be the big brain guy going the under. Oh, I'll be the first one on. Nope. Overs. Overs. Hit the bell.
Somehow I hit the no goal first 10 minutes, despite the fact that there were 3 goals in the first period of that game. That's one of those bets that you're like, yeah, the gambling gods are going to come back and bite me at some point. I hope it's not tonight. I hope it's not this weekend. Jake Hassan, you're the man. I appreciate you pulling double duty today. Nick and Femi will be back on Monday. For everyone in our You Better You Bet family, have a great weekend and go cash some tickets.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.